high street traders who are already under tremendous financial strain because of the SNP's mismanagement of Scotland's economy.
Despite devolution rendering it pointless, the budget of the Scotland Office, along with that of the Attorney-General, has jumped by over £3 million since 2018-19, leaping up by £1.2 million just last year, while the Scottish Government's budget allocation suffered a real terms cut. Around 80 people currently work in Queen Elizabeth House alone for the Scotland Office, along with around 30 deluxe civil servants. What on earth are they doing, and how does he justify that to the Scottish taxpayer?
Mr Speaker, the team at the Scotland Office, both in Dover House and in Queen Elizabeth House in Edinburgh, are doing a tremendous job supporting Scotland across the United Kingdom and around the world. I'd be very happy to welcome the Honourable Lady to join me to meet some of them so she can understand more clearly the important work that they do on our behalf across the UK.
That completes Scottish questions. We now come to the Prime Minister, but I just want to announce to the House we are joined today by the President of the Chamber of Deputies of Parliament of the Czech Republic. Welcome. We now come to Prime Minister's questions. Richard Thompson.
Number one, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I know that members from across the House will want to join me in offering our best wishes to His Majesty the King and Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, this afternoon I shall be meeting the extraordinary 100-year-old Holocaust survivor, Lily Ebert. Lily promised that if she survived Auschwitz, she would tell the world the truth of what happened. Never has such a promise been so profoundly fulfilled. And as we prepare to mark Holocaust Memorial Day on Saturday, I'm sure the whole House will join me in reaffirming our promise to Lily that we will never forget the Holocaust and we will carry forward her life's work for generations to come.
Richard Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I echo the Prime Minister's comments on World Holocaust Day? My constituents, like all of our constituents, rely on the Royal Mail to deliver important items of mail and packages and for people to run their businesses. So they'll be very alarmed to learn of proposals from Ofcom that Royal Mail might be allowed to cut the number of days that they might be able to, that they will provide that service. Can the Prime Minister give a commitment to me here today that under his watch there will be no reduction in postal services provided by the Royal Mail in Scotland or anywhere else?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree about the importance of the Royal Mail's universal service obligation, and as you will have heard from the Minister this morning, we remain absolutely committed to ensuring that it remains as it is.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Lib Dem-run council in Eastleigh has just received a report from their external auditors warning of the possibility of fraud and ignoring whistleblowers who try to warn them. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that Lib Dem leaders who shun accountability, shun transparency and simply say "not me, Gov" should start showing some remorse and responsibility or make way for those who will?
Well,
Only the answer. Come on,
my honourable friend raises an important matter to the people of Eastleigh, which I was pleased to discuss with him on my recent visit to his area, and I know that the contents of the report are deeply concerning. It is disappointing to see this Liberal Democrat-run council rack up debt with absolutely no plan for how to fund it. And the council has been issued with a best value notice, and I know that he is talking to the Department of Levelling Up, who will be monitoring the situation closely.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the Prime Minister in his comments about His Majesty the King and Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales, and in his comments about Holocaust Memorial Day? Never again must be said more defiantly this year, as it's said every year. Mr. Speaker, last week we lost Sir Tony Lloyd, a true public servant who touched the lives of many people across the House and across the country. And I'm glad that his family were here yesterday to hear the many tributes to and memories of Tony. He will be greatly missed. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's had quite a week, from endlessly fighting with his own MPs to collapsing in laughter when he was asked by a member of the public about NHS waiting lists. So I was glad to hear that he managed to take some time off
Can I just say, I wanted to the Prime Minister, I'm certainly going to hear the Leader of the Opposition. Those people who don't want to hear, they can certainly leave, because that's who it's going to be, so get it in order. Some of you are wanting to catch my eye again. It's not a good way to do it.
Mr. Speaker, I love this quaint tradition where the more they slag him off behind his back, the louder they cheer in here. Keep it going.
And also, for this side, you can have a joint cup of tea. Come on,
Mr. Speaker, I was glad to see that he managed to get some time off yesterday afternoon to kick back, relax and accidentally record a candid video for Nigel Farage. The only thing missing from that punishing schedule is any sort of governing or leadership. So was he surprised to see one of his own MPs say that he doesn't get what Britain needs and he's not listening to what people want?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he talks about what Britain needs, what Britain wants, what Britain values. This from a man who takes the knee, Mr. Speaker, who wanted to abolish the monarchy, who still doesn't know what a woman is, and who just this week, one of his front benchers said that they back teaching divisive white privilege in our schools, Mr. Speaker. Looking at his record, it's crystal clear which one of us doesn't get Britain's values.
Mr. Speaker, he spouts so much nonsense, no wonder they're giving up on him. And even now, as his government crumbles around him and his own MPs point out he's out of touch, got no plan for growth, crime or building houses, the Prime Minister is sticking to his one-man Pollyanna show. Everything's fine. People should be grateful to him. The trouble is, no one's buying it. Does he actually understand why his own MPs say he doesn't understand Britain and that he is an obstacle to recovery?
Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, he calls it nonsense, but these are his positions, Mr. Speaker. Right? And he doesn't want to talk about it, but this is the facts. He chose to represent a now proscribed terrorist group, Mr. Speaker. He chose to campaign against the deportation of foreign national offenders, Mr. Speaker, just like he chose to serve the Right Honourable Member for Islington North, Mr. Speaker. That's his record, those are his values, and that is exactly how he should be judged.
Mr. Speaker, in 2008, I was the Director of Public Prosecution, putting terrorists and murderers in jail. He was making millions betting on the misery of working people during the financial crisis. And we've seen this story time and time again with this lot. Party first, country second, safely ensconced in Westminster, they get down to the real business of fighting each other to death. The country forced to endure their division and chaos, the longest episode of EastEnders ever put to film. Meanwhile, this week we discover that Britain is going to be the only major economy that no longer makes its own steel. That the government is handing out £500 million to make 3,000 steelworkers redundant. And that the parents of thousands are being told that his free childcare promise is nothing but a mirage. Isn't he embarrassed that the Tory party is yet again entirely focused on itself?
Mr. Speaker, yet more sniping from the sidelines. Yeah, you can see exactly why Hizb ut-Tahrir hired him in the first place. But he wants to talk about these things. Even his own party are now realising that he simply doesn't have a plan for this country, Mr. Speaker. The member for Dagenham and Raynham said it's difficult to identify the purpose of his leadership. And long-time celebrity backer Steve Coogan recently said he licks his finger, sticks it in the air, and just sees which way the wind is blowing. Even Labour Party know, Mr. Speaker, he's not a leader, he is a human weather vane.
It's not the sidelines, it's behind him that the fire's coming in, Mr. Speaker. And he can try and blame the Labour Party all he wants. The difference is, I've changed my party, he's bullied by his party. And has he found the time in his busy schedule to work out why thousands of parents are being told by their nurseries that they won't get free childcare that he promised them.
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's see what his party is offering the country. Right. So we all know, Mr. Speaker, he doesn't have many ideas for our country.
I'm going to hear the Prime Minister.
Well, he doesn't have many, but one thing we do know, Mr. Speaker, is that
You don't want to push it, do you? No.
we do know that he's committed to his 2030 decarbonisation promise, Mr. Speaker, which they say will cost £28 billion. But I was reading about it this week. He says he's changed the party. One of his team called it an albatross hanging around their neck. That might have been the Shadow Chancellor, maybe, Mr. Speaker. But he said they're doubling down on it. All this ahead of a crunch meeting, we're told this week, for them to work out how they're going to pay for it. I can save them some time because we all know the answer. Higher taxes for the British people.
Mr. Speaker, there's only one party that crashed the economy. They're sitting right there, right there. And
Oh, Mr. Holmes, you've had your question already. Obviously, you don't want to remain for the rest of it. Here's Salma.
He is Mr. 25 tax rises. And he's got nothing to say on childcare. Millions of families will have been listening for an answer, and they got absolutely nothing. He announced that scheme a year ago, claiming it would get 60,000 parents back into work. Only on Monday of this week did he notice there was some, in his words, practical issues with that. 8 weeks before its launch, parents can't budget, plan for work or make arrangements with their employers. And the Prime Minister's response is to say it's all fine, it's the fault of the Labour Party. Is this merely a practical issue, or is it yet another example of him simply not understanding how life works for other people?
Mr. Speaker, we're delivering the biggest ever expansion of childcare in this country's history, Mr. Speaker. But while millions of parents will benefit from that, again, it's right that he should come clean with them about the cost that his plans will impose on all of them. He goes on and on about the Green Promise, Mr. Speaker. He says he wants to keep it. But he doesn't have a plan to pay for it. What he's really saying is he'll scrap the borrowing associated, but he wants to keep the £28 billion of spending. So, for all those working families who are benefiting from our free childcare, he should come clean with them now. Why doesn't he come clean with them now? Come clean with them now and just be clear. His plans mean back to square one and higher taxes for British people.
Mr. Speaker, making steelworkers redundant and failing to provide childcare is not a plan, Prime Minister. It's a farce. It's a farce. And he may soon discover that with childcare, there's an IT problem. Nurseries haven't got the spaces. They haven't got the staff. There's a black hole in their budget, and it's 8 weeks to go. That isn't a plan. And families across the country, well, they can laugh all they like. Families are making plans now. They laugh at it, of course they do. Families are struggling with a cost of living crisis, trying to work out the household budget, balancing spiralling mortgages, prices and eye-watering bills. And then at the last minute, they're thrown into chaos because their nursery says they can't deliver the free childcare he promised. Now, he calls that a practical issue. But I preferred the honesty of whichever of his colleagues briefed to the Times that it was, and I quote, a complete shit show. Who was it who briefed that to the Times? Hands up. Will the Prime Minister finally realise...
I'll decide how long the question goes. Those who wish not to hear it, I've told you the answer, and I'll help you on the way.
When will the Prime Minister finally realise that the biggest practical issue facing Britain is the constant farcical incompetence of the government that he leads?
Mr. Speaker, another week with no ideas, absolutely no ideas as country, and absolutely no plan. He talked about the cost of living, Mr. Speaker, he talked about the economy, but he never actually brings it up, and we all know why, Mr. Speaker, because things are improving and we are making progress. Wages now rising, Mr. Speaker, debt on track to be reduced, and inflation more than halved from 11% to 4%, because he actually knows that our plan is working and that his £28 billion tax grab will take Britain back to square one. And that, Mr. Speaker, is the choice. It's back to square one and higher taxes with him, or a plan that's delivering a brighter future with the Conservatives.
Change of gear, Mr. Speaker. Too many oligarchs and kleptocrats are living off ill-gotten gains beyond the reach of domestic courts here or in countries like America. Ever since the 2016 London Anti-Corruption Summit, moves to create an international anti-corruption court have been gathering momentum to plug this gap. It already has support from countries like Canada, Holland and Nigeria, and would fund itself from the fines it charged. Will this government take the lead in getting it underway, ending impunity for these crooks once and for all?
Well, can I firstly pay tribute to my honourable friend for his work on this issue? As I'm sure he'll appreciate, establishing a new bespoke institution is a significant endeavour, but I know he's discussed it with the Foreign Secretary, who will look at the proposals in more detail. And in the meantime, as he knows, our Economic Crime Act has a raft of new measures to crack down on dirty money, and we will shortly be publishing our second anti-corruption strategy. We'll set out ambitious plans for combating corruption, both here at home, but also internationally.
SNP Leader Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, last night, as Tory MPs were once again fighting amongst themselves, the public were sat at home watching John Irvine of ITV News report on footage from Gaza of an unarmed Palestinian man walking under a white flag, being shot and killed by the IDF. Prime Minister, such an act constitutes a war crime, does it not?
Mr. Speaker, we've been absolutely consistent that international humanitarian law should be respected and civilians should be protected. I've made that point expressly to Prime Minister Netanyahu, and the Foreign Secretary is in the region this week making exactly the same point.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's unreasonable to expect the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom to rise to that dispatch box and tell the people of these Isles and elsewhere that shooting an unarmed man walking under a white flag is a war crime. Now, in recent weeks, this House has acted with urgency and intent following an ITV drama. The question is, will this House now show the same urgency and intent following this ITV news report? And finally, back a ceasefire in Gaza.
Mr. Speaker, no one wants to see this conflict go on for a moment longer than necessary, and we do want to see an immediate and sustained humanitarian pause to get more aid in and, crucially, the hostages out, helping create the conditions for a sustainable ceasefire. I set out the conditions for that earlier in the House. The Foreign Secretary is in the region today, and will continue to press all our allies and partners to make sure that we can bring about that outcome.
Tom Hunt.
Speaker, access to NHS dentistry is a key issue in Ipswich and Suffolk. Locally, actually, we've done something about it. The University of Suffolk and the local NHS deserve great credit for establishing a new dental centre which is going to carry 18,000 hours a year of NHS dental appointments. However, a source of great frustration for myself and a number of constituents is that many people who train to be a dentist at university for 5 years and have their training heavily subsidised can immediately go private or actually go abroad without giving anything back to the NHS. It seems wrong to me. Would the Prime Minister support with you of many of my constituents that for say 5 years they work in the NHS, they give something back, and this make a huge contribution to this problem?
Prime Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is a long-standing campaigner for better dental access in his constituency, and I congratulate him on the new dental centre that's opening, which I know he worked very hard to deliver. And I agree with him. It's right and fair that we seek better value for the significant investment that the taxpayer makes in the education and training of the dental workforce. That's why, as our workforce plan outlined, we are exploring whether a tie-in would ensure that dentists spend a better proportion of their time in the NHS, and we'll be launching a consultation on this policy later this year.
Colm Eastwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the week of the anniversary of Bloody Sunday, people in Derry are watching unarmed Palestinians being gunned down by Israeli soldiers. Over 25,000 people have now been slaughtered in Gaza. The Prime Minister says, and he said it again today, that he wants to see a sustained ceasefire. So my question is a very, very simple one. The next time there's a vote at the UN for a ceasefire, will his representative vote for it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course we'll engage with all UN resolutions on their merits, and I've been clear no one wants to see this conflict go on for a moment longer than is necessary. We do want to see an immediate pause so we can get aid in and hostages out, because the situation is desperate for many people there. But a sustainable, permanent ceasefire needs to fulfill a set of conditions, including Hamas releasing all of the hostages, Hamas no longer being in charge of Gaza with the threat of rocket attacks into Israel, and an agreement in place for the Palestinian Authority to return to Gaza to provide governance and services. The Foreign Secretaries in the region, those are the principles on which we are working, and I believe those are shared by all our major allies.
Sure.
In 1859, Brunel opened his rail bridge over the River Tamar. In 2022, I met with Network Rail and others to celebrate the agreement to build a simple footbridge going over the railway line in Lostwithiel. That bridge still doesn't exist, and I have no completion date. Can my right honourable friend help?
Well, I know that my honourable friend is a long-standing campaigner for the footbridge at Lostwithiel station, and I recognise her concerns and the pressing need for the construction of this footbridge. I'm told that Network Rail is currently working on a funding solution for this, so that it can take forward this important project in the next financial year, and the Rail Minister will keep my honourable friend updated on his progress.
Ms. Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A report released yesterday by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation found that 1 in 4 people in the North East are living in poverty, with the child poverty rate for every local authority in the region higher than the UK average. Too many of our people are being hard hit. Now, the Prime Minister says that his plan is beginning to work. So can I ask the Prime Minister, where does rising child poverty fit in his plan?
Well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, the plan is working because poverty is falling in our country. Since 2010, there are 1.7 million fewer people in poverty, including hundreds of thousands of children. Of course, there's more to do. There's always more to do to make sure children don't grow up in poverty, but that absolutely wouldn't be helped by Labour's £28 billion tax grab on their parents, which would take money out of their families' bank accounts.
James Sunderland.
Mr. Speaker, Bracknell Forest is a place of aspiration, opportunity and enterprise. Business occupancy rates and employment figures are thankfully high. Footfall at the Lexicon shopping centre is up and wages are up, but the cost of living continues to bite across the UK. What more can be done to put more money in people's pockets?
Well, it's great to see, thanks to my honourable friend, that Bracknell Forest is thriving, with people in work up, footfall in the town centre up, and as he knows, almost 100% of his schools now good or outstanding. But he's right that we must do more to relieve the burden on working people, Mr. Speaker, which is why we cut taxes for tens of millions of people in work earlier this year, worth on average £450. And we've got to stick to the plan for lower taxes, a stronger economy, and a brighter future for the people of Bracknell Forest, and absolutely not risk going back to square one with the Labour Party.
Debbie Abrahams.
Mr. Speaker, if everyone had the same good health as the least deprived 10% of the population, in England there would have been a million fewer deaths between 2012 and 2019, and 28,000 fewer deaths in the first year of COVID. These inequalities are not inevitable. Does the Prime Minister think that cuts in social security to 85,000 low-income households, including people in low-paid work in my constituency, will help or to address these health inequalities?
Well, I can assure the Honourable Lady that we are committed to caring for society's most vulnerable, and that's why almost 20 million families will see their benefit payments increase this April, which will bring our total support over these few years to around £3,700 per UK household. The Department for Work and Pensions is looking very closely at how it can target its services precisely on the most vulnerable customers, and I know the Honourable Lady spoke to the DWP Permanent Secretary at length about this when he appeared before this Select Committee earlier this month, and I can assure her that he will be writing to the committee on exactly this subject shortly.
Jonathan Lord.
The post office scandal has affected so many people, including my constituent, Seema Misra, a sub-postmaster from West Byfleet with an outstanding record of service to her community, who was wrongfully convicted in 2010 of stealing £75,000 and was sentenced to prison on her first son's birthday and whilst pregnant with her second son. Does the Prime Minister agree with me, and more importantly with Seema Misra herself, who is in the gallery today with her husband Devinder, that she is due a full apology from the Post Office, a full apology from Fujitsu, and proper compensation as a matter of urgency?
And I know my honourable friend has been a great support to his constituents over all the years and has fought relentlessly for the truth to come out. As I've said, the Horizon scandal is one of the greatest miscarriages of justice in our nation's history. We will introduce, as I said a few weeks ago, primary legislation within weeks to ensure that all convictions that were based on erroneous Horizon evidence are quashed, that will clear people's names, deliver justice and ensure swifter access to compensation. Innocent people, like my honourable friend's constituents, have waited far too long, and I'm determined that they receive compensation as swiftly as possible. We have a clear moral duty to right these wrongs, and that is exactly what we will do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2021, 3,527 food parcels were given out by Bulwell and Bestwood Food Bank. Last year, that number exploded to 6,500, with nearly half going to children. The food bank's now having to buy food to supplement donations, which can only be sustained for a short period. Rather than pretending that things are getting better, will the Prime Minister apologise for the daily chaos in government, which is leaving widespread destitution unaddressed?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to see anyone reliant on food banks, but while they're in place, I have nothing but praise and thanks for the people who run them. But it is wrong to say that we aren't making progress. When I came into this job, inflation was running at 11%. That is the single biggest impact on families' cost of living. And now, thanks to the efforts of this government, most of them opposed by his party, inflation has now been more than halved at 4%. And we're combining that with significant tax cuts to put more money in people's bank accounts at the end of every month. That's the right way to go about supporting people, combined with our extensive cost of living support for the most vulnerable. And all the statistics show that that support has helped, has made a difference, and that's what you get with responsible management of the British economy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In November, I held an adjournment debate on the South Fylde line and the need for a passing loop to double its hourly service and increase resilience against delays and cancellations, which again cause misery for travellers over Christmas. The assurances I received from the Rail Minister built on the positivity generated by the reallocation of HS2 funds. Since then, progress has been desperately slow, and my efforts to advance this critical piece of infrastructure for the people of Fylde has been frustrated. Will the Prime Minister meet with me to discuss how the government can help to get the South Fylde line back on track?
Prime Minister.
My honourable friend is correct that local transport projects are and must be prioritised, and every region of our country will have more transport investment as a result of the decision that we made on HS2. Now, work is underway to consider potential upgrades to the West Coast Main Line, including improvements at Preston Station, which may support additional local services from South Fylde. I know the Rail Minister is carefully considering these options as we speak, and will update my honourable friend in due course.
Leila Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thames Water are a shambles. In the recent flooding in Oxfordshire, they were dumping sewage from 270 sites along the Thames in 1 week. There was waste backing up into people's homes because of drains that they had not unblocked, and they couldn't even refill their own reservoir because the rivers were too dirty. But rather than offer a rebate for this shoddy service, they are intending to put bills up for everyone by 60%. So will the Prime Minister explain to my constituents why they are being asked to foot the bill for Thames Water's gross incompetence?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've been clear that the volume of sewage discharged by water companies is unacceptable, and that's why we've launched the most ambitious storm overflow discharge reduction plan. And we have now achieved monitoring of almost every single storm overflow in England under this and previous governments, and have introduced unlimited penalties on water companies. And where there is evidence of poor performance, the Environment Agency will not hesitate to pursue water companies concerned, just as they did, I believe, a couple of years ago in the Honourable Lady's constituency, where they fined Thames Water specifically £4 million following a serious incident.
Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Honourable Member for Knowsley and I published our report on TIDE, type 1 diabetes and disordered eating, a condition estimated to affect over a quarter of type 1 diabetics in the UK. It is life-shortening, life-threatening and can lead to death. I'm pleased to say that Hampshire Integrated Care Board have already responded positively to the report. Will my right honourable friend ensure that the government not only looks seriously at the recommendations we have put forward, but acts on those recommendations, which would improve lives, and save money for the NHS?
Can I start by thanking my right honourable friend and indeed the right honourable member for Knowsley for their important work on this issue. Of course, I know both of them speak from personal experience, and as she says, it is important that people get the treatment they need. The Health Secretary will, of course, consider the report, and the NHS has already been piloting services to support those with this condition, as she's aware of, and I understand that the NHS is also now expanding pilot sites to every region of the country so that even more people can benefit from the appropriate integrated care.
Adam Kaiser.
Mr. Speaker, we entered 2024 with starvation and famine as acute as ever across the globe, much of it caused by the climate crisis. Yet at present, the world's worst hunger crisis is in Gaza, created by Israel's ongoing siege. The Integrated Food Security Phase classification has found that of 600,000 people facing starvation globally, 95% of them are in Gaza. Mr. Speaker, starvation used as a weapon of war is a war crime. The Israeli government has the power to end the starvation crisis by ending the siege of Gaza and opening all crossings. Does it not, Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I've been absolutely clear that we are incredibly concerned about the devastating impact of the situation in Gaza on citizens. That's why we have tripled our humanitarian aid for this financial year to the region. And, as I said in the statement yesterday, are working with partners such as Jordan and the United States to open up new aid corridors so we can increase the supply of aid getting in to those who desperately need it.
Miriam Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, the press reported the tragic case of a 14-year-old girl who took her own life following horrific social media bullying, including on TikTok and Snapchat. Since 2010, across the English-speaking world, there's been a marked increase in poor teen mental health, teen suicide attempts, and children addicted to pornography. The United Kingdom has a strong tradition of legislating to protect children from serious threats to their safety and welfare. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that it's time to consider banning social media and perhaps even smartphones for under 16s?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight the impact of what happens online on our children, and that's why our Online Safety Act tackles both criminal activity online and protects children from harmful or inappropriate content such as bullying or the promotion of self-harm, accessing pornography and also exposure to eating disorders. Ofcom are now rightly developing and consulting on the guidance and the codes of practices for how those platforms will meet their duties, and if they don't clean up their act, then Ofcom will be able to impose fines of up to 10% of global turnover on the social media firms.
Mr. Speaker, recently released documents reveal that the Foreign Office had serious concerns about Israel's compliance with international humanitarian law and its ongoing assault on Gaza. This assessment was hidden from Parliament, whilst the Prime Minister boldly stated his confidence in Israel's respect for international law. Since then, the scale of Israel's war crimes in Gaza have been revealed to the world thanks to South Africa's case to the ICJ. Therefore, is it now not the time for the Prime Minister to admit that he has the blood of thousands of innocent people on his hands, and for him to commit to demanding an immediate ceasefire and an ending of UK's arms trade with Israel.
Mr. Speaker, that's the face of the changed Labour Party.
Educational Trust exhibition in Portcullis House and for your personal, unwavering commitment to Holocaust remembrance. Mr. Speaker, as we approach Holocaust Memorial Day, will the Prime Minister join me in commending the important work of the Holocaust Educational Trust, in particular their work with Holocaust survivors, who, despite living through the darkest moment in human history, continue to share their testimony in the hope of ensuring never again. In the face of the appalling rise in anti-Semitism which we see on the streets of Britain, will my right honourable friend join me in encouraging all members to sign the Book of Commitment and stand up against anti-Semitism?
Mr. Speaker, I join my honourable friend in paying tribute to the brilliant work of the Holocaust Educational Trust and thank her for all her work on this issue. I'll be signing the Book of Commitment this afternoon during my meeting with Lily Ebbett, and I encourage members on all sides to do the same and to reaffirm with shared determination to ensure that the Holocaust is never forgotten and to defeat the resurgence of anti-Semitism and all forms of hatred in our country.
Final question, Sarah Champion.
Mr. Speaker, I represent a proud steel community in Rotherham who stand with the steel workers in Port Talbot at this very worrying time. My constituents don't want to see their taxpayers' money used to make British workers redundant, our primary steel-making capacity decimated and our national security compromised. So will the Prime Minister change his destructive course, starting by looking at the credible multi-union plan to safeguard our steel industry's long-term future?
Mr. Speaker, I know this is an anxious time for steel workers in South Wales, but we are committed to working with the steel sector to secure a positive and sustainable future. The Honourable Lady will know that during the pandemic we provided support to Celsa, a steel company in South Wales, to safeguard jobs and ensure the sustainability of that plant. And what was proposed to happen in South Wales was the loss of 8,000 direct jobs, thousands more across the supply chain, and the complete closure of the plant. Because of the government's investment and support and partnership with Tata, we have safeguarded 5,000 direct jobs, thousands more in the supply chain, and ensured the long-term sustainability of that steel plant so it has a brighter future. Obviously, this is difficult, but it's entirely churlish of her not to recognise the largest support package. It is one of the largest support packages that any government has provided any company, and in the process safeguarded thousands of jobs.
That completes Prime Minister's questions. Please let the chamber clear.
Quietly, please.
Pat McFadden. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. To ask the Minister if he'll make a statement on resilience in light of recent extreme weather events, including Storm Isha and Storm Jocelyn.
Minister.
Thank you, sir. First, I would like to say how sorry the government was to hear that 4 people sadly lost their life due to Storm Isha. 2 in this country and 2 in Ireland, and I'd like to extend my sympathy to their family and friends. And at the same time, praise our emergency and utility workers who have worked so hard in some very difficult conditions in order to help the public. Forecasters at the Met Office raised a rare whole-country weather warning for the wind over the weekend in preparation for Storm Isha. The warning encompassed even rarer amber and red warnings for wind in the areas forecast to experience the worst of the storm. Indeed, wind gusts reached a peak of 99 miles per hour in Northumberland and 124 miles an hour across the Cairngorms. Although the storm had the potential to be extremely destructive, the vast majority of the transport and power infrastructure stood up well and recovered quickly, and that's a credit to the resilience of our critical infrastructure and the response capabilities of our operational partners on the ground. Storm Isha was closely followed by Storm Jocelyn, which reached a peak of 97 miles an hour, which I'm informed was the 10th named storm to impact our country this season. Again, the impacts from Jocelyn in England were less than feared, though operational partners were working around the clock to clear any disruption on our transport and power networks. The forecasting capabilities of our experts in the Met Office and the accuracy and speed at which they can warn and inform the public of incoming severe weather events does, in no doubt, save lives and protect our homes and businesses. My officials and those across government, working hard last week and over the weekend to coordinate the extensive preparation and mitigation measures being taken across the government. The fact that no escalation to a Cobra-level response was required for either storm is testament to our effective response structures at local and national levels. I'm very grateful for the response from colleagues in the devolved administrations and also local resilience forums around the country. Our local authority and agency partners kept public services running and reacted to any local issues that emerged. So we are adapting to weather events not previously experienced in our country, and events such as these come with increasing frequency and severity. The UK is driving forward cross-government action to respond to climate risks and their impacts on our economy and way of life. Our third National Adaptation Programme, published in July last year, sets out an ambitious 5-year programme of work driven by 3 themes: action, information and coordination. We are ensuring a more integrated approach to climate adaptation over the next 5 years through stronger governance, engagement and coordinated policy making. As part of this, we've established the right governance structures not only to monitor progress, but to tackle strategic cross-cutting challenges which will drive the UK's resilience to climate change. This is all in line with the government's broader strategy as set out in the resilience framework, which committed us to strengthening the links between our understanding of the risks that the UK faces and the action we take to prevent those risks from materialising. We must continue to drive forward these initiatives that help us curb the impacts of climate change and at the same time build systems that help us withstand extreme events as they arise.
Shadow Minister Pat McFadden.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his response. Recent days have seen the UK battered by 2 severe storms, first Storm Isha and then Storm Jocelyn. This is the 10th named storm of the winter. And Liz Bentley, the Chief Executive of the Royal Meteorological Society, has said that these storms are some of the worst in the last 10 years. Our constituents around the country have been hit by widespread damage, flooding, power outages, cancellation of flights, ferries and trains. And in the most tragic circumstances, a reported 4 people have lost their lives. I want to pay tribute to the emergency service workers, electrical engineers and other response teams who've been working to help people restore power and get transport moving, often at risk to themselves in very severe conditions. We owe them all a debt of thanks. Now, of course, ministers can't control the weather. Indeed, the ex-ministers on the benches opposite can't even control themselves. But the greater regularity and severity of extreme weather demands a response from government. So let me ask the Minister, in terms of resilience, given the frequency of extreme weather events, why doesn't the government have a standing flood resilience task force as part of the COBRA system with a specific responsibility to build up long-term protection? Local resilience forums have been neglected since the passing of the Civil Contingencies Act under the Labour government. What more can ministers do to revive them and make sure they're properly supported? And last week, the Public Accounts Committee said that the flood protection budget put in place has been underused since it was announced and is now expected to cover 40% fewer properties than was first claimed. This leaves over 200,000 homes vulnerable to flooding. What is the government's plan for them? Jocelyn may be the latest storm, but it won't be the last. And the very least that the public has a right to expect is that the government understands this and is focused on the job and not whatever is the latest episode in the Tory psychodrama that has distracted governance of the country for far too long.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his warm words about our emergency services and utility workers. And on his specific point about flooding, he'll have heard DEFRA, who are responsible for this, comment earlier in the week that flooding resilience in England is a priority for DEFRA as part of a whole society approach to resilience outlined in the UK Government Resilience Framework. For example, the government is investing a record £5.2 billion in the Flood and Coastal Erosion Risk Management Capital Programme. Since 2021, over £1.5 billion has so far been invested in flood defence projects across England, with over 67,000 properties better protected. Now, of course, response to flooding is just one part of our resilience work that is coordinated by Cabinet Office. And mercifully, in the storms that we've just had, very, very few families were flooded out of their homes, but we're absolutely cognizant of the need to prepare. I mean, he will have seen, I hope, the NAO report published late last year, noting positively that since 2021, government has strengthened the arrangements to manage national risks, that it's taken steps to address extreme weather risks as whole system risks, and I'll return to that point in a moment, and that it's acquired good forecasting data for droughts, heat waves and storms. Now, what we've seen over the past few years is a noticeable improvement in storm preparedness and response. And if we remember Storm Arwen a few years ago, after 3 days, there were still about 40,000 people without power. Now, these storms that we've just had, which are very powerful, about 400,000 people lost 400,000 people lost power to their homes, but 99% of them had power restored within 24 hours. And that is as a result of the planning and preparedness that this government has put in place. And that's because we've learned the lessons. We now have improved public warnings, we have hardened infrastructure, and crucially, we forward deploy repair experts. So when we see storms forming over the Atlantic, we signal to local partners in utilities, partners in the emergency services, and they go out and get ready on the ground. And that can be everything from clearing storm drains to being ready to repair infrastructure that might be vulnerable. We have better public information. Public is much more connected with the activity of storms. Naming storms may seem like a superficial change, but actually we know that it has improved public awareness of what's going on. We have better travel advice, much clearer, DFT doing great work through our operators. But also, Mr. Chair, we have superior forecasting. The government has invested a great deal in compute capacity and forecasting capacity that enables us to see where storms are coming. So this better coordination and better deployment of resources from the centre is meaning that we are working better with partners on the ground and getting better response when these extreme events take place.
John. Can I thank the Minister for his statement and take this opportunity to thank his officials in the Cabinet Office that do so much that is often unseen. But for those perhaps have a little bit more of a public profile, would he join me in thanking the Environment Agency, emergency response teams for the West Midlands, the Shropshire Fire and Rescue teams that have done such a great job, and indeed Severn Trent Water and all the officials in Shropshire Council and Telford and Wrekin Council. He mentions national infrastructure. Does he agree with me that highways can fall under that? And would he call upon Highways England to do more to ensure that the M54, an important road in Shropshire and connecting Wales and England, has less flooding in the future, and they put more mitigation and investment into doing that?
I absolutely join him in his words of praise for those who've been working in the West Midlands, and I'm sure that my colleagues in DFT have heard what he said about the critical roads in his constituency.
Kirsty Blackwood.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do think it's a little bit cheeky for the government to take entire responsibility for the improvements, given the improvements that I know the SSE have put in place, for example. They have done a huge amount of work and deserve credit for that work, not just the changes to forecasting, for example. I'd like to thank the resilience partnerships that are in place, the emergency services, the energy companies, and also all of those individuals that stepped up to help and assist others in their local communities. It truly was a community effort. People came together. I do wish the government would take climate change more seriously, given the incredible amount of extreme weather events that we are seeing right now. It is important for the government to both talk the talk and walk the walk when it comes to climate change, and they should be leading from the front in developing, for example, a strategy that will help to ensure that we are resilient in the face of climate adaptation and the changes that are happening, and also to put the funding in place to ensure that that strategy can be delivered. Would they also consider that in terms of some of the changes that are required, the Scottish Government does need funding for resilience? If we do have a situation where there's a massive geographical disparity in some of the weather events that are happening, particularly Arwen, for example, then Barnet may not be the appropriate method in order to fund some of these things, and it might be sensible for the Government to consider with the upcoming budget process ensuring that the resilience funding is spread to the areas which are most likely to be hardest hit, rather than having Scotland just have a percentage share based on our population numbers, a percentage share based on the likelihood of extreme climate events, particularly when it comes to resilience, would be most welcome.
Well, it's a classic question from the SNP, isn't it? Didn't listen to what I previously said, and it asked for more money. And I have to say that the central government's absolutely not taking all of the credit for everything that's happened. Yeah, as she'll have heard me say just now, it's our partnership with people who work in emergency services, local government, utilities companies, and so on that have made these changes possible. On climate change, I'm sure she'll be pleased to discover that that since peak CO2 emission in the mid-70s, the UK government, by its actions, has helped reduce CO2 emissions by more than 50%, more than any other G7 country. So we absolutely take these things seriously, and we will continue to do so.
Dr Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement and the Government for their clear actions to strengthen our nation's resilience. As these extreme storms again unleash damage right across the UK, will my honourable friend join me in sending our thoughts to the people affected, homes, businesses, farms, and in paying tribute to the Environment Agency staff, emergency services, local authorities, electricity companies and volunteer groups like the Appleby Emergency Response Group in my constituency, who do so much to help people and communities through the trauma and aftermath of storms and severe floods.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that, and very happy to join him in paying tribute to the Appleby Emergency Response Team. And it is so often local community organisations that both have the connections and the awareness and the intel on what's going on the ground that make response possible. So, very, very happy to join with him in that, and glad to hear that although his constituency, I know, was hit by the storms hard, they've managed to move on from it quickly.
Gareth Smith.
Speaker. My friend from the front bench from Wolverhampton South East asked the Minister about why the government had neglected local resilience forums and the Civil Contingencies Act legislation, most notably in COVID when that was bypassed. So can I re-ask that question? What now lessons has the government learnt from COVID and these issues in order to give greater sustainability to those local resilience forums that need to protect us?
Well, we obviously learnt a great many lessons from COVID, and there's been, as the Honourable Lady I'm sure will be aware from the documentation that the government's published over the past couple of years, been a great deal of activity to improve our resilience and our response to emergencies. And my colleague, Deputy Prime Minister, gave a statement to that effect in this House in December. The Cabinet Office assigns ownership of acute national risks to lead government departments across risk identification and risk assessment, prevention, resilience, preparation, emergency response and recovery. Though the lead government departments may change between these phases, the impact changes and different competencies are required. But the UK has adopted a bottom-up approach to manage emergencies, as most emergencies affect local areas. We have local responders, such as the police, fire and ambulance services, which manage them without direct involvement from the government. Response to larger scale emergencies is then led by lead government departments, and it's only in the most serious cases that is escalated to Cabinet Office briefing rooms, known as COBRA, which brings in senior ministers from across government. But as the Honourable Lady will have heard me say, it's very much a partnership between centre and locality, and we're starting to see the benefits of that.
Heather Wheeler.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I ask my honourable friend to congratulate the good people of Repton and the other villages that came together to help with all the flooding that was going on, and particularly having follow-up meetings now to get more flood wardens across South Derbyshire. The flooding in South Derbyshire, I've never seen anything like it. And we need to get the Environment Agency to move on with plans for holding ponds further up the Trent and the Derwent to stop the runoff from the fields that we've had this time round. And anything that my honourable friend can do to help me get those projects actually spades in the ground, I've been much appreciated.
Thanks, sir. And I very much hear what my honourable friend is saying, and I know that my colleagues in DEFRA will have heard likewise, and she will have heard what I had to say earlier about their position on flooding. In this instance, we, in terms of alerts, normal flood warnings were operated. We didn't use the national alert because it didn't reach the threshold, and our local partners didn't ask us to use it. But from what we can see at this stage, that local system worked well and helped protect people and, where possible, property.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The consistent floods, the consistent storms that we've had this winter have meant that our communities have felt more consistently battered by flooding and winds than perhaps ever before. And sadly, as he mentioned, this past weekend lives were lost. There are also tens of thousands of houses and businesses without power. Transport links were halted. My own constituency of Edinburgh, there were no flights out of the airport, there were no trains going anywhere, roads, bridges were closed. Thousands of homes were flooded. And yet, the National Audit Office has warned that the government has not set a long-term target for the level of flood resilience it expects to achieve, and there are no concrete plans beyond 2026. That could mean that any investment is misplaced and isn't actually efficient or protects homes sufficiently. So does the Minister see that this could be a lack of foresight, and will the government commit to reversing current cuts to flood protection and do more to ensure that investment is effective?
Well, the honourable lady will have heard what I said, reflecting what DEFRA had said earlier in the week about the £5.2 billion worth of investment in flood and coastal erosion risk management through their capital programme, and the fact that since 2021 the government has put £1.5 billion in flood defence projects across England. And to her first point about the level of disruption, we absolutely understand and sympathise with people who who've been put in this situation. And whilst we cannot control the weather, we can, by degrees, become better prepared for those events, both by the general resilience planning that government has been doing, but also, as I was saying, by having better intelligence on storms that are forming over the Atlantic, and making sure that we have the right people with the right skills poised to act quickly when these storms strike. And that, of course, means that we can minimise disruption to the public, even though we cannot eliminate it altogether.
Henry.
Mr Deputy Speaker, in my constituency of Broxtowe, some businesses and homes that I have visited have been affected by multiple storms and have received the flood recovery grant. But as it stands, those who have been affected by both Storm Babette and Storm Henk can only claim after one of the floods. So is the government looking at putting further support in place for individuals who have been flooded multiple times by these separate storms?
My honourable friend raises a very important question. We know how awful it can be for families to be flooded out of their homes. The damage to property and effects, and sometimes to items with sentimental value. And it's very important that we have processes and procedures in place to make sure that we can help people out in those circumstances. On his specific point, I will make sure that he gets a response from colleagues in DEFRA.
Jamie Stone.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. During Scottish Questions, I spoke of how Caithness and North Sutherland was completely cut off. All the roads in and out were blocked during the storms. So a pregnant mum couldn't even begin to start on her journey when her contraction started, the 100-mile journey to Raigmore in Inverness to give birth. Now, people speak of the helicopter ambulance. There's one based in Inverness, but if that has to go to an emergency in Loch Harbour on the other side of Scotland, then what does the pregnant mum do? To be quite honest, we're faced with a mum dying, a child dying. So when the Minister meets with the Scottish Government, would he please point out the utter folly of centralising these services in Inverness when we've got a perfectly good workable hospital in Wick which should be upgraded and put into full use?
Well, I'm very happy to communicate that message strongly to the devolved administration. And I've visited Caithness and I've seen its remote beauty. But yes, one can only imagine what it would be like to be a young woman, giving birth and cut off from major services. So I feel that his plea for the upgrade at Wick is very important.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his statement. 2 weeks ago, Runnymede and Weybridge was flooded as a result of Storm Henk. And when flooding happens locally, my constituents have to navigate a whole host of different organisations with responsibilities, including Surrey Fire and Rescue, Surrey County Council, Runnymede Borough Council, Elbridge Borough Council, Thames Water, Affinity Water, the Environment Agency, and Surrey Highways. And as part of my campaign to improve flood response and preparedness and protection from flooding, I've been calling for a local flood control centre to be a single coordinated access point for accessible support and advice and for clear and consistent communication. Would he meet with me to discuss it?
I'm glad to hear that my honourable friend has such a worthy campaign to support his constituents, and I'll make sure that his request for a meeting goes to the most appropriate minister who may be able to advise him on how possible it is.
Seema Mulhot.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. According to the NAO, the Environment Agency has cut its forecast for the number of additional properties that will be better protected from flooding by 2027 by 40% since plans were first unveiled in 2020. In Feltham and Heston, also, the level of water in our streets in storms unable to drain away is getting noticeably higher and higher. So I have to push the Minister on this. Could he explain how he is confident that his plans are going to be sufficient to keep homes and businesses safe in the future from flood-related damage, and that this is the case across the country, because this is a huge and growing concern?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable lady for her question, and she'll have heard me say a moment ago that the NAO was pleased that the government was taking steps to address extreme weather as part of a whole system approach, and that whole system approach can have real advantages when floods are coming. For example, to be able to send out emergency workers, appropriately trained emergency workers, to clear storm drains and make sure that anything that might make the floods worse are cleared out of the way. She'll also have heard me say that DEFRA has committed a great deal of money to improving flood defences over the past 3 or 4 years, and that we have tens of thousands of homes better protected as a result. We're absolutely not complacent, and we're always looking at ways in which we can improve that.
Kent Malthouse.
Thank you, sir. Can I welcome the Minister's statement and also the excellent work by the team at the Cabinet Office, who I know work extremely hard on these problems. As he will know, my constituency is home to some of our most precious chalk streams and winterbournes, and I'm sure he's aware that levels in the Bourne Valley and to the west of Andover in villages there are extremely, perilously even, high. This is particularly important because he will understand the ecological importance of these rivers and the risk of dilution, if you like, or overwhelming of the sewage system and leaking into the chalk streams. The Environment Agency and Southern Water are doing great work. There's a huge pumping operation underway to avoid that calamity. However, further significant rainfall may overwhelm the entire system. So when the Minister comes to the post-match analysis, once the weather calms down, will he give consideration to putting special priority on identifying work that is required in those areas that are of particular ecological sensitivity. There has been significant work up and down my constituency over the last 10 years by the Flood Resilience Group, by the Southern Water and the EA, and indeed riparian owners, but more could still be done, and it needs a certain amount of concentration.
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for his observations. I know as a former resident of 70 Whitehall, he understands these problems in great depth. And I also know that the chalk streams of Hampshire have no finer defender than his right honourable self. But the point he makes is a serious one about ecological sensitivity. And it's quite right that we pay attention not only to the immediate threats to life or to property, but also to our natural environment, because, as we know, if we don't do that, the damage can be irreparable and long-lasting.
Leila Moran.
Speaker, there was barely a part of Oxford West and Abingdon that wasn't affected by floods recently, but Abingdon remains unprotected. In 2007, we were promised a plan, and that plan was cut because of a lack of resources for the EA. But it's not just the River Thames, it's also the runoff from the new developments coming off the huge numbers of houses that have been built. So what is the Cabinet Office doing to connect DEFRA with the Department for Levelling Up so that the developers who have promised to clear the culverts actually have that enforced by the local authorities?
Thank the honourable lady for her question. And as she will have heard me say earlier, the Cabinet Office has a coordinating role which brings together lead government departments and local responders, and so it would be under that guise that different government departments would meet and discuss issues of the sort that she describes.
Alistair Carmichael.
Mr Deputy Speaker, even by the standards of what we are accustomed to in the Northern Isles, the last few days and the week, in fact, have been exceptionally disruptive. So can I associate myself with those who have already expressed their gratitude to the road staff, the electricity engineers and others who have gone about their job, and also those who are doing it even if it's not part of their job, the responsive farmers who just get a bucket on the front of the tractor and get on with the clearing of the snow has been quite phenomenal. But is this not a moment to pause and reflect that some of the changes that are proposed in other parts of government could in fact weaken our resilience? The switch off of the copper wire network for telephones, the idea of increasing the response time for the search and rescue helicopter provided by the Coast Guard from 15 to 60 minutes. These are all things which will leave us in a worse position in the future if they are allowed to happen. Can the Cabinet Office do something to make sure they don't?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and I've landed at Tingwall Airport in a storm in the summer, and that was frightening enough for me. And, so one can only imagine what it felt like in the Shetlands over the past week or so. So my sympathies with his constituents. To his point about general resilience, the government, as I say, is trying to take a whole system approach to really understand exactly how we can work with those who are responsible as emergency responders, but also responsible for our national infrastructure. And as I say, I know that we are making progress, but there are obviously always areas in which we can do more work.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Mr Deputy Speaker, as both the Minister and the Shadow Minister pointed out, this is the latest in a series of storms that we faced. And back in October, St Andrews Harbour was significantly damaged as a result of the sea surges following Storm Babette. Now, it's run by a trust that dates from James VI of Scotland's granting of the land to the people of the town. But as a result of the community ownership fund that the government has run, and other funds generally, more and more of our assets are being owned and run by local communities who, when faced with this kind of disaster, have no source of funding in order to be able to access support. So does the government agree that they should be looking at ensuring that there is funding in place? Because for St Andrews Harbour, it's a working harbour, it's facing £3 million of costs, and without those repairs being made, there's the risk to other parts of the town being affected in future.
Well, I I've learnt something I did not know about St Andrews Harbour this morning, and I'm very pleased to have learnt it. But yes, I'm sure that colleagues in other government departments, including DLUC, are considering these very issues. But community-owned assets can be a wonderful thing, and it's very important that assets such as local ports are governed by people who really understand the towns and cities in which they're based. So I'm happy to take that forward.
Jim Shannon.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for his responses, positive answers to the questions that were put forward. Farmers tell me in my constituency they can never ever recall floods and rain quite like it, and they tell me it's been of biblical proportions. So I'm very conscious of the fact of that volume of rain. Hearing as I do from a coastal constituency of Strangford, storms hit with a fury possibly not fully grasped. The coastline defences around Strangford Lough and within my constituency have been subjected to a level of onslaught never before seen. Can the Minister confirm the interventions and the discussions with the Department of Storm? Ever mindful, Minister, that in the past this place, Westminster, gave substantial help financially to the department at Stormont to address coastal erosion. So with that in mind, what have been the discussions and what help that's been given in the past can be given the same level of assistance perhaps be offered again? Thank you.
I will ask ministers from other government departments to come back to him on the specifics, but obviously, as my honourable friend will know, we are very keen to see a restoration of Stormont, and I believe that the House will hear more about that very soon.
Deputy Speaker, Somerset is so often battered by extreme flooding, and in response, the River Cam flood warning system is currently being piloted in my constituency. So a stretch near North Cadbury will be fitted out tomorrow with laser depth measuring devices that will send real-time messages and alerts to residents when the water levels start to rise. Will the Minister join me in congratulating Liberal Democrat councillors and Somerset Rivers Authority for this initiative, and agree with me that we need to fund more extreme weather resilience plans for isolated rural communities?
I'm delighted to hear about this initiative in Cadbury. I have very fond memories as a schoolboy of walking around the hill fort there, and I'm well aware of the historic threats that Somerset has faced to flooding, and I'm glad that in recent instances, local government and central government have been able to work together for the benefit of people who live in the area.
That concludes the urgent question. Point of order, Sir Liam Fox.
Mr Deputy Speaker, an organisation in my constituency where I had grounds to intervene on behalf of a previous pub tenant has issued its current tenant with a gagging order and verbally told them not to contact their MP. Mr Deputy Speaker, what can be done to protect my constituents from such bullying and ensure that their constitutional rights are respected?
Well, first, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving notice of his point of order. Constituents' ability to communicate with their members of Parliament is constitutionally important. I'm concerned, very concerned, about the matter that he's raised. Constituents must be able to communicate freely with their members of Parliament, and I trust and hope that urgent action will be taken to clarify that this is understood by all parties in this case. If the matter is not resolved satisfactorily, then I trust that the Right Honourable Gentleman will seek advice from the Clerk of the Journals, in the first instance, about how this very important issue might be escalated. Presentation of Bill, Secretary of State for Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland Executive Formation Bill.
Second reading what day?
Today.
Order. I advise the House that this is a very narrow bill. If the House agrees the business of the House motion today, then amendments may be tabled before the bill has been read a second time. I understand that the Chairman of Ways and Means has indicated that she will make her provisional selection of amendments soon after 2 p.m. Members who are considering tabling amendments are asked to contact the Public Bill Office as soon as possible. Presentation of Bill. Mary Robinson.
Whistleblowing bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, the 2nd of February.
Friday, the 2nd of February. Kit Malthouse.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision about speeding offences on roads to which a 20-mile-an-hour limit applies, to make provision about the enforcement of moving traffic offences, to require 24-hour staffing on works on specified public roads, and for connected purposes. As I'm sure you're aware, Mr Deputy Speaker, life as a motorist has changed very significantly over the last 2 decades. Cars have become safer, more efficient, greener and quieter. And yet, despite the fact that the motor car is possibly one of the greatest contributors to human wealth, happiness and freedom, it has become seen by many as the root of all evil. Despite the enormous benefits that cars bring to our constituents, families up and down the land and indeed across the world, for many motorists, the world seems to be filled with councillors and officials dedicated to making their lives more difficult. Driving is becoming a minefield of potential traps and penalties, such that drivers are becoming paranoid and resentful about the entire system. When this happens, order tends to break down, and time, I believe, has come for a rebalancing. In this bill, therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, I propose 3 modest measures which will achieve a better balance, and I hope see better results generally for motorists and members of our communities across the board. First of all, I propose that anybody caught speeding between 20 miles an hour and 30 miles an hour does not receive penalty points. Rather, they would be required to attend a speed awareness course, and repeat offences would require repeat attendance at speed awareness courses. And I should declare an interest, having been myself at a speed awareness course recently, caught doing 24 miles an hour on the embankment unwittingly, along with the Archbishop of Canterbury. Not at the same time or in the same vehicle, but he was also done for a similar offence. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, the rollout of 20-mile-an-hour speed limits across the country has brought benefits in terms of road safety, but it has left many thousands of drivers disproportionately punished for straying over the limit. That you can receive 3 penalty points for doing 24 miles an hour in a 20-mile-an-hour zone and for doing 57 miles an hour in a 50-mile-an-hour zone seems unfair to many and is in danger of discrediting the system. In addition to penalty points and a fine, drivers so punished will also face higher insurance premiums at a time when premiums are rising significantly in any event. As it stands, it's possible to lose your driving licence by driving at 24 miles an hour 4 times in 3 years. 2 years ago, it was revealed that as 20 miles an hour rolled out across London, Transport for London was setting a target of 1 million speeding fines a year with the Met Police. This represents a huge increase in prosecutions and the accumulation of points. Analysis of DFT data by claims.co.uk confirms that of those speeding in a 20-mile-an-hour zone, 49% were exceeding the limit by 5 miles an hour or more, only 19% were driving above 30 miles an hour, and these numbers, of course, imply that 51% of those caught speeding were doing less than 25 miles an hour. In evaluations, Mr Deputy Speaker, speed awareness courses have proven to be significantly more effective in preventing reoffending than penalty points and a fine. If our objective is to improve road safety, particularly on residential roads, then it would be more effective to put people through repeated courses, perhaps with increasing intensity and time required. This would be a more proportionate approach and achieve better road safety. Points, of course, would still apply for those who fail to attend courses or indeed who fail their courses, which I understand is a possibility. The second element of the bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, is for non-speeding traffic offences enforced by a local council or body other than the police. A first offence in these circumstances, in my view, at a particular location, should result in a warning letter rather than a fine. A subsequent offence at the same location would attract a fine in the normal manner. Now, over the last few years, we've seen a significant increase in the number of traffic enforcement cameras operated by local authorities. In London alone, over nearly 3.2 million tickets were issued in 22-23, extracting something like £200 million from motorists. The number of councils approved by the government to operate enforcement this way has increased steadily. There are regular reports in the media of the earnings of particular cameras. The most successful in Birmingham pulls in apparently £10,000 a day from drivers straying into a bus lane. A number of councils who have introduced enforcement cameras have started with a grace period. during which erring drivers have been issued with a warning letter for their first offence at a particular location, recognising that a sudden change may not be immediately appreciated by many. In Liverpool, the city of my birth, when cameras were brought in at one particular location, 1,400 drivers were caught out within the first 24 hours. Happily, they all received a warning letter first. This is a good and civilised principle and maintains public support for the enforcement system. It recognises that the vast majority of drivers will have made a genuine error, will learn their lesson and won't make the same mistake again. This very British sense of giving people the benefit of the doubt should continue, and this bill would make it a permanent feature. Anyone who commits a moving traffic offence, caught in the yellow box, stray in a bus lane, turn left when you shouldn't, enforced by a local authority with a camera for the first time at a particular location, would only receive a warning letter. Subsequent offences at the same location would attract a fine in the normal manner. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, the third element of my bill is that it says that any roadworks on an A road should not be left unattended at any time. Now, the government, as we all know as members of Parliament travelling around our constituencies and to and from London, has struggled to control and minimise disruptive roadworks. Anyone who drives in any major city, in fact, will tell you that unannounced roadworks with poor traffic management and inconsiderate positioning is a source of huge delay and aggravation. Even more so when those works are seemingly abandoned and lifeless, sometimes for days. Even in the last few days, Hyde Park Corner, one of the busiest junctions in the capital, has been beset with works and temporary traffic lights with not a soul in sight after 5 p.m. There is at the moment a polite government consultation out at the moment on increasing fines and tinkering a bit with the current system. My right honourable friend, the member for Rayleigh and Wickford, introduced the 10-minute rule bill last year with imaginative and more radical measures to address the same problem. His Can the Cones campaign hit the mark with many. But my proposal, Mr Deputy Speaker, is simpler and would simply require contractors to ensure that no roadworks on any A road can ever be left unattended. Someone must always be on hand to deal with problems, speak to the public, alert authorities of traffic issues and generally manage the site. This obligation would also provide a powerful incentive for the works to be completed swiftly, and the duty could be satisfied by having at least one person always working on the site. A very efficient use of resources, and one which would show the public that contractors are being as diligent as possible and that works are being completed as swiftly as possible. Above all, motorists would know that their safe and smooth passage through the works was being supervised at all times. Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope that these three simple measures would improve all our lives with greater road safety, greater sense of proportion and civilisation, if you like, in the enforcement of non-speeding traffic offences, and less aggravation for motorists going through abandoned streetworks.
The question is that the right honourable gentleman have leave to bring in his bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Royston Smith, Will Quince, Nicky Aitken, Sir Desmond Swain, Philip Davis, Mark Menzies, Shailesh Vara, Julie Marson, Steve Tuckwell and myself, sir.
Kit Malthouse.
Road Traffic and Street Works Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 19th of April.
Friday the 19th of April. Point of order.
Very briefly, the Right Honourable Gentleman for North Hampshire kindly mentioned that I brought in a similar bill, or at least on the same subject, last year. I'd like to commend him for what he's done. Just wanted to put on the record that the Roads Minister was here to listen. And perhaps if the Right Honourable Gentleman for North Hampshire or I, between us, put in for an adjournment debate to give the Roads Minister an opportunity to reply on this subject, perhaps the Chair might be prepared in due course to look favourably on such a request.
And the right honourable gentleman has been here long enough to know how to apply for a German debate. However, it's just possible that he might find favour with Mr. Speaker. as he would probably find favour with me on this subject. Other than that, I don't think it's a matter for the Chair. We now come to the motion relating to the Northern Ireland Executive Formation Bill. Business of the House. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendments of the amendments, I beg your pardon. Amendments, new clauses, new schedules for Committee of the Whole House may now be tabled by members at the opposition side of the table of the House. I understand that the Chairman of Ways and Means has indicated that she will make provisional selection, as I said earlier, of all those amendments tabled at or soon after 2 p.m. If any amendments are tabled and then selected by the Chairman of Ways and Means, an amendment paper for the Committee of the Whole House will be circulated as soon as possible. Where do we go now? Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Northern Ireland Executive Formation Bill, second reading.
Now.
Minister to move, second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill now be read a second time. And it is a very short and I'd like to think perfectly formed bill. And I'd like to thank all those who have helped expedite this simple but important piece of legislation to this point. As Secretary for Northern Ireland, my focus has always been on facilitating the return of devolved institutions and upholding the Belfast Good Friday Agreement in all its strands. This bill is no different and hopefully plays a part in that. The UK government believes in the agreement. It believes in devolution. It believes in localism, and it strongly believes in power sharing. That is why I am today legislating to retrospectively extend the executive formation period to the 8th of February this year, 2024. The people of Northern Ireland deserve and elect locally elected decision makers and want them to address the issues that matter to them. This very short extension provided for by the legislation will create the legal means to allow the Northern Ireland Assembly to sit and get the executive up and running as soon as possible. Importantly, a restored executive will have access to the significant financial package I announced before Christmas, worth over £3.3 billion, to secure and transform Northern Ireland's public services. Ministers will be empowered to immediately begin working to address the needs of local people and unleash Northern Ireland's full and amazing potential. And this bill helps deliver that outcome and support the return of devolved governance to the citizens of Northern Ireland. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for now, on that note, I conclude my remarks and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is the bill be now read a second time. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Another year and another bill to postpone the Northern Ireland Assembly elections. Mind you, it is worth noting that the last time we did this, something quite significant happened 5 days later when the Windsor framework negotiations were concluded. So let us live in a state of hope, tempered, as always, by experience. Can I begin by thanking the Secretary of State for introducing the bill in such a timely fashion. We support it. I have met no one who thinks that holding elections now would help resolve the difficulties that Northern Ireland's politics are currently in. But while we may be in agreement about the need for this bill, I don't think we should let this moment pass without acknowledging that the Assembly elected, 20 months ago, has still not yet been able to meet. And in any other democracy, anywhere in the world, that would be a cause of anger, not to say uproar, because the very essence of a democratic election is that the representative body should be able to meet and do its job. And I would just observe that Northern Ireland surely cannot continue to be the only place where this does not happen. I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for the discussions that we have had between us. It is a pleasure to do business with him. And as my predecessor, the Honourable Member for Hove, said just under a year ago, and I quote him, "It would of course be better if this legislation was not needed. Northern Ireland is a valued part of the United Kingdom, and restoring the Stormont Assembly and the Executive should be a priority for the government." Well, I know that it is a priority for the Secretary of State because he spent so much time negotiating with the DUP to try and find a way forward. And from the moment I took on this role, I have tried to support him and the government in that objective. And now, with the negotiations, it appears, having effectively concluded, we've come to the moment of decision. And I hope that the DUP will return to government. I think the DUP should return to government. And I say that for a host of reasons, above all because the people of Northern Ireland need to have their government back. The consequences of having no government for almost 2 years this time around, and of course previously for almost 3 years when Sinn Féin walked out of the institutions, are very serious for the people of Northern Ireland. As we know, the Assembly can't even elect a Speaker, so it can't meet. Difficult decisions are not being taken. The public finances are in a parlous state. When the flood struck last year and affected so many businesses and homes, there was no government instalment for people to turn to for help. None.
Will my honourable friend give
of course I will give way.
When I was at home over Christmas, I took my uncle to the Cancer Specialist Centre at Belfast City Hospital. It was a very humbling experience to see the care and the dedication provided by the staff there in what is a world-leading facility. But the stresses and the strains were very clear: a lack of funding and a lack of direction, because when institutions and systems fail, people suffer. So this really has to be the last time that legislation like this comes before this House. Get it back up and running, or the Secretary of State with the Irish Government should find something else to sort it out.
Well, I agree with my honourable friend that this is the moment to get the institutions back up and running, and I wish the person he referred to all the best with their treatment. The civil servants, of course, are left to make decisions that really ought to be made by elected representatives. And in the case of public sector pay, for example, with some workers not having had a pay rise for almost 3 years, it should hardly bear repetition. No decisions have been taken because there isn't enough money in the budget to do so. Now, that's why there was such a large strike last week, and I see that there's likely to be further industrial action coming towards us. And I think everyone now recognises, including the government, that that is not a sustainable position, and the proof on the government side is that in announcing the financial package, it identified money for public sector pay, although it is not currently being released until such time as the executive is restored. Now, if I may be really frank, I understand why the Secretary of State took that decision initially, but I must say to him that I think in relation to public sector pay, that moment has now passed, and that's why I called on him last week to release that part of the budget package so that the disputes can be settled, workers can get their pay increases, and public services can try to address the many, many challenges they face. I will, of course, give way.
Thank you for giving way, and he's making a very important point, because, of course, many public sector pay awards have been made, nearly 50 over the last year. And the only reason why the current one is not being made is because the Secretary of State is holding teachers, nurses, etc. as pawns in the game which he is playing, and the efforts he's trying to make to force us into a position to make a decision that he wants us to make and we don't wish to make.
Well, the honourable gentleman links the pay question to the stance that he takes in relation to the current difference of view that the DUP has with the Windsor Framework and the Protocol. I would say to him in return, it is equally true that if the DUP were to go back into government, then public sector workers would get their pay increase. And that's why I said a moment ago that I hope very much that that will be the case. Now, turning to the substance, I will, of course.
Can I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. Shadow Minister, I'm aware from back home from the papers, from the TV correspondence, from media statements made by those in unions. They say very clearly, and I quote them, that the problem here doesn't lie with the politicians, with respect, it lies with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, who has control of the monies. He, in his own right, as Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, could settle these claims for those in education, those in health and elsewhere. The monies are there. The unions say, let the Secretary of State do it. Has he heard the same story as I've heard? I've heard it in the news and the media.
Well, I have indeed heard the unions making precisely that point, and I have set out to the House today why I understood initially why the Secretary of State took that approach, but I do think that public sector workers should not continue to be held hostage to the failure thus far, and I hope that it will change very soon to solve this problem, which is why I am calling on the Secretary of State to release the funds now. Now, we need to be honest about how we got to the deadlock that the government's been grappling with, as indeed has the Right Honourable Gentleman for Lagan Valley as leader of his party. One of the many, many consequences of leaving the EU was that a decision had to be taken about what to do about trade across the border between Northern Ireland and the Republic, given that everyone agreed that the border had to remain open. There were not many things that everyone agreed on when it came to Brexit, but that was one of them. And everyone agreed that the EU needed to be sure that goods crossing that border complied with the rules of their single market. There was no escaping this. And the government decided that the answer would be the Northern Ireland Protocol. Now, before I occupied this role, I was one of many people who argued that the implementation of the protocol would not work as originally intended in Northern Ireland, including for reasons that many in the unionist community had pointed out. And in fairness to Maros Sefcovic, he understood what the problems were and changed the EU's approach. And that is why I genuinely believe that the Windsor Framework represents a significant step forward. It's why we on this side of the chamber voted for it. Now, of course, detailed implementation will need to be worked through. That is another reason why the executive needs to return. But most businesses tell me that the Green Lane is working reasonably well. And as I said last week, the framework is here to stay. And I make no apology for reinforcing the point again today, because it will continue to be implemented by whoever is in government in Westminster. And anyone who thinks otherwise, with respect, has got it wrong, not least because any hope of negotiating future arrangements of benefit to Northern Ireland with the EU will depend on the Windsor Framework being implemented. Because if the UK were once again to renege on an international agreement it has signed, and it's happened before, there would be, for example, no SPS agreement reached or anything else, because trust would once again have been destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. At the same time, of course, unlike the rest of the UK, Northern Ireland continues to enjoy ready access to both the UK and EU markets, which is a huge opportunity for jobs and economic growth in the years ahead. And these are the facts which nothing is going to change. Now, what the government has been doing, we all understand, is negotiating on measures it could take to reinforce Northern Ireland's position in the UK internal market. And the Right Honourable Member for Lagan Valley has wisely and repeatedly said, and I support him in this, that any agreement has to be acceptable both to unionists and to nationalists. And that has shown great wisdom. In addition, there is a financial offer on the table, which I think provides a basis for going forward. So after months of negotiation between the government and the DUP, now is the moment to decide whether to restore the institutions. Now, on the detail of the bill, and there's not much, I have just one question. In his press statement on the 19th of January, the Secretary of State said, and I quote, "I intend to introduce new legislation which will take a pragmatic, appropriate and limited approach to addressing the executive formation period and support Northern Ireland departments to manage the immediate and evident challenges they face in stabilising public services and finances." End of quote. Now, I take it from those words he was referring actually to another bill that he thinks might be needed if the current negotiations fail. Can he confirm that that is the case? I'm not asking for any further detail, although we all hope that such a bill will not prove necessary because the institutions will return. Also, can the Secretary of State assure the House that as and when there is an outcome, indeed either way, he will immediately come to the House and make a statement? Oh yes, of course I will give way.
Honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that he talked in the questions to the Secretary of State about Plan Bs and alternatives, but would he agree with me that any alternative to restoration of the institution is suboptimal and is also not the settled position of this House? All parties have as their primary policy position on Northern Ireland governance the restoration of the institution.
I agree 100% with what the right honourable gentleman has just said, and he anticipates a point I'm just about to come on to make in my concluding remarks. And they are these, that Northern Ireland has come a long way since the Belfast Good Friday Agreement in 1998. It is unrecognisable in so many ways and for the better. And in all of my meetings, all of my visits, I've been so impressed and encouraged by the energy, the enterprise, the industry of those I have met who are working hard to build a new and better future for the people of Northern Ireland. And that really matters when we know that families in Northern Ireland, for example, have the lowest disposable incomes in the United Kingdom. And the longer there is no functional devolved government, the harder it will be for those businesses to seize the opportunities that are available anyway, including because of access to the EU market, because businesses that are thinking of investing don't like uncertainty. They want stability. They want to know there is a government in place. And so the absence of a government undermines the bright future that otherwise faces the people of Northern Ireland. And the basis of power sharing, which was at the heart of the Good Friday Agreement, including devolved government, was essential to the making of progress. And of course, although there have been bumps and difficulties along the way and periods of no government, a generation on from 1998, I simply want to echo the point the right honourable gentleman has already made, that we cannot give up on devolved government. It is what we believe in this House. And it is the responsibility that all of us take on when we stand for elected office. We can't really have a system where any of us chooses to put conditions on the basis of which, if they're not met, we're not going to take part. That is not how a democracy works. As I'm fond of saying, we have to deal with the world as it is, as we seek to change it into the world we would wish it to be. And it cannot be, surely, that politicians from all parties and all communities in Northern Ireland are somehow unable to come together to establish the Assembly, form an executive, and get on with the task of governing. I will give way.
I'm very much enjoying the tone and the thrust of his presentation. Of course, he is dancing between a majoritarian and a power-sharing arrangement in his comments, and so they're not quite perhaps as aligned as he might suggest. But my question is this. This is not the first time that Stormont has been suspended. In the past, Sinn Féin refused to come back to the Assembly, as I understand, over concerns about the language. And the UK government has made steps towards that in more recent years. I'm just wondering then, would he support the UK government making measures towards the current impasse over the Northern Ireland Protocol as modified by the Windsor Framework? Is that a position that he could support, alterations to that, which might be helpful to restoring power and alleviating some of the concerns of the unionist parties in Northern Ireland?
I'm grateful for that intervention, and I believe strongly in Northern Ireland's place as part of the internal market of the United Kingdom. And I've made clear repeatedly since I took up this position that I will support any measures that reinforce that, make that clear, but are also consistent with the international commitments the government has signed up to. If I could just pick it up on what he said initially, I'm not arguing at all for a majoritarian position. I'm not. I believe in power sharing. I am as wedded as the Secretary of State is to the letter and the spirit of the Good Friday Agreement. I'm making a point about the responsibility of politicians to participate in that power-sharing arrangement. It's the responsibility. And I would make those remarks equally to those who have collapsed the institutions previously and the current cause of the collapse. Because in the end, it's not in the interests of Northern Ireland not to have a functioning government. If I could clarify that. I will give way and then I will finish.
Well, because he's raising a very important point. The whole point of the agreement and of power sharing is that it is based on consent. So how can the unionist community consent to law-making by the EU in which they do not participate and have no influence?
Well, the right honourable gentleman asks a very pertinent question, but it is a consequence, if I may respond, of a course of action that personally I didn't think was a terribly good idea, and he thought it was. And the moment we left the European Union, everybody knew there was going to be a problem that had to be addressed. There were really, to keep that open border, there were only two practical propositions. The first was the right honourable member for Maidenhead, the former Prime Minister, came up with a scheme to try and keep the whole of the UK within the arrangements of the single market, having announced we were leaving the single market, and that didn't work out. And the second option was to do the same in respect of Northern Ireland. So it is where we are. And the government eventually negotiated the Windsor Framework, which is an important step forward. These things are going to have to be worked through. The question is whether the operation of the Green Lane, because that is really what we're talking about. Everybody agrees with the Red Lane, if goods are coming into Northern Ireland to then head off to the Republic, well, of course they should be checked. And that's what the Red Lane is for. So what we're debating is the operation of the Green Lane. Question, does it really make sense for there to be no power-sharing government institutions, no assembly, no executive in Northern Ireland because of a debate and an argument about the operation of the Green Lane? Well, my view very strongly is that is not sufficient a reason not to have a functioning government. And I would just conclude by saying the people of Northern Ireland have been waiting long enough, and now is the time for everyone to get back to work.
Yeah. Julian Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I just want to say a few remarks in support of my right honourable friend who is moving this bill. I think it's absolutely the right thing to be doing, and I want to pay tribute to the patient work that he has done over the past few months and his officials have done. Officials here in the UK, in the Northern Ireland office, in the Northern Ireland Civil Service, and in the different political parties at Stormont. There's a huge need for this institution of Stormont to be restored, whether it is public sector pay, which has been mentioned already, whether it is health waiting lists, whether it is creaking public services, charities and others relying on public purse, or whether it's the limited offer of childcare in Northern Ireland. This institution needs to be back up and running. There's also divergence happening on medicines and other issues as a result of the fact that Stormont is not sitting. There's a really good deal on offer that the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister have put forward before Christmas. That provides over £3 billion, and it will unlock many of the challenges currently facing Northern Ireland. My right honourable friend for Lagan Valley and his team, I understand, seem to have negotiated also a very good deal with the government on issues around the Windsor Framework. And I hope in the coming days and weeks we'll be able to see the results of that work. I'm sure some within his party will still have concerns. This will not be perfect, but much better now, having moved forward and done so much work over the last few months to go back into the executive and to make the further arguments from there. For unionism generally, being in the devolved assembly is the key route to making the case for the union, for the NHS, for the fact that being in the UK defence and security system is better for Northern Ireland, and for making sure that any remaining concerns on the post-Brexit arrangements are dealt with. The Secretary of State has put the 8th of February as the end date for this bill. My understanding is that the government is supporting the final stages of the DUP negotiations. There's no bullying, there's no hard demands, there's just support for the work that my right honourable friend is doing with his party and the discussions he's having, and a real hope that in making the decision to go back into Stormont, if they do, the future for Northern Ireland, the future for young people and generations to come will be best served by this institution getting back up and running with local ministers and making decisions in the best interests of this key part of our country.
Thompson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'll begin, as is becoming sadly customary now, by saying how much a matter of regret it is that we're back here discussing a postponement to elections. Very firmly of the view that Northern Ireland is governed best when it's governed locally, and that for the sake of all the people of Northern Ireland, we wish to see the Assembly return in early course. But having said all of that, we also see no point or utility or prospect of progress being made by holding an election at this point. Now, there were opportunities last year to reflect on 25 years of devolution being in place in Scotland and Wales and in Northern Ireland. And I remember with great pleasure the special meeting of the British-Irish Parliamentary Assembly in Belfast, where there was meetings across at Stormont itself, but also at Belfast Castle, where those who were charged with having a care for affairs and relationships between our islands and jurisdictions had the opportunity to benefit from the breadth of experience of those who were actually involved in the peace process and in the Good Friday Agreement and in establishing devolution. And to have that kind of transfusion of knowledge and experience, I certainly found as a temporary custodian of a role of somebody who is charged with having a care as being something that was incredibly valuable. And it was also a tremendous opportunity to have the opportunity to reflect on how far all parts of the UK that had been experienced devolution over that quarter century, but particularly Northern Ireland, how far they had advanced and progressed in that time. And it also brought into sharp focus and relief, I feel, how much is missed by having Stormont sitting empty at present. So I would share very much the words of the Shadow Secretary of State when he speaks about hope here but being tempered by expectation. Now, I always very much enjoy the opportunity to visit Northern Ireland, whether in a private capacity or in my role as the SNP's spokesperson, and to take the opportunity where I can to engage with businesses and community groups and representatives of wider civic society. And I've had much cause to be grateful to elected members in Northern Ireland across varying parties for the opportunities that they've given me to do that and the doors that they've opened and the insights I've been able to gain. And I think that what has come through from many of those visits and what I observe is the sense of frustration at how politics is presently failing in Northern Ireland. And I say politics rather than politicians deliberately, because it is a failure of politics across many strands that has taken us to this point. And we saw that bubble up most obviously in the recent strikes. Now, I highlighted in the budget debates that we had in this place, in the Northern Ireland budget, about the problems that are caused and the potential solutions that are deferred by civil servants having to try and cheese-pair to set budgets within the confines of the ghosts of ministerial decisions passed. Now, I remember from my time in local government the frustration that you would get from council officers if you were unable to provide any kind of clear political direction on what it was you actually wanted to happen. And while it was always possible under different circumstances to set balanced budgets, how much better it was to be able to set them in the context of having some clear political leadership about the choices you wish to make with the resources at your disposal. So that is certainly a consideration here. It is impossible to set the kind of strategic budget directions that are needed in Northern Ireland right now absent a working institution at Stormont. Now, when it comes to public sector pay, the Secretary of State says that using part of the £3.3 billion cash allocation to settle these claims ahead of Stormont being reconstituted would be it's a political decision and therefore not one that he is willing to make. Now, I would just say, as gently as I can, that taking a decision not to act is also taking a political decision in its own way. So the decision not to act is also political. And I would join with other voices in this place that we have heard and that we have in this debate, previous debates, and as I'm sure we will hear later, to urge the Secretary of State to reconsider his stance on that, because public sector workers in Northern Ireland, the brunt of whom the pressures that are being caused are falling on, really do deserve the pay settlements that their counterparts elsewhere in these islands have been able to get. And I will just mention in passing that the levelling up funding, it was said that the absence of a functioning Stormont was the reason why the UK government was unwilling to progress with making funding and levelling up. That caused us to have a wry chuckle to myself, given the UK government's disinclination to work with the devolved governments that are up and running in Scotland and Wales. So I think there's a certain amount of cherry picking going on there with the excuses that are being offered. So punishing the people of Northern Ireland to try to bring to bear some additional political leverage on politicians has not been a conspicuous success so far, and nor do I believe it's an appropriate lever to try and continue to use where public sector pay is concerned. Now, as I say, this was a failure of politics, and the fundamental problem that has led us to where we are stems from Brexit and the manner in which successive governments chose to take that forward, lest we forget, against the express wishes of clear majorities both in Scotland and in Northern Ireland. Again, I allowed myself a wry smile that during debates about the Scottish independence referendum in 2014, we were told about the trade border we'd apparently be creating with the rest of the UK, only then 2 years later to see the UK government going hell for leather towards creating a trade border within itself between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Now, I do remember a backbench business debate about the Northern Ireland Protocol, and I very much enjoyed causing some consternation on the opposite side of the chamber by pointing out, maybe a little bit indelicately, that if Scotland were once again independent and in the European Union, would be able to enjoy free trade with Northern Ireland as a way that neither of us can currently enjoy as part of the Union, based on the deals that have been put in place. So I'm very, very clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, in closing, where my preferences are for the constitutional future of these islands are in that regard. But short of that, bringing the UK back into the single market and the customs union would make this go away. But accepting that that is not politically realistic, given the stance of the current government or the aspiring government, what I would say is that having closer alignment on sanitary and phytosanitary matters especially would be of enormous benefit, not just to people in Northern Ireland, but also right across these islands, and particularly for my own constituents, speaking selfishly for those involved in the agriculture and food trade. Bringing that closer alignment is a much better thing to do, because the closer we're able to come into alignment, the lesser, I believe, these issues become, and that is something that would be manifestly in the interests of all of these islands, whatever constitutional future we all go on to choose in future. Thank you.
Sir Robert Buckland.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman for Gordon. I was listening very carefully to his assertions about Scotland, an independent Scotland being a member of the European Union. I'm not sure that assumption is actually the right one to make, bearing in mind the view of some other member states of that union, notably Spain, which I think make a reality check to some of the loftier rhetoric of the SNP about their position in Europe and the world should they choose to separate from the rest of the United Kingdom. I make that point because I think it was inevitable that the consequences of Brexit meant that an arrangement with regard to the hard border, or the border between Northern Ireland and the Republic, was always going to be a difficult one. I certainly bear the scars on my back, having been involved as a law officer right through that process, and indeed helping to put together the Malthouse Compromise. Anybody remember that? Back in the early part of 2018. I know colleagues from the DUP will remember that time very well indeed. and we try to work together to get somewhere which would satisfy everybody. Now, as the Right Honourable Gentleman Member for Leeds Central said, we have to work in the world as it is, not as the world that we would like it to be. And in these current circumstances, Mr Deputy Speaker, it does seem to me that one way that we can actually find out about aspects of the operation of the Windsor Framework is for the Executive to be able to carry that out and to see its operations, to see how the Green Lane works. And if there are operational problems, then let's deal with them. Because I'm as anxious as anybody to make sure that businesses and individuals and everybody who wants to trade in Northern Ireland and through Northern Ireland is able to do so in as free and uninhibited a way as possible. I don't want to see Northern Ireland being cast adrift from the rest of our United Kingdom in that way at all. And I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Or giving way, and he makes reference to Northern Ireland being set adrift from the rest of the United Kingdom. Businesses in the United Kingdom are finding it difficult and bureaucratically difficult to trade with Northern Ireland. As a consequence, the divergence of trade is continuing day and daily and is increasing as we go. That's why everyone says, oh, the Republic of Ireland is booming. That's simply because their supply chain has changed as well. They're no longer coming through the UK, they're getting it straight from France. But one point that I want to find out, can you tell me what engagement has the British government had with the EU in relation to changes that we need to be made to the Windsor Framework and to the protocol to work?
The Honourable Gentleman, obviously my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, will answer about any engagement that the UK government has had with Brussels, and he's right to cast it at that level because it is a matter between that government and the EU. Bearing in mind the Republic's membership of the EU and the fact that the EU has the competence to negotiate a treaty. But it is only barely a year since the Windsor Framework was agreed. I think in all reality, again, coming back to the world as it is, I think it would be wrong of us here to blithely assume that somehow that can be reopened here and now. I'm not saying it can never be reopened. Of course, everything can be reopened. Indeed, there will be an opportunity in a few years to look at the whole trade agreement that we reached with the EU in the review period in 25-26. But the point I'm making, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that unless we see a functioning executive being able to, and as it will have responsibility for the operational aspects of Windsor, to identify the problems, to highlight them, to raise them with the UK government and indeed at an appropriate level, then I don't think we're going to move this process on in the way that I know Honourable and Right Honourable members opposite want to see happen, as do I. I've said it many times that the UK Internal Markets Act that we debated long and hard back in 2020 when I was Lord Chancellor contained some measures in it that have been helpful and are now on the statute book, but there was more that I think in that bill, putting aside the notwithstanding clause, there was more that was intended to be done legislatively to help cement the place of Northern Ireland in our UK internal market. And I think we should do it. And I think we should legislate. And I know the member for my honourable friend, the member for Belfast East, very much agrees with me on this point. We want to see that happen. I want to see that happen. But we're here in January 2024. I note the shortness of the period that the Secretary of State seeks to extend for the purposes of this Act. I think that is sensible and right. I think, tempting as it is to have longer periods, I'm not going to call them blank cheques, but longer periods, I don't think that would be right. And I wish him well, and I wish everybody in the negotiations well in coming to a sensible and pragmatic solution that allows the Government of Northern Ireland to continue. I'm not going to repeat the points made by Honourable and Right Honourable members, Mr Deputy Speaker. I see it in the committee that I chair weekly. We still have that inability to plan ahead, or the institutions of Northern Ireland have that inability to plan ahead in a multi-year way to provide the level of public service that I know they want to do, but which they just cannot, bearing in mind the constraints that we have to operate under. And unlike previous periods of direct rule, this time there would need to be legislative change here on the floor of this House for that to happen. And I think it's been made very clear by the leaderships in both the main parties that that is not the policy of the British government. Now, that's the world as it is, I'm afraid, not as the world as necessary some would like it to be. And I certainly do not want to see a situation where there is an imbalance again within our UK constitution that will only lead to more tension being stoked within the communities of Northern Ireland rather than less. And therefore it seems to me that the most, I will give way in a moment, the most obvious way forward now does have to be the restoration of the executive. And I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. There's been much use of this phrase, the world as it is, in this debate so far. I think it is actually helpful. We must be pragmatic about it. And I just wonder whether it's the intention of his committee and their work to include looking at Northern Ireland as it is now, for example, levels of inward investment, or how business has responded to that 12 months in which the Windsor Framework has been in place.
I'm very grateful to him. We are in the process of preparing a report on the state of public services in Northern Ireland. We've taken a wealth of evidence, and I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman Member for Strangford and the Honourable Lady Member for Upper Ban, who are active members of the committee. They will have heard the same evidence that we have heard. We are looking into the energy market and indeed the move to net zero in Northern Ireland, very important issue, bearing in mind hard-pressed bill payers and the particular pressures that they are under, bearing in mind the way in which energy is supplied. And of course we're looking at issues as varied as education right through to paramilitarism. I think it's right when it comes, I will give way in a moment, I think it's right when it comes to Windsor that I think I sound a bit like Chow In Lai in that in some respects it is still too early to say precisely what its effects are, but there's no doubt that as the Honourable Gentleman from South Antrim has said, I'm sure he's going to intervene again, there is already evidence of excessive bureaucracy and problems that are real for businesses on the ground. And I'll give way to him again.
Because Northern Ireland sits under EU rules and laws, the carbon tax offset for energy costs is twice what it is in the rest of the United Kingdom, and that's simply because we are having to take on board European law as opposed to what is passed in this House.
And again, the Honourable Gentleman is right to point out some of the facts here about the position that we find ourselves in. But I'm not going to labour the point. I'm afraid the consequences of Brexit are always going to be complex and difficult for Northern Ireland, bearing in mind the particular importance of the border and the clash, if you like, between the irresistible force of the logic of a single market that wishes to police its border very rigidly and the immovable object of the fact that the border has a particular status and a sensitivity that means that to make it excessively hard creates other problems and other issues that we are all very familiar with. That, I'm afraid, is the difficulty that we have to wrestle with, all of us. And I know that this place sometimes risks sounding rather portentous and nannyish in the way it talks about Northern Ireland. We have to be very careful about that. But what I'm saying is that in resisting that approach, it is absolutely logically correct to say that the best way to cure this issue is for the institutions of Stormont to function and function now. And I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
Would my right honourable friend have a message for the unionist community in Northern Ireland as to why they should put up with EU laws they do not influence and why they should put up with border controls when they're trading within our own country?
My message to them is simply that the message I would give is that we still need a functioning executive to work out and to bring to account in proper scrutiny issues with the framework, so that at a Stormont level it can be absolutely understood, debated in far more detail than the time and the capacity we have in this House, and for that work to be done thoroughly by the institutions of Stormont, so that this place is even better informed, and the government in particular is even better informed about what it needs to do to correct some of the problems that have been thrown up by the anomalous position that Northern Ireland finds itself in. That is, I think, now where we stand. We have to get on with exercising these institutions in order to actually solve some of the problems that honourable and right honourable members quite rightly raise. Before I finish, I will simply say this. I commend the right honourable gentleman, the member for Lagan Valley, for his forbearance, his patience, and the way in which he is approaching these issues. I do commend him. It is not an easy position for anybody to be in. All of us will have to make compromises in our political life. Goodness knows that's been something I've had to wrestle with. And I simply say, on behalf of the committee I have the honour of chairing, that he goes with all the goodwill and support that I can muster on behalf of the committee that I chair. And I do hope that 2024 will be a moment not of more pause, not of more political vacuum, but a moment when responsibility can be taken up, the reins of government can be held firmly by my friends in the DUP, and that we can see progress for the people of Northern Ireland that I know everybody wants to see. Thank you.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Right Honourable Member for South Swindon for his comments and wish him well in his ongoing work as Chair of the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee, a very important work that it is. And I do want to say also to the Honourable Member for St Helens North, who is not in his place, that of course we recognise that with the pressures on our public services at this time, we want to get to a place where we will see our political institutions restored on a sustainable basis. And as the Shadow Secretary of State reminded us, on a basis that Unionists as well as Nationalists can support. Because that principle of cross-community consensus is at the heart of the Belfast and successor agreements. And it is the key element and principle that enables those institutions to operate in what remains a divided society in Northern Ireland. To be absolutely clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Unionist Party supports the devolution. We support the concept of the people of Northern Ireland being able to elect their representatives and to have good government delivered through those institutions, the Northern Ireland Assembly and the Northern Ireland Executive. And so we are very clear that our objective is twofold. Firstly, to address the issues and the problems created by the Northern Ireland Protocol as part of the withdrawal agreement of 2019-2020 and provide the basis for the restoration of our political institutions. We are approaching the 2-year mark now since my party took the decision to withdraw the First Minister, and that then precipitated a process that ultimately resulted in the institutions not being able to function. That was not a decision we took lightly. And for months in advance of that decision, I made clear, my party made clear, we wanted to see a negotiating process underway between the Government of the United Kingdom and the European Union to address the very real problems created by the protocol. And sadly, those pleas were ignored. And there was no process. In fact, we were told variously by Irish government ministers, EU representatives, and so on, that the protocol would not be renegotiated. So I stand today and I recognise that as a result of the actions my party has taken, the EU were brought back to the table. There were negotiations. Changes have occurred. And further change will come as a result of our actions. You know, as I watch the political discourse back home in Northern Ireland and I listen to the commentary of some who share our concerns about the protocol and its impact on Northern Ireland, but who at this moment in time are talking up that some deal has been done, that clearly they think they know the detail, and that it falls short of what they need or require. But I will say this, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My party can stand over its record of the change we have delivered and will deliver. And I say to those who point the finger at us, what have you delivered? What has the traditional Unionist Voice party delivered by way of change to the protocol? Absolutely nothing. Not a single thing. Nothing. And yet they put up posters in the dark of the night before any deal has been done, talking about a sellout. Well, what have they sold? What have they delivered for the people of Northern Ireland? What has been their contribution to securing the change that we need to restore our place in the United Kingdom and its internal market? And we read lots of other pearls of wisdom on social media about what is needed, what is required. And we hear all kinds of speculation from the commentators about what has been agreed, despite the fact they haven't seen the detail. And there is undoubtedly an attempt to orchestrate opposition to a deal that has not yet taken place, an agreement that is not yet concluded. And the very fact that we're sat here today in this House of Commons extending legislation reflects the fact, the reality, that no agreement has yet been reached. If it were, we wouldn't be here. And yet, there are some who, for their own narrow purposes, are putting it about that certain things have been agreed, that it's all there, and they know what it is. They are entitled to their view. Everyone is entitled to their perspective. But I say this: wait until an agreement is reached before you make your final verdict. Assess the progress that has been made before you reach your conclusion. But I suspect what is going on is not about that. The truth is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are some, a tiny minority, but there are some who don't want Stormont back, who don't want an assembly in Northern Ireland, who, and I quote, would rather have imperfect direct rule than an imperfect Stormont. That is what they say. And yet they're the same people who berate the government of the United Kingdom and this Parliament for selling them out constantly, who constantly point the finger at the United Kingdom government and say, you've sold us short, you've betrayed us, you've let us down, and yet they want to hand all the power back to that government. That is not the view of the vast majority of Unionists or people in Northern Ireland. And we understand that, which is why we are committed to getting a solution, to moving things forward, to making progress, to resolving the issues that have harmed Northern Ireland, our economy, our businesses, and yes, our place in the United Kingdom. I am a proud Unionist. I am proud to be part of this United Kingdom. I am proud to have served my country in this Parliament for almost 27 years. I'm proud of the service that I've given, unlike some others, to my country when I put on the uniform of the Ulster Defence Regiment to protect everyone in the community from terrorism and violence. And yet today, because of the stirring up that is going on, I was threatened. Threatened by those who never put on a uniform, by those who haven't served our country. And when I checked out, one of the people who threatened me on the register didn't vote at the last election. Can't even come out to vote for our future in the Union, never mind do anything about it. And yet they're threatening people like me, who's working day and night to try and find solutions and to move Northern Ireland forward on a basis that the vast majority of people can support. Well, I will just say this to those who stir up and those who threaten. The Provisional IRA attacked me in the past, and it didn't deflect me from the task that I have and my colleagues have to do our job and to get the best that we can for Northern Ireland. And I will not be deflected now. I will continue on the course. I will continue to engage with the government until we get the progress that is needed to enable us to take a decision about whether it is sufficient to restore the political institutions. And let's not forget, when we took the decision to come out of the institutions, it was about the protocol. It's about restoring Northern Ireland's place in the United Kingdom and its internal market. It's about ensuring that when goods are flowing from Great Britain to Northern Ireland and staying within the United Kingdom, they flow freely. It is about ensuring that our place in the economic union is respected and protected in law. And it's about ensuring that our place in the political union is respected and protected in law. That is important. That is what we are striving to achieve, to ensure that in terms of Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom, it is valued, it is respected, and it is protected. That our right to trade within our own country is respected and protected. That is what we are aiming to achieve. But I make no apology, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we're also aiming to strengthen our ties across this United Kingdom. Devolution in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland has altered the way that we govern in this nation. Brexit, our decision to leave the European Union, has altered things. And that is why, as part of what we are proposing, we want to see a more joined up, a more cohesive approach across the Union, working together on economic issues, trade issues, education, health, that we are joined up on those matters. So we're working to make progress on this. I also want to say something else, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that I find quite insulting. When the Secretary of State convened talks at Hillsborough to discuss the funding of our public services in Northern Ireland, I didn't ask the Secretary of State to do that. I am very clear. For me, this is not about the money. This is about Northern Ireland's place in the United Kingdom. And when we've made the progress that I hope we will make, we will sit down with the government and we will finalise arrangements in relation to the future sustainability of our political institutions, the funding of our public services. But I do want to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to echo the comments that have been made by other colleagues in the House this afternoon. Our public services are only as effective as the people who work in them. And we saw during the COVID pandemic our healthcare workers on the front line working hard, our doctors, our nurses, our ancillary staff, our care workers, all working, taking risks, putting themselves on the line. In education, our teachers investing in the future of our young people, and many others who work across our public services in Northern Ireland. They deserve their pay rise. They have earned their pay rise. It is essential to the delivery of our public services that they get their pay rise. And I hope that the Secretary of State, in advance of reaching an agreement, whenever that might be, on the outstanding issues, which I believe we are moving towards finalising those outstanding issues, then I would hope the Secretary of State for 2023-24 will transfer the funding that the Treasury have committed to and enable our public sector workers to have the pay rise that they deserve. We do not want to see politics played with them, and I urge the government to do that. And today I noted that the Irish Congress of Trade Unions, Northern Ireland, have come out with yet another statement calling on the Secretary of State to act, and I echo their comments. They deserve the pay rise, and I do hope the Secretary of State will reflect upon this. So in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, some have said that they hope this is the last time that we have this type of legislation. But that requires us to reach agreement. It requires us to resolve and finalise the outstanding issues so that we can move forward. We can assess the progress that has been made, and we can take decisions around the restoration of our political institutions if that is the way we are to go. But I am clear, my colleagues are clear. This is not about any price. We have fought hard and will continue to fight hard to get the outcomes that we need for everyone in Northern Ireland, to restore that cross-community consensus that is essential for the proper functioning of our devolved institutions in Northern Ireland. We will work at that. And I simply say to my fellow unionists in Northern Ireland, whatever their political persuasion or background, the notion that a unionism that turns in on itself is a unionism that can deliver for Northern Ireland, to make Northern Ireland work, to secure the union for the future, is not the way to go. It is not the way to go. We will provide the leadership that is required, because that is what is necessary to make Northern Ireland work, to ensure that our place in the union is valued, is respected and protected in law and in practice, to remove the barriers to trade that enable us to trade in both directions with the rest of the United Kingdom, to ensure that our union is stronger and that Northern Ireland's place within it is both respected and protected. That's what we're aiming to achieve. We will assess the outcome against our 7 tests that we have set out very clearly, determine the progress that's been made, and make our decisions based upon these matters. We will do so rationally and clearly recognising that we are the custodians of Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom. On our shoulders rests a huge responsibility. Mr Deputy Speaker, we will not shirk that responsibility, and we will not be found wanting in continuing to defend Northern Ireland's place in the Union.
Stephen Farry.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I probably won't do the right honourable member for lacking very much favours, but can I congratulate him on the tone of his speech and say that I did find it to be encouraging in that respect. Obviously, Northern Ireland at present is in an incredibly difficult place, and in terms of the overall situation we find ourselves in, it is fair to say that there is disappointment, anger, frustration and indeed bewilderment that we don't have functioning institutions. That is a view that's shared by the vast majority of people in Northern Ireland and indeed by businesses and civic society organisations. When the January 24 date was set for the outgoing bill, it seemed to be so far off into the future that it seemed to be inconceivable that the institutions wouldn't be restored by that point. But here we are. It is, in a sense, bizarre to see a piece of primary legislation going through this Parliament to essentially extend and facilitate a negotiation by 2 weeks. And I do have to say that decisions could have been taken at any stage in the previous year and indeed the previous weeks and indeed days to avoid this situation. On the surface, this is a very simple bill, but beneath it lies a much bigger story. So this may well be a pragmatic extension in the hope and expectation of a breakthrough, and can I sincerely say that I do hope that that is very much the case. But the people of Northern Ireland have been patient and overly patient in many respects in terms of seeing this brought to a conclusion. And I have to say there will always be that degree of scepticism until we see that positive outcome. However, for others, this will amount to potentially kicking the can down the road for another couple of weeks and potentially deferring what will be much bigger decisions that have to be taken in the event that we don't see that speedy resumption of devolution.
One aspect of this situation we find ourselves in is the story of Brexit itself, which has been alluded to by both of the opposition front benches, which is how the DUP backed a hard Brexit and didn't reconcile that with the implications for Northern Ireland in terms of special arrangements that had to be put in place. And there is no perfect solution to the challenges that Brexit poses to Northern Ireland. The Windsor Framework, I think, does perhaps offer the best approach to putting a square peg into a round hole, short of a wider reassessment of the overall UK relationship with the European Union. But I have to stress that whatever the residual issues that exist in terms of the Windsor Framework, and I do fully accept that businesses have frustrations with certain aspects of what they are seeing, and the same applies for consumers in some respects. All of those pale into insignificance from the absence of not having functioning institutions and the ability to take decisions around health, education, our economy and protecting our environment. And we are seeing real consequences as well, again, which I think has been touched upon by the chair of the committee, in terms of wider trust and confidence in politics itself in Northern Ireland. Politics isn't working, and that's a very dangerous place to find ourselves in. And it's not simply a case that issues are being parked for the eventual resumption of the Assembly to pick up where we left off. Every day this impasse goes on, more and more damage is being done to Northern Ireland's public services, and we're losing economic opportunities. I don't want to get into too much politics today. There's been a lot of that, but I do nevertheless have a responsibility to say that there are other options that we have to consider in this respect. The DUP have been allowed to essentially hold the process to ransom with impunity over the past 12 months in terms of blocking the executive. And while I understand the point about cross-community confidence in any executive, what we're seeing in terms of the blocking of the functioning of the executive, it actually goes against 75% of the people of Northern Ireland. And there's a world of difference between checks and balances around individual decision-making within the institutions and a party pulling them down and stopping them from functioning whatsoever and having no government at all. And the fact that we have to legislate for direct rule in the event that that is indeed where we end up, and I stress again that I hope we don't find ourselves in that situation, shows that previous legislators didn't envisage a situation in which the Assembly would not be functioning. The space for negotiations around the Windsor Framework are, of course, narrow. We have to be realistic that the Windsor Framework is an agreement between the UK and the European Union, and there will be consequences from unpicking that or doing so unilaterally. Equally, we can't unpick the Good Friday Agreement, so the space within that is narrow and essentially is around implementation. But I do want to again stress, from my own party's point of view, that we will be open-minded in terms of any solution that comes forward in this respect. For us, the key element is that Northern Ireland maintains the dual market access to both the UK internal market and to the wider European market. Outside of that red line, we are open-minded. If checks across the Irish Sea can be reduced or eliminated in some cases, we're all for that. None of us want to see those. But at the same time, we recognise that due to the fact that Northern Ireland does have those special arrangements, and there's a good reason for that, that there may well need to be some degree of checks across the Irish Sea. And Northern Ireland's always had those throughout its entire history, right back to the foundation of the state in the early 1920s. And they were accepted with pragmatism for very good reasons, and I would certainly urge that is the case today. I also want to touch upon the financial package that the Secretary of State has referred to, and again put on record my party's thanks to him and his wider team in the Northern Ireland office, and also the Treasury for putting that together. This is a bigger financial package than we have seen in terms of previous breakdowns of the devolution. But I have to say at the same time, it is somewhat of a glass half full. This will buy some time for a restored executive, for perhaps a couple of years in terms of stabilisation. But there's still a much bigger conversation that we have to have in conjunction potentially with the next spending review around a proper fiscal floor for Northern Ireland. And I appreciate that there's reasons why this current government can't go down that particular avenue in terms of their wider spending commitments and the Prime Minister's five commitments. But I think it's important that we do stress that point, that there's still that wider discussion that does need to take place. Again, I would join with colleagues from Northern Ireland in stressing that we would like to see the Secretary of State moving ahead with the public sector pay issue. This isn't something that's having any leverage whatsoever in terms of the negotiations. The money is there, the money should be released. But equally, we have to be frank as well, that while we all may wish to dump on the Secretary of State and put pressure on him, and he is a player in this regard, I have to say to my colleagues beneath me that equally, if they return to the Executive tomorrow or in the next week or whatever, that is actually going to be still a quicker and smoother way of releasing those resources. So there's two ways in which we can address the rightful claims of public sector workers, either through the action of the Secretary of State or a speedy resumption of devolution. In the event that we don't see an outcome in the next couple of weeks, we do have to look at other alternatives. Perhaps those are a debate for another day, but there are two directions of travel. And for me and my party, reform is the key way forward. The Good Friday Agreement was never meant to be set in stone. It was always envisaged that it would evolve with circumstances and changing demographics. Indeed, many of the architects of the agreement, people no less than Senator George Mitchell himself, have recognised that review and evolution would be important. So reform either is important to facilitate restoration, or if we get restoration, to learn the lessons of instability, lack of cohesion, unfairness over the past 25 years, and to prevent a further collapse from happening. But the principles of the agreement remain sound, structures remain sound, that set of relationships across these islands, they remain sound. And perhaps I would conclude with this point. I think it was the Shadow Secretary of State made the point that all the parties in Northern Ireland are committed to devolution. Reform of the agreement keeps devolution alive. If we end up with what is the presumed default of going for direct rule, we're moving outside of the Good Friday Agreement. It may well be the pragmatic solution in the circumstances that we find ourselves in, because Northern Ireland has to be governed and public services have to be funded. But nonetheless, we have to recognise that is a big step away from devolution. So reform is consistent with the agreement, direct rule isn't. However, and I think it's a point to stress to those people who are again opposing a deal and the way forward. In the event that we don't get restoration and we end up with direct rule, that direct rule will have to have an Irish dimension to it. Now, that Irish dimension will be consultative. It will build upon existing structures within the agreement. We have to recognise that direct rule, in terms of a divided, diverse Northern Ireland, will be controversial, and they have to recognise that in terms of our governance and put in place mechanisms that balance that out.
Accept the constitutional
that is the reality, and I say to my colleague from Northern Ireland, who's muttering from the secondary place, and I'm happy to take intervention from him on this point, that the principle of consent remains in place. However, the principle of an Irish dimension has been established for quite some time, going back to the Anglo-Irish Agreement. Of course, the Good Friday Agreement acted to take much of that away, but that is the direction of travel. And for those people who are arguing against progress in Northern Ireland and saying we have a comfort blanket of direct rule to fall back upon, they need to think very carefully about what they're actually calling for, because what I'm setting out is not what I want to see. It's not definitely what they want to see, but that is the trajectory that they will find themselves on if we don't see a speedy restoration of Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Colin Eastwood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by saying the Right Honourable Member for Lagan Valley and I haven't agreed on very much recently. In fact, it kind of drives me crazy. And we don't agree on much of what we've debated today over the past couple of years. But I do strongly believe that he comes at this from a position of strong belief. He comes at it in an attempt to represent his constituents. He comes at it from a good place. It's a different place than me, and we want to end up in a different place. And maybe I would argue he's helping us along in that regard. But I do say this very clearly. Those people who have threatened him today couldn't lace his boots. And every single Democrat in this House or elsewhere should stand in solidarity with any of us who are being attacked like that. I think we are in a more hopeful place than we have been today. I was expecting last week to come and have to debate a much wider piece of legislation that would have seen us going in a different direction. If this today symbolises that we're getting closer, at least, to a resolution, then I think we have to welcome it and we have to give it space. There is nobody more frustrated than me at the slowness of this process. There is nobody, I think, who has expressed frustration more than me about how we've got into this situation. Of course, it's nearly 2 years now since we've had a government in Northern Ireland. Just before that, we had COVID, which is a very strange time. And before that, we had 3.5 years after Sinn Féin brought the government down of having no government. People in Northern Ireland now feel like the default setting is to have no government. That just isn't good enough. And any of us in this place who really believes in devolution, who've really put their shoulder to the wheel around this peace process, need to ensure that we can very soon have democratically elected politicians in Northern Ireland dealing with these issues. Because I do find it, frankly, embarrassing at the state of our health service. I was reading some figures the other day about dementia diagnoses. Some people in the western part of Northern Ireland are waiting almost 6 years to get diagnosed with dementia. In what modern democracy should that be seen as acceptable? I mean, we are very lucky that people aren't on the streets in uproar at those kind of figures. The public sector is being tied together by a string. Our health service is at the point, if not beyond the point, of collapse. And it isn't the fault of those people who've been asked to go into the tough places, do the tough work for very little pay. And we had an amendment to this bill, and we understand the bill is very narrow in scope today, calling on the Secretary of State to pay those workers. There were 175,000 people in the cold and the snow on picket lines last week across Northern Ireland. Now, I think people will know my preference is that the DUP go back into government as soon as possible, that we have democratically elected people making those decisions and we get that money into people's pockets. But I am absolutely furious that those ordinary workers have been used as a political pawn because of our political failure. It is absolutely unacceptable. Those people need their pay rise today. They're the people holding this thing together. They're the people who we've asked to go and do the tough things for very little reward. There is no excuse anymore for that money not getting paid. And if there's a technical reason for it, I'll come back tomorrow and we can debate a budget bill if the Secretary of State wants about getting money into those people's pockets. There is no technical reason as to why those people cannot get paid. We have talked about solutions. We've got lots of solutions, and I noticed that the member for North Down talks about reform. We're up for that conversation about reform. In fact, we had an amendment today that would have got, I think, the Assembly back up and running again if we used a different mechanism for electing the Speaker as at least a first point. We also understand that we have to get a proper reformed institutions at Stormont. But my strong view is the best way to have that conversation is whilst we have a government and an executive in Stormont, because I do fear that we would end up in a 5-year negotiation about what reform would look like, and all the while we still wouldn't have a government in Stormont, locally elected people dealing with the people's concerns. Some of us in this chamber have been through many long negotiations and know you can go into a negotiation wanting to fix one little thing. 5 years later, you haven't fixed that thing and you've done 3 or 4 different things that nobody asked for in the first place. So I think we need to be cautious about that. We need to be committed to reform. But the first thing that has to happen is the people who were elected to represent the people of Northern Ireland, the First Minister who was elected to be the First Minister. They should be in place. They should be allowed to do the job that they're elected to do, and then we can have a proper discussion about how we reform our institutions, because a blind man on a galloping horse could tell you we have to reform those institutions, because frankly they're not working. And I would make one plea today to all other political parties, and I'll make the commitment myself, that the next time, if we do get Stormont back up and running, the next time that a particular political party has a major disagreement, can we have a discussion about that, and can we all commit not to pulling the institutions down? The edifice of government should not be the first thing that goes when we have a difficult decision to make, and I think that would take us a long way. Look, I'm glad that we've come to this point. I think it tells us something about the direction of travel. I think the history of our place should remind us all that at some point we always have to take on our own dissidents, whether within our own party, in our own community, on social media, or wherever they reside. But they need to be taken on, because the broad swathe of opinion, whether they're nationalist or unionist or not interested, want ordinary people to be looked after. They want their health service properly resourced. They want their schools properly functioning. They want their public sector workers paid properly. The broad population want a government in Stormont, and they want it now.
Order. Before I proceed, I remind honourable members that this debate, the second reading debate, has to end at 3:23. I assume that honourable members will want to hear the front benches wind up. I'm not going to put a time limit on it, but it's up to honourable members whether they choose to hear the front benches or not. Gavin Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and without encroaching upon the advice you've just given, am I right to assume that there are 3 backbenchers still waiting to address? Because I think we can parse the time well between us if that is the case. I think it's 3. I'm not sure if I'm wrong on that.
As things stand, yes, but one honourable member left the chamber and came back in. Another honourable member who indicated that she wished to speak has left the chamber but is entitled to come back in because she heard the opening speeches, as did the honourable gentleman's colleague. So all I'm saying is I urge brevity upon you. I know that's difficult. At the moment, speeches are running at more than 10 minutes. That's too long.
Mr Deputy Speaker, for that, and I certainly do not take those comments personally, because it's a trait that we have amongst us of Ulster Scots lineage that we can sometimes add a few extra words or phrases. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to follow on in this debate, and I want to acknowledge the constructive tone from the Honourable Member for Foyle. I think he is right to say that should we find ourselves in circumstances like this in the future, then yes, we should talk. And if I wasn't willing to follow the constructive tone of this debate, then I would gently remind him that at a time when we tried to have those conversations, there were some chiding us and encouraging us to take the action that we did, mocking us for not doing that, but I'll leave it there. I am proud also to follow in the remarks from my party leader, our party leader, the leader of unionism, and the right honourable member for Lagan Valley, who has very carefully and clearly and thoughtfully articulated not just where we have been, where we are today, but the aspiration that we have outlined for the last number of years, that we have been to the electorate, that we have highlighted the difficulties and the deficits within arrangements foisted upon us, but the challenge for us all to recognise that the prize for restoring Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom in reducing the constitutional harm, removing the democratic deficit, the prize of doing all of that allows us to get back to the place where Northern Ireland functions as well as it has in the past, in a way in which people within Northern Ireland are confident of their place within this United Kingdom, irrespective of their constitutional outlook. A place where people in Northern Ireland can recognise that it is through their elected representatives, directly and locally, that they can shape their own future. It doesn't matter what passport they hold, they live in Northern Ireland and can benefit from, and do benefit from, the relationship that has spanned for centuries on these islands. And so when he refers to custodians of the future, and I remind people that our place in politics is to protect and promote our place within this United Kingdom. That is our first and foremost principle. And so for individuals who have in the last number of days, and will no doubt continue in the next number of days, to raise questions or sow discord, let me say this: the Democratic Unionist Party are united in the task we have before us. We highlighted the pitfalls and the dangers of what was proposed to us back in 2019 at a time when others dismissed and demeaned our position. When we asked for change and indicated the consequences it could have for power sharing arrangements in devolution, we were dismissed. We were set aside. Yet through our actions, when changes were delivered in the Windsor framework, what we were told were mythical unicorns suddenly became something far from rigorous implementation, but changes which recognised the problems and brought solutions. And the very same people who ridiculed and dismissed at that stage turned round and said, well, of course, this is all sensible, this is pragmatic, and we should move forward. When faced with the choice between religious observance on that which was agreed with the European Union or the importance of devolution, sadly there are those within Northern Ireland political society that chose religious observance with the EU. They lost sight of the prize of power sharing in Northern Ireland, where communities with different aspirations could work collectively together. That's where we find ourselves, Deputy Speaker. And the Secretary of State and I have been engaged, as he has with a number of colleagues, over a considerable period of time. And I commend him for a number of things, but in delivering a speech which had fewer words than the bill before us today, I think was a remarkable achievement. But he didn't have many choices that were workable other than to present the bill today. Of course, he could have brought forward legislation that would have addressed a budget for next year. He could have brought forward legislation that assumed powers from Stormont to here in Westminster. And he could have brought forward legislation that would have set a regional rate of around 15%. And I think it's fair in the context of this debate to recognise that he may still need to bring forward such legislation. But whilst others speculate about the intention of this short bill, and I have my own views on it and what it should have been, I think it's a recognition that there is still work to be done, and a recognition that there is a commitment to do that work. And I can't say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, where it will end. I know where I think it should end. I can't say what the ultimate outcome will be. But what I see and read and hear in papers at home bears no resemblance to reality. We are at one in our position. We have stood together through worse times than this. Anybody who thinks they're going to come at one member of our party over the coming days and weeks comes at us all. Comes at us all. And comes at us all for their nefarious ends, not our collective future. And the choices will become stark. But let's make a choice on the basis of where we are, not where others who don't wish anything to work think it is. That's a challenge for us, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That's a challenge for the people of Northern Ireland. That's a challenge for the people that we represent. There is nothing in standing in the position that I do today, 9 years as an elected representative in this House, 14 years as an elected representative, somebody who's lived in Northern Ireland benefiting longer from periods of peace than of troubled times. There is nothing that will shake our resolve to get this right. And I say that only with this in mind, that the Secretary of State has taken the choice available to him today in proceeding with this bill, and it does not end today. It cannot end today, and our commitment for the future needs to be emboldened further still.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm not too sure why we have the bill in its form today that we have, and the suggestion we could have further legislation on the 8th of February. I suppose the generous interpretation of this is that the government still recognises that there's a lot of work which needs to be done in order to have the concerns of the unionist population dealt with. The other interpretation is that this is an attempt to put short-term pressure on the party which I belong to come to an agreement on the basis of terms which are unacceptable. I've got to say the record of the government, and I know the government is intent on trying to put the failure of its negotiations with the EU behind it, because it's got so much internal division within its own party about how it has not and how it has failed to deliver on the promises of Brexit. But Northern Ireland cementing this agreement into the constitutional position of Northern Ireland is not good for a government which claims it wanted to take back sovereignty, and is not acceptable to unionists in Northern Ireland who have gone through terrorist campaigns and shown resolve in terrorist campaigns to stay within the United Kingdom. And we've had all of the kinds of pressures put on us. We've had the threats. We've even heard some more of those threats today about if you don't go down the route of getting a resolution here, then we will have to re-examine the Belfast Agreement. We'll have to maybe take away the safeguards that there were, because, of course, with unionists now not being the dominant parties in the Assembly, it's very easy for those who said safeguards for minorities were important in the agreement, but now just to dismiss them. And I must say, I listened to the member for North Down. It's little wonder that many people in North Down regard him now as the Sinn Féin cuckoo in the constituency nest in North Down, because he talks so much and argues so many times like he was coming from a Sinn Féin position rather than from the position of a constituency which is predominantly unionist. But we've had the threats. Oh, there might be a change in the agreement. Take away the consensus. We might have direct rule that involves the Irish Republic, even though there's no provision for that in the Good Friday Agreement. And of course, the Secretary of State has sought in times, or through surrogates. I know what the chairman, the member for North Down, echoes the words of the chairman of the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee in threatening that there could be big change which is detrimental to the Union if we don't come to an agreement quickly. We've had the bribes. And of course, we have also had the bullying. If you don't go back into the Assembly, then people are not going to get their pay rise and everything else. And I've got to say, Secretary of State, it does not become the current government to use the workers in Northern Ireland as pawns in trying to push us into a situation which the Secretary of State well knows is not necessary, because we have had nearly 50 public sector pay agreements awarded during the last year. But because there is now the opportunity to use public sector pay agreements, it's being put as pressure. As far as we're concerned, and I mean, our leader has made it quite clear, we want to see devolution restored. In fact, devolution only stopped because the government refused to listen. And furthermore, not only did the government refuse to listen, but the government expected unionists to stay in positions in Northern Ireland where they would have to implement the very thing which we believe is destructive of our economy and will destroy the Union as well. That was, it was an act of last resort, but nevertheless, the government must be aware that unless the economic impact of the border in the Irish Sea is removed, and I know that the shadow Northern Ireland spokesman said today, well, sure, the red lane, if you have the red lane, that's only for goods moving into the Republic, and surely that gives the integrity of the UK internal market. That's not true. There are many businesses in Northern Ireland, until they show where their goods have gone, and will have to use the red lane. I spoke to a businessman this morning in the constituency of my friend for Strangford, who told me that he had a consignment of goods came in this week where he had 151 individual items for which he had to identify the country of origin, changing product codes, weights, and a whole range of information. A small businessman. And he said, look, and he sent me the message from a major supplier in Manchester where he bought 10% of his goods, who finally said to him, I can't trade with you anymore, it is not worth my while, given the amount of paperwork. None of his goods. He operates in Newton Arts. None of his goods sell in the Irish Republic, but yet he's subject to all these. And of course, given that, he has to look for new supply chains. And as has been pointed out here many times before, the Irish government are not behind the door in exploiting that. Absolutely. In fact, he tells me that on a regular basis, Irish officials from the trade body in the Irish Republic bring him up and say, why don't you buy from such and such suppliers in the Republic? No wonder we've had the 50% trade diversion that we've seen already as a result of this. So economically it's working, it's hurting us. And of course in the long term, constitutionally, it hurts as well, because the application of EU law in Northern Ireland, and we've seen it in the last week, when it comes to animal safety standards, can't apply in Northern Ireland, even though the law passes through here. When it comes to the regulations regarding illegal immigration, can't apply to Northern Ireland, and the danger of a passport control arrangement having been put in Northern Ireland if we become a magnet for illegal immigration. And we even now have bills passing through here which extend to Northern Ireland but can't apply to Northern Ireland. Correct. Now, we cannot tolerate that. And unless those issues are dealt with, and the Secretary of State knows this well, unless those issues are dealt with, how could any unionist expect to accept that trade between the country we belong to continues to be disrupted, businesses hurt by it, and in the long term our constitutional arrangements and divergence occurs between ourselves and the country which we belong. That's the challenge. I think that my honourable friend has indicated he's prepared to work at resolving that challenge. He has resolved to work at it, and he has indicated he takes personal abuse for working at it. That's a job which politicians now find themselves in Northern Ireland. But I say to this government, we did not create this problem. The government created this problem, and the government cannot allow courageous people, such as the member for Lagan Valley, to hang out to dry because they're not prepared to take on their masters in the EU.
I'd be grateful if the honourable gentleman could try to confine his remarks to 5 minutes. Jim Shannon.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'll certainly do my best. I have to put on record my concerns, Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the people that I represent, because the correspondence that I've had over the last few days, the emails this morning, the text messages, all are clear on where we are. They're concerned as unionists about where we are with the protocol. They're concerned where we are in relation to, and the member friend for East Antrim referred to one of my constituents in ours, and he sent me through the text message this morning. He ordered 300 items from one wholesaler in Manchester, and the level of bureaucracy that he goes through, and each one of those items, not just them all collectively, each one of those items concerns me. They say the point is the pressure. Now, I have many constituents tell me what the point is. What's the point? Some may say, well, I can tell you, they're telling me what the point is. They say the point is to pressurise the DUP to give up and go back in. The point is to strong-arm the unionist people by withholding the necessary money that the Secretary of State has power to allocate but won't. And I have the greatest respect for the Secretary of State. He knows that, and I try to be always courteous in my dealings with everyone. But I can understand why some constituents believe this as they see government here legislate for something as non-urgent as RSE in schools, and yet won't give the pay raises to the public sector workers. The unions want it. The £3.3 billion is there. The 600 million that is necessary for the wage increases are there. I would suggest, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Secretary of State allocate that money immediately. However, I feel that what perhaps is not understood is the mindset of the Northern Ireland people. As a people who were bombed and attacked by the IRA Nazis over 30 years, we are not easily pressurised. We are not easily cowed. And when it comes to the protection of that which my family and many other families shed their blood for, we will not be easily blackmailed either. As for all those people who gave their life for Queen and country as it was then and King and country as it is now, who died for freedom, for liberty and for democracy, that is what my constituents would like me to make clear today. As a representative, I want to be clear on that as well. I'm given to understand that progress has been made, and I welcome that, because we do want to see a progress made in a constructive way, but I understand we're not there yet, maybe far from it perhaps, but there has been progress. This is understandable. And again, I come back to having an issue with the way in which my constituents are feeling due to how this has been handled. Instead, I've been anxious to hear the detail of how far things have moved and what has been achieved. The result of the seeming blackmail is a distrust. The feeling that the DUP actually have held the line to do their best for the nation, when in fact is that I do believe we are heading towards something which secures, hopefully constitutionally and also practically on the ground, something that allows our traders to stop having to fill in reams of unnecessary paperwork and operate within the UK as normal. Under the Windsor Framework, our shopkeepers continue to have sign-off on the TSS declaration for within UK, yet when they purchase goods from the Republic, there is no paperwork. So you can understand why we're just a little bit less British in Northern Ireland and what you are in Wales, Scotland, or indeed in England. The assumption is from an All-Ireland point of view, when in reality this presumption should be UK focused. We want to be UK focused. We want to continue buying where we did in the past, where that trader from Newton Ayres and Bangor, the two shops that he has. And I think it's really important that our traders are paying the accountants, and it has to be stated, and spending money and time and man hours to do something which simply should and needs not to be done. One ridiculous example among many is pet treats, deemed it not safe to sell in Northern Ireland, but yet you can cross the ferry into Scotland to my neighbour constituents, they're safe there, and yet no, before the Northern Ireland Protocol they were also safe. We're working towards something that allows the health service the ability to secure the same medications as NHS England, something that enables vets to access anything needed for the animals without additional cost for paperwork or different sources. Again, this reaffirms our place within the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and stops reunification through the back door. These are the things that the DUP, my party, led very ably by the member for Lagan Valley, have been working towards, and the undoubted changes that have been secured will not be easily trusted by the unionist people, not because the DUP attempt to pull the wool over people's eyes, but because the unionist people that we support and support us believe the media hype and the actions of government which appear to underline that hype. The Secretary of State is aware, and I coming to the end, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State is aware that we in the DUP will not be blackmailed, and the fact that we have continued to negotiate and secure further changes is testament to the fact that we will not accept any deal. We only accept the right deal. I fervently hope that that the next few weeks bring about the last complex changes that are required for the unionist people and indeed for the good of people throughout the province, no matter what their political persuasion. But during this formation debate, there should be no doubt that should that fail in negotiating the correct deal, we are not afraid to face our electorate. I look forward to seeing the deal and seeing how the words on the page will affect life in Northern Ireland. Whilst I support a 2-week extension, I understand the very clear reasons why I ask government to get the messaging right. Instead of seeming to work against us, and it seems like that, work with us to find a solution and to get this right for every person of every colour and creed in Northern Ireland. We want to have a restored assembly, but it must be the right one. And the concerns of unionists with the Northern Ireland Protocol, and that has to be addressed as well. The power for necessary change lies at the feet of the Secretary of State and with government. We will do our best to bring about a change and to find a deal, but we cannot and will not and must not ignore the voice of unionism. Thank you.
Flora Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank all the members for contributing to this debate. We are united in wanting the best for the people of Northern Ireland. In particular, we heard a very powerful speech from the Right Honourable Member for Lagan Valley, and no one who heard it could be in any doubt about his determination to fight hard for unionism. The whole House will be sorry to hear that he's been threatened, Mr Deputy Speaker. Anyone trying to bully him clearly doesn't know him. As the Secretary of State has outlined, Labour supports this bill, and we support the ongoing efforts to restore the executive as soon as possible. In the short amount of extra time that will be afforded by this legislation, the restoration of power sharing and devolved government must be the absolute priority for the government. And while I commend the important work that civil servants are doing to keep the mechanics of the state functioning, the truth is that communities across Northern Ireland need the executive and they need the MLAs to be back in their rightful place, taking the important decisions that are so desperately needed for the effective delivery of public services, for health, for education, for protecting the environment. On my visits to Northern Ireland, I've had the chance to meet many inspiring community groups who are struggling because of cuts and because of the cost of living crisis. And while all of these groups are making an enormous difference within and across their communities, they've all told me that the one thing that would make the biggest difference to their work and for people suffering from that cost of living crisis is a restored and functioning executive. Just last week, we saw the biggest industrial action in Northern Ireland's recent history, with an estimated 150,000 public sector workers joining the strike. There is clear and obvious wide-scale dissatisfaction and impact with the consequences of the current political situation across Northern Ireland. And given that the government is only legislating to push the deadline back by 15 days, it's vital that we see quick progress and that the limited time available is not squandered. As the Shadow Secretary of State has said, whatever happens, the money for public sector pay, which the Secretary of State has made clear is available, should be released so that workers in Northern Ireland finally get the pay increase that they deserve. The current situation must not be allowed to become the accepted norm. Failure to restore devolved government could and is causing damage that could take years to undo. So to conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, Labour will support this bill, and I urge the Secretary of State to do all he can to ensure that an agreement is reached and to keep the House informed at every stage. Thank you.
House, Chris Heaton-Harris.
With the leave of the House, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to close this second reading debate. At the beginning I spoke for a whole 2 minutes because I did want to hear what everybody had to say. I was hoping it wouldn't go on quite as well as it did, but there were very important speeches within it. But the bill itself, which I will come to in a moment, the bill itself simply says in clause 1, in section 1, brackets 1 of the Northern Ireland Executive Formation, etc. Act 2022 for the 18th of January 2024, substitute the 8th of February 2024. A short extension in time. There's a second clause about the commencement and short title. And so my 2-minute speech was simply to keep within the scope of that debate, but we've managed to touch on Scottish independence, public sector pay, leaving the European Union, the Malthouse Compromise, the Northern Ireland Select Committee agenda, and reform of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, all within 2 hours. And so I shall learn yet another lesson about debating in Northern Ireland debate on the floor of this House by just saying what I think all the time at the very beginning. We had a number of excellent interventions in this debate. I'll talk about the speeches we heard, but the interventions from Member for Woking, Aberconwy, South Antrim, were all interesting and important. But actually, I just want to put on record to the member for St Helens North that the whole House wishes his father well. And I know he's not in his place now, but it's very important that we do recognise that we are all human in this business. Also, I'd like to thank all those that did speak in the debate. Right honourable member for Leeds Central, Skipton and Ripon, right honourable member for Gordon, right honourable member for South Swindon, for North Down, for Foyle, who member for Foyle gave an excellent speech, and I associate myself with many of the comments he made within it, for Belfast East, and a characteristically passionate speech by the right honourable member for East Antrim, who I really do appreciate the way he put his words in his contribution and what he actually said. And of course the member for Strangford. But the one, I guess, standout contribution was from the right honourable member for Langham Valley. And I thank him profusely for the conversations we've had over the course of the last weeks and months. I know he really does want to get the best deal for Northern Ireland that works for both the nationalist and the unionist communities, that's based on the basis of consent, that means he can restore, find the conditions to restore the institutions. I know he and his party believe in devolution. And I truly believe, and he listed the number of things that he has managed to achieve in his leadership of his party. He should be and can be rightly proud of what he has already achieved in that space. The fact he's been threatened for doing the job he should be doing is a disgrace. It's extraordinary. And we know, I mean, we're all in this place, unfortunately, have to come across, but these people are cowards and idiots. And I know they will not deter the honourable gentleman. I've noticed in my period of time as Secretary of State that the number of followers you have on Twitter or X does not necessarily equate to the number of brain cells you might have, or the amount of common sense or decency you display as a human being. They are characteristics that are personal. They are characteristics that you can display as a human being, and unfortunately some people choose to have a different persona when they're on social media, and emailing, say some really stupid things. And I promise the honourable gentleman, the right honourable gentleman, I shall work with him and indeed use whatever power I have to make sure that he does not feel insecure in going about his business properly, because no parliamentarian should do. But I'd like to thank all honourable members for their contributions, as I said. When we gathered to mark the 25th anniversary of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement last year, we noted the hard-won gains of the peace process and that should be honoured by the restoration of the devolved institutions. And there is broad agreement on the main substance of this bill. That our priority must be to continue also to restore devolution in Northern Ireland. And as asked by the Shadow Front Bench, this is the immediate issue that I am completely concentrating on. They did ask, the right honourable gentleman did ask about what other legislation there might be. There could be future legislation. I do not want to be in that place. He asked me to make a statement to make sure, or when things, or should things move, that I will keep the House updated. I absolutely guarantee that I will do that, should things move forward. And of course, you know, he wouldn't expect me to not have prepared for all eventualities, and I will update the House again as to my plans if it's not proved possible to restore the executive by the new deadline. But I really do hope that those plans will not be needed. He asked me, and a number of members mentioned public sector pay, and the government recognises the vital work that public sector workers carry out, and they should be fairly paid in recognition of this work. The UK government, however, does not have the authority to negotiate pay in Northern Ireland. And I recognise that the uncertainty in relation to pay awards is causing a pressure on Northern Ireland finances, and this is why the government put a very fair and generous financial package on the table to offer a new executive a non-repayable injection of help to restore the executive, manage that pressure. But alongside, I'll happily give way to the honourable gentleman.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and not to spoil the mood, but the trade unions would be quite upset if we didn't take the opportunity to say they're not asking the Northern Ireland office to negotiate their pay. They will negotiate with their employers as is right in the normal course of events. Right. They are asking that the money that was secured and agreed in December be released to their employers so they can get on and do the negotiation.
And I hear what the Honourable Gentleman says, but that is a package that is available, a complete package that is available for a restored executive. Mr. Speaker, I promised to be as short as I possibly could at the beginning of this debate, and I know we have more work to do in this Parliament on different subjects, but I hope shortly to be in a position where I can return to this dispatch box, celebrating the return of a wonderful institution of devolved government in Northern Ireland. And practically speaking, this step is the first step to secure royal assent on this legislation, first step along that route. I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many of that say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Under the business of the House order of today, the bill is now committed to a committee of the whole House.
Northern Ireland Executive Formation Bill Committee. Now.
Order. Order.
Northern Ireland Executive Formation Bill.
I remind members that in committee, members should not address the Chair as Deputy Speaker. Please call our names when addressing the Chair. Chair, it's got Madam Chairman here, but I think we'll pass on that while I'm here. And Mr. Chairman are also acceptable. We will begin with Clause 1 stand part, with which it will be convenient to consider Clause 2 stand part. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. Call the Minister.
Formally. Move formally, sir.
That's it. Hilary Benn? Anybody else? Oh, come on. In that case, the question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. As many of that have been say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order. Well, it will stand on the record that my contribution was longer than anybody else's during the committee's thing. Order. Whip to report.
I beg to report that the committee has gone through the bill and directed me to report the bill without amendment.
Thank you very much. Under the order of the House of today, we shall now move to the third reading of the bill.
Now.
Minister to move third reading.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I nearly did what the member for East Antrim would have wanted me to do, but I will call you Mr. Deputy Speaker whilst you're here. I beg to move that the bill now be read a third time. And before I start, I wish to place on record my sincere thanks to everyone involved in the bill's passage so far through the House and their support of this expedited passage. I particularly want to thank the front benchers of all parties for their collaborative and constructive engagement. We've had a reasonable outing today at second reading on a whole host of issues concerning Northern Ireland. And I'd like to think that the tone of the debate that we have had over the course of the last 2 hours will be reflected in the positive tone that we can take in our negotiations and talks over the next few hours, days, however long it may be, so we can get to that wonderful place that I do believe that we would all want to get to. Can I reiterate my comments about the Right Honourable Member for Langham Valley and the words he said? I really have enjoyed working with him, listening to him, understanding the points being made that he makes when he represents unionism so powerfully as he does. It is vitally important, I know, to him that we get this right. And I know that sometimes that particularly can be, I don't know, some of the conversations I think we can say have been repetitive occasionally, but maybe well, all these conversations have a point. And I'd like to think, and I'd like to hope he would acknowledge that I have a very deep and fundamental understanding of the issues that he and his party have been outlining over the course of the last days and weeks and months. And I would like to think they are being reflected in the conversations that we are having now. I don't think there's anybody in this House that does not want to see Stormont returned, the Assembly sitting, the Executive up and running, ministers doing, making the choices that the people that elected them would like to see. And I give way obviously to
the Secretary of State, and I'm ever mindful of the Secretary of State and just his comments there was saying the goodwill that there's been in this debate, the goodwill there's been exchanged between members as well to try and find a way forward. Could I ask the Secretary of State perhaps to use some of that goodwill to ensure that the monies that the Secretary of State has got, the 3.3 billion, the 600 million pound that is needed to address the payment pay agreement with the medical sector and also with the teachers, build upon that goodwill, make that gesture, ensure that the unions have the pay increase that they've been seeking, and which there is consensus in all parties in this side of the chamber for that to happen. Could I ask that the Secretary of State use your goodwill, build upon it, and make that gesture today?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his contributions, but I'm afraid I've said all I am going to say on that matter for today. But I do want to make the point that it has been nearly 2 years since the institutions have been up and running. There's been a lot of water that has passed under the bridge, and I, like he does, meet people across Northern Ireland, from those from both communities and those who are new to Northern Ireland, who've chosen to move there, to work there, to live there, who want to see their institutions up and running. And I actually know it's important for democracy too, because we all need to see the results of an election that was fairly fought delivered. We are all Democrats in this place. I prefer to win elections rather than lose them, and I very much hope I manage to maintain my lucky streak that I've had since representing the seat I do of Daventry. But democracy is vitally important to our system. Making sure that every voter feels heard through the ballot box is vitally important. So I want to place on record my thanks to those that have been engaged in this debate. I also would like to place on record my appreciation to the House authorities in this particular case and the Office of Parliamentary Counsel for their continued expert advice. Honourable members involved in this debate, right honourable members involved in this debate, knew that there could have been a different piece of legislation laid today, and that's probably where we were progressing to. So the slight course correction that we have taken did involve a huge amount of help from those people behind the scenes that make this place function so well, and I just want to put on the record my thanks to them. I also want to thank my colleagues and officials from the Government Whip's office for helping us progress in such a smooth fashion. As ever, I am grateful to them for everything they do, and I understand their pain as a former Government Whip and Government Chief Whip. But I think I can conclude by repeating what I said at second reading, that people in Northern Ireland rightly expect and deserve to see locally elected decision makers address the issues that matter to them. And I agree with them, and I genuinely believe this House does too. And I beg to move this bill now be read.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now I can see the relief on the Government Whip's faces. I will keep my remarks extremely short. I want once again to thank the Secretary of State for being punctilious in the proper sense of the word, in his dealings with me and keeping me informed about what he has planned. To echo his thanks to civil servants, although I should think in civil service careers this is probably the easiest bill to draft, because that one line can't have taken terribly long. And the third thing I want to say is that to join in the praise there has been to the Right Honourable Member for Lagan Valley for the speech that he made, the passion that he showed, and his willingness to set out the argument which has united, I think, all parts of the House today, that is in the interests of the people of Northern Ireland to have their government back. And I wish him, I wish the Secretary of State, in whatever further conversations they are due to have in the next few days, every success in bringing this to a conclusion. Because the people who in the end will really feel the benefit of an agreement are the people of Northern Ireland. We criticise governments, but we look to them when we want things to be done, to help us to deal with problems, to advance the interests of society. And that is why the people of Northern Ireland have the same right as everyone else to see their government in place. And referring back to my comments right at the beginning, I think I bring my contribution to this passage of this bill to a close in a slightly better state of hope than perhaps when it began. And I wish all those involved every success. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I'm looking at anybody who wishes to contribute on any side. The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many of that have been say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We're now going to move on. So those wishing to leave the chamber, please do so promptly and quietly. Thanks, Chris. Very good. Thank you very much. We now come to the general debate on the situation in the Red Sea. I call the Minister to move. Grant Shapps.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this House has considered the situation in the Red Sea. Last week at Lancaster House, I set out why we're living in a far more dangerous world. Honourable members will need no reminding. We're dealing with multiple conflicts at once. Russia's increased the intensity of its attacks on Ukraine. The appalling Hamas atrocities of October the 7th have brought the conflict to the region. And most recently of all, international shipping is now being threatened by the Houthi proxies, aided and abetted by Iran. Since November, there have been more than 40 attacks on commercial vessels across the region. It's salutary to think that it's been 30 years since the maritime law was codified in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Some 168 nations backed the UNCLOS Treaty. The UK signed it, Yemen acceded to it, even Iran are signatories. And there's a good reason why it achieves such broad support. All nations rely on global trade, and none more so than the UK, where a full 90% of UK commerce comes to us by sea. Mr. Deputy Speaker, some 12% of international trade passes through the Red Sea every single year, welcome, amounting to more than $1 trillion worth of goods. In addition, 8% of global grain trade, 12% of seaborne traded oil, and 8% of the world's liquefied natural gas all passes through this ancient seaway. Perhaps even more astonishing is that 40% of the goods that are traded between Europe and Asia go through the Red Sea as well. And sadly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Houthis' unlawful and callous attacks are putting all of that trade at risk. 12 international companies have been forced to suspend the passage through the Red Sea because of these attacks. The number of vessels transiting Bab al-Mandab was 54% below the level observed in the previous year, and diverting vessels around the Cape of Good Hope has had a crippling impact. Not only adding days of delay and vital deliveries being held up, but driving up international shipping costs to prohibitive levels. Some reports suggest shipping costs up by 300%. But what these Iran-backed Houthi pirate thugs forget is it's the least well-off nations and people who suffer the most from their illegal actions, starting with Yemen itself, where almost all of their food comes to it by sea. So, at times like this, these nations need to be stood up to, and nations must stand up to them. Attacks on Red Sea shipping automatically make this a global problem. I give way to my honourable friend.
Right honourable friend for giving way, and I congratulate him on his recent speech. According to the House of Commons Library, there are 12 Iranian proxy forces in Bahrain, in Iraq, in Lebanon, in the Palestinian territories, and in Yemen as well. To what extent, so it's not just about the Houthis, although this is what we're dealing about now, to what extent are we able to keep tabs on and to monitor, or work with allies who can keep tabs on and monitor those dozen proxy forces that Iran is now using with increased sadly, increased repetitiveness to attack our own interests, but the interests of our allies as well?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend's absolutely right, and something of an expert in this area. Iran are absolutely behind all of the different proxy groups that he outlined, and many more as well, and they are, in a way, able to control this without getting themselves too involved. And the world needs to wake up and recognise that. We're, of course, monitoring all of that incredibly closely. But it is true, I think, that as with the Houthis, with all these other groups, that appeasing the Houthis, all these other groups, now will not lead to a more stable tomorrow, in the case of the Houthis with the Red Sea. And it's just being blind to the sponsors of terror that will not benefit the international order in the long run, which is why it's so important that the world has acted on this. And I will give way.
I apologise for interrupting the Defence Secretary, but the shipping side of things has seen an extraordinary reduction in confidence in that route. The only way in which confidence is going to be restored for ships to be able to pass through the Gulf of Aden and up through the Red Sea is by an increase in military convoys. I'm sure he's coming on to this, but what steps are being taken to drive up military convoys to escort vessels through that passage?
My honourable friend, as ever, raises an excellent point. That is what Operation Prosperity Guardian is all about. It is that task force which enables the shipping to be protected to an extent. He may be getting to a broader point about whether there should be individual ships protected. The view that the world has taken is that Prosperity Guardian provides an umbrella to the wider shipping. And of course, the sheer volume of ordinary traffic through the Red Sea means that you need that international task force, in this case US-led, for the security of the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. And this is incredibly important. I mean, after all, we are part of defending the international rules-based order in the actions that we're taking. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, last week I was actually on board HMS Diamond, who are right at the heart of this issue in the Red Sea, talking to our brave sailors who are out there protecting our critical sea lanes. The House will know that this is the first Royal Navy ship's company for 32 years who fired in anger or in self-defence in their case. And it was fascinating talking to them about their experience, but also witnessing their professionalism in the way that they have dealt with this challenge. It really did not have to be this way, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We've worked hard to warn the Houthis off. At the start of the year, the world sent a very clear message to the Houthis. End your illegal and unjustified actions. Stop risking innocent lives. Please stop illegally detaining vessels and crews. Cease threatening the global economy. But all of these warnings, all of them, fell on deaf ears, and eventually enough was enough. And so, I'll give way.
I'm grateful. I completely support the government's action, which is totally in accordance with international law and defending freedom of navigation on the high seas. But we can only do it with people. Otherwise, there's no one to maintain the typhoons or to crew the warships. We now have people leaving 3 times as fast as we're recruiting them, as the Secretary of State is aware. Can you give a commitment now? He'll come to the House before Easter to make a statement about what we're doing about retention of critical armed forces personnel. He knows why this is important.
Well, my honourable friend's been very, very solid on these issues, and he and I have spoken about it through the Select Committee and elsewhere, and he'll be pleased to know that I've recently been holding meetings with individuals who he believes himself will help to resolve this issue, and I am working very hard to make sure that, in common with actually many Western militaries, armed forces, that we do have the men and women we need for our armed forces, skilled up to the right levels and capable of taking on this challenge. He'll be reassured to know that I also went to Akrotiri last week and met the Typhoon pilots, again, incredibly highly skilled, but backed with an enormous array of tanker pilots, ground crew, mechanics, and many others besides. It's very, very important that we support them. I'm working very hard on this, and I will come back to him and the Select Committee, and indeed the House, with future plans to back up what Haythorne, Waite and others have already proposed. A fortnight ago, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister, relevant Cabinet Ministers and I authorised the RAF precision strikes using 4 Typhoon FGR-4s and supported by 2 Voyager air refuelling tankers. They struck facilities at Bani in the northwestern of Yemen and an airfield at Nabs. The sites being used to launch reconnaissance and attack drones as well as cruise missiles over the Red Sea, and they were destroyed. And let me reiterate what has been said before. This was limited, necessary, proportionate. It was taken and done in self-defence and in response to very specific threats and in line with international law. I will give way.
My right honourable friend for his contribution and for all he has been doing over the last few weeks. As he makes clear, this has been an increasingly difficult situation. We had no choice but to act. But can I ask, what is our assessment of the extent to which we need to degrade Houthi capabilities for them to change their intent and for them to change their actions? Because as yet, I'm unclear as to whether we have that ability to look into what the Houthis are thinking, let alone Iran's activities. And we must also recognise, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Houthis are at best a disobedient ally and not really a proxy, so they do have their own interests that they are pursuing.
Well, honourable friend, with her immense experience from Foreign Affairs Select Committee Chair perspective, is absolutely right about the formation of the Houthis, who, if you look back in their history, are actually opportunists. Only as far back as 2015, they didn't support Hamas. Now they claim that their entire programme is in support of Hamas's illegal activities. She also asked, quite rightly, the question of what proportion of the Houthi equipment and machinery has been destroyed. We work with others to assess the sort of battle damage, as it were. I can confirm that the attacks so far have been complete in their targets, but their modus operandi is flexibility, and they will use launching sites as they see fit, which is why our US allies have been using what they would describe as dynamic strikes as they ping up. And sadly, as my honourable friend in the House will know, that the Houthis continued to persist, even though they've been dealt a blow, and a further 12 attacks followed, including anti-ship ballistic missiles, an unmanned aerial system, which struck 2 US-owned merchant vessels. Our intelligence has continued to highlight an ongoing and imminent threat to our commercial and military vessels across the region. As the Prime Minister told the House just yesterday, attempting to respond to the Houthis after they launched their irrational assaults is simply not a sustainable way to proceed. So, on Monday night, working alongside our US partners, but also with support from Australia, Bahrain, Canada and the Netherlands. The Prime Minister and I authorised a second wave of strikes. These are once again deployed using precision-guided paveway 4 missiles. They destroyed 8 targets near Sana'a airfield, taking out clusters of Mirage surface-to-air missile launchers and further degrading the Houthis' ability to hold our seas to ransom. Our targeting, once again, is very carefully planned and very precise. We're not aware that there were any civilian casualties at all, and the operation was designed in that context. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this was actually a complex joint operation involving close cooperation between the UK and the US air crews. I wish to pay tribute to our brave pilots and our air crews who carried out this action so very effectively. Last week, as I mentioned, it was a real honour to meet those pilots and the support team in Akrotiri, and each of them professional to the last. But the military track is only one part of a much more comprehensive government response, and as the Prime Minister set out in his statement yesterday, we're working diplomatically to reduce the regional tensions, making it clear, especially to the Iranians, that they must stop supplying weapons and intelligence and training and money to the Houthis. We're working with our allies to halt the illegal flow of arms to the Houthi militia. We're working and seeking to cut off the Houthis' financial support. And we're determined to help the people of Yemen, who the Houthis are not friends of, to ensure that they receive the humanitarian aid that they need. And despite the Houthis' absurd claims to be the sort of Robin Hood of Yemen, the reality is they're simply exploiting the turmoil in the Middle East to their own advantage and in their own self-interest, a point that was made to me very strongly when I spoke to the president of Yemen recently. Ordinary Yemenis have not benefited, not one iota, from their malign activity. On the contrary, they're actually the victims of the same Houthi thuggery as anyone else. It hits our and the world's global trade, and it will only in the end also hurt the Yemeni population, damaging their security, driving up food prices. But the Houthis should be in no doubt at all that the world needs them to cease and desist their illegal behaviour. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, today, as I said at the top, we're living in what feels like a more dangerous world. But the UK will not be cowed, will not retreat to our shores. Instead, we will continue to lead. We're already, as the whole House knows, leading in Ukraine, and we've increased our military support to £2.5 billion and signed a historic agreement on security cooperation, laying the foundation for a century-long partnership with our Ukrainian friends. We're also leading in NATO too, where we've sent some 20,000 personnel to participate in Exercise Steadfast Defender. To put that into context, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are 32 countries involved in this operation, and we're providing half of this NATO exercises personnel. We're also, though, on today's subject, leading in the Red Sea. This great waterway is one of mankind's earliest trade routes. In fact, it was active since the days of Pharaoh, active through the Roman times, and we will do all we can to keep it active in the 21st century as well. We're working with our allies to deter regional danger, keeping these vital sea lanes open so our ships and many others can traverse the ancient waters without fear. Thank you.
The question is that this House has considered the situation in the Red Sea. John Healey.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The House was set today to debate the full sweep of defence and international affairs until yesterday's change to business, which gave this debate the focus on the Red Sea. And whilst I know that members on all sides will welcome the opportunity to debate and question the government on the UK's presence and on the tensions in this part of the Middle East, and I look forward to the contributions from all sides to this debate. Nevertheless, I hope ministers will ensure that we also get the opportunity soon to debate the broader aspects of defence, especially on Ukraine, as the Defence Secretary has sort of indicated tonight in his remarks he's also keen to do. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will give way, of course.
I've said for a very long time, in the old days we used to have set government debates on government time on defence, as we are doing this afternoon. We haven't so far in recent times at all. It's been down to the Backbench Business Committee, which I very much welcome, the BBBC. It's a great organisation. But nonetheless, we ought to have defence debates in government time on a Wednesday or a Tuesday, set by the government, and I hope very much the Secretary of State will make sure that happens in the future.
Well, the honourable gentleman has a great experience in this. He's right to say government time signals the importance that government gives to the business that it brings to this House. So whilst the Backbench Business Committee does an important and useful job, it's government time that matters. And since the Defence Secretary has been in post, we have not had that general debate on defence, and we should. And we have not had a debate on Ukraine for 4 months, and we should. Certainly ahead of the 2-year mark next month, when we see the anniversary, the bloody anniversary of Putin's illegal invasion in Ukraine. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm most grateful. We've also not had a debate since the 7th of October on Israel and Palestine, which is perhaps quite extraordinary. In fact, there's an irony that had we gone ahead with the original debate today on international relations, that could have been a subject for debate, and that is now restricted by this debate. It's clear why this is a priority. That probably is a priority as well, which the government might wish to take up, which I raised previously with the Leader of the House.
Well, at the risk of sounding a bit like the shadow leader of the House, responding to a sort of business question, my honourable friend is right. He's also very experienced, and I'm sure he will find a way, just as the Prime Minister did yesterday on his statement about the Red Sea action, to talk more widely about Israel and Palestine. I'm sure my honourable friend may find a way of doing that without testing the Deputy Speaker's patience too far this afternoon. I'll give way to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the right honourable member. Can I thank him for the remarks he just made about Ukraine? And I think it is important in the context of everything which is happening globally that we take the opportunity once again to say that we stand up with Ukraine, particularly in the light of the changing political landscape in North America, and the responsibility that there is on all of us here and our allies in Europe, that we must send out the message that we will do everything that is needed to support that country, and that they must prevail against the aggression from Putin.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I for one appreciate the leadership that he gave to his party when Putin invaded Ukraine. And he, like us, has demonstrated that UK has been and remains totally united behind Ukraine and in confronting Russian aggression. And just say to the Defence Secretary, one of the important things that the government does by organising a debate in this House on Ukraine is to signal the importance that we can on all sides give to that support to Ukraine. And also it's a chance to explain to the British public why this matters so much, why defence of the UK starts in Ukraine, and it is essential to our interests that Ukraine and not Putin prevails. I'll give way.
One way in which one can stretch the terms of this debate a little further than its precise wording without nevertheless infringing any rules is to remark upon the fact that in the Red Sea, British naval assets are particularly important. And does the Shadow Secretary of State agree with me that there should be no question now or in the near or medium future that we should lose the assets of our amphibious assault ships, which are so necessary for the sort of combined operations that one has to engage in when taking on piratical opponents?
Yeah, quite right.
Perfectly done was that.
Well, one of the other ways of stretching the limits of a tightly drawn debate, of course, is experienced interventions of the nature that the right honourable gentleman has just demonstrated. And one of the advantages of a debate like this, of course, is that we don't just hear from the government at the start of the debate, we hear from the government at the end of the debate. So the very specific question that he poses is one that we can look forward to the government minister picking up and responding to when he winds up.
Mr. What do I think? Well, it would be helpful to have access to the sort of classified information that the Defence Secretary has in order to make these decisions. It's his responsibility to do so, and it's our responsibility in this House to challenge him and hold him to account when he makes those decisions, and of course if he fails to make decisions as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, perhaps I might return to the Red Sea and the theme and focus for this debate. We now have around 2,500 military personnel in the Middle East, and I want to begin by recognising their special service. Many were deployed at short notice. Most were away from their families over Christmas, helping supply essential aid for the Palestinians in Gaza, working to reinforce regional security and reduce the risk of wider escalation, operating under great pressure and threat in cases like the crew of HMS Diamond and the pilots on the Typhoons and air tankers. They undertake their tasks with total professionalism. We thank them. We are proud of them. I give way.
I'm most grateful. I just think it's worthwhile at this juncture making the point, which I know the Secretary of State will want to, I'm sure, refer to, that actually the Iranian proxies are very regularly rocketing or attempting to rocket US bases in Iraq. And some of those bases, there is a UK presence as well. And it is only through good luck that there hasn't been, and actually very complex air defence, if I understand correctly, that there have not been very considerable US casualties, but also the potential to UK casualties. And I think that is a point that we need to bear in mind when we talk not only about Iranian proxies, but we also talk about UK forces in the Middle East. Thank you.
The honourable gentleman has insights which are rare even in this House into the situation from his own experience and his particular interests. He's totally right. It isn't just the risks of Iranian-backed proxies in Iraq. This is one of the flashpoints and the risks of wider escalation, the Iranian interests in Iraq and the attacks on the American bases and personnel, some of which he says quite rightly we share with UK personnel. Mercifully, none have led to any deaths. It has led to some injuries, and it's a worry that it would be good, I think, to hear from the Defence Secretary, given that we have 2,500 UK personnel in the region, what are the additional protections and measures he's ensuring are put in place given the heightened risk that they may face. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our UK military presence in the Red Sea itself is there to protect international shipping and strengthen regional security. And if anyone doubts this case, then consider what the consequences of no action taken to deal with the Houthi attacks. This extremist force, backed by Iran, with a long record of brutal piracy in the region, could attack commercial ships at will and attack our own Navy ships without consequence. They are targeting the ships of all nations, threatening the freedom of global trade, putting civilian and military lives in serious danger. That's why 20 countries joined the Red Sea Maritime Protection Force, Operation Prosperity Guardian, last month, why the UN Security Council this month itself passed the resolution condemning the Houthi actions and demanding their attacks stop. And it is why the UK and US, with operational support from 4 other nations, have conducted joint strikes on Houthi missile sites, command centres and weapons stores. We back the 2 UK-US joint airstrikes carried out this month. We accept these were targeted, necessary and devised to minimise the risk of civilian life, and we'll judge any future UK military action on its merits. The ministers have said the aim of these strikes is first to degrade Houthi capabilities and second to deter their attacks. We accept the attacks were justified, but we ask the Defence Secretary to confirm how they were also effective. We know deterrence is a sliding scale, so we asked the Defence Secretary how the government will guard against Britain being sucked deeper into the Yemeni conflict. We also back the leading role the Royal Navy has in the continuing military defence of shipping from all nations against further Houthi missiles, drones and attack boats. However, the lion's share of this responsibility for protecting international freedom of navigation in the Red Sea is being shouldered by the Americans, just as the US has been doing across the world for nearly 80 years. So what action is the government taking to persuade other countries to join the Maritime Protection Force? What is it doing to persuade those already involved to deploy more ships? And what efforts is the government making to encourage other nations with a big global trade interest to play a part in protecting freedom of navigation and using their influence to stop the Houthi attacks? And how long does he expect Operation Prosperity Guardian to be needed? Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the US aircraft carrier, USS Eisenhower, has been essential to the operations to date in the Red Sea. Is the UK carrier ready to deploy to the Red Sea, if required? Has the Defence Secretary made the decision not to deploy HMS Queen Elizabeth? And if not, why not? Now, our UK destroyer HMS Diamond, which the Defence Secretary has paid tribute to, has also played a hugely important and impressive part in the Maritime Task Force. She's been there for nearly 2 months. She will need to be rotated out. Do we have a second UK destroyer available to replace HMS Diamond in the Red Sea? And if not, what will replace her? If this is to be HMS Richmond, when will she arrive in the Red Sea? And how will this change the capabilities that we can contribute to Prosperity Guardian? Finally, we must cut the illegal flow of arms to the Houthi militia. The US intercepted a weapons shipment around 2 weeks ago, and the UK has successfully done similarly in the past. What is the UK's capability and plan for doing so again now? Mr. Deputy Speaker, rather as the Defence Secretary indicated, military action on its own can't solve the problems in this region. So what is the government's diplomatic action to pressure the Houthis to cease their attacks and settle the civil war in Yemen, and to pressure Iran to stop supplying weapons and intelligence to the Houthis? Mr. Deputy Speaker, like the Defence Secretary today and the leader of the opposition yesterday, I totally reject the Houthi claims that firing missiles and drones at ships from around the world is somehow linked to the conflict in Gaza. They've been attacking oil tankers and seizing ships for at least 5 years, not just the last 109 days since the 7th of October. These attacks do absolutely nothing for the Palestinian people. We want the Gaza fighting to stop, with a humanitarian truce now, then a sustainable ceasefire to stop the killing of innocent citizens, to get all remaining hostages out and get much more aid in to Gaza. This is what we've been calling for in public. It's been what we've been working for in private. Our leader, our Shadow Forest Secretary, our International Development Minister have all been out in the region in the last 3 months. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the humanitarian agonies of the Palestinians in Gaza are now extreme. Parents are starving, children drinking dirty water, even reports of amputations being carried out without anaesthetic. More aid has to get to Palestinians now. And surely Britain can do more. There have been just 4 RAF aid flights and 1 Navy shipment in nearly 4 months. We got 100 tons of aid to Turkey in the first 10 days after the earthquake last year. And in parliamentary questions, the Armed Forces Minister has told me recently the RAF and the Navy stand by, ready to do more, but the FCDO haven't asked them. What is going on? There should be a steady stream of aid coming from Britain. Our aid efforts have to be accelerated. And for long-term peace, there has to be a political process, one that has the capacity, the conviction, the commitment to turn the rhetoric around two states living side by side in peace into reality. And many across this House, like all in my Labour Party here, will have found the Israeli Prime Minister's recent rejection of the two-state settlement utterly unacceptable and wrong. Palestinian statehood is the inalienable right of the Palestinian people, the only long-term hope for peace and stability, for normalisation for both Israelis and Palestinians. If we're elected to government, Labour will lead a new push for peace, working with international allies and confident, as the Prime Minister said yesterday to this House, that we in this country, we in this House, are united in support of a two-state solution.
Minister Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Whilst much of the debate today will rightly focus on the rationale, the execution and the objectives of the recent airstrikes against Houthi rebel military infrastructure, I want to begin with some comments on who the Houthis really are, because I have been deeply disturbed by the comments that have been made in our national conversation, somehow painting them as a progressive movement, freedom fighters, or some kind of legitimate representative body for the Yemeni people. This is so disturbing because not only are people not taking the time to educate themselves, but the Houthis don't deny who they are. It is out there for all to see. Their rallying cry and flag is quite explicit. Death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews. This is the words that this group puts on their flag. This is their rallying cry, and every action the Houthis take is with this in mind, with hatred in their hearts. And yet we see people, often well-meaning people, and I have to say sometimes concerning, I have even seen people within this House make suggestions otherwise, that Yemen has freedom fighters on its shores, and that somehow because Yemen, they claim, was a British colony, the Houthis should be seen as anti-colonial freedom fighters. But unlike southern Yemen, North Yemen was never a British colony. After the collapse, North Yemen was ruled by the Imamate, a theocratic polity led by the religious leader of the Zaidi Shia. The Houthis offer no vision for Yemen's future. They seek a return to the past, free from ideals such as equality, women's rights and democracy. What inspiration they do draw from the modern world comes from the Ayatollah and the Islamic Revolutionary Movement of Iran. We can trace their violent rise to what was initially a moment of hope for Yemen. We all remember the Arab Spring back in 2011, when Yemenis together, they rose up and they toppled the dictatorship. But employing the Ayatollah's handbook, the Houthis initially pledged themselves to cooperation in building a new Yemen, sending delegates to the national dialogue, building a deliberate facade where they were working actually to reject the future that young Yemenis dreamt of. Armed by Iran, the Houthis blocked the 2014 referendum on the introduction of a new democratic constitution, and they began a military campaign of conquest and repression. Now, whilst it is easy for us to judge from afar and pass judgments, the people of Yemen are the witnesses of their crimes. I want to share briefly with the House the story of Barar Shiban, a Yemeni democracy and human rights activist who sat on the Yemeni National Dialogue and saw firsthand how the Houthis used deception and oppression to secure their power base. Barar has since claimed refuge in the UK and now works on the cause of Yemen as a fellow at RUSI. He shares with me that after the Houthi coup in 2014, they banned all political parties. They closed all media outlets, and they suppressed Yemen's fledgling civil society that was just beginning to bud. They rejected all calls for elections and instead chose to govern through fear and intimidation. Barar was an eyewitness to the Houthi method of conquest from 2014. He saw 2 small rural villages refuse to surrender to the so-called rebels. In response, they forced all of the residents to watch as they summarily blew up all the houses in front of them. He observed as they kidnapped and murdered the family of Akram al-Zorqa a community leader in his province, before filming themselves blowing up those families for vile propaganda purposes. The brutality of the Houthi leadership has been recognised by our government, and UN security resolutions have been put in place against leader Sultan Zabin for the rape and torture of politically active women. Let that sink in, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Women who choose to have a voice in Yemen will be tortured. The head of the Houthi security services arbitrarily detained them and raped them for speaking their minds. Not merely content with brutalising villages and women, the Houthis detained two of Barra's friends from the Arab Spring protests, young journalists Abdullah and Yusuf. They locked them into a weapons depot, knowing full well that it would be bombed by the Saudi-led coalition to oppose the Houthis, and they left them there to die. There was a clear breach of international law, as was their industrialised taking of children and forcing them to be soldiers. The UN estimates that 2,000 children have been killed after being forced to be soldiers for the Houthis just in 1 year, between 2020 and 2021. Tragically, the Houthis also expelled Yemen's 3,500-year-old Jewish community from their homeland and banished the last Jewish family back in March 2021. Yet now they say that they're acting in defence of Gaza. Now they say they've always cared about the Palestinian cause, despite having hated Israel, yes, but done nothing in the interests of the people of Palestine. This conflict is merely an attempt to distract from their own brutal regime at home and gain clout. Because let's be clear, within terrorists, there is a pecking order, and they are fighting for who's the big man on the block. And the Houthis, they think this is their chance. I would very happily give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm most grateful to my friend. She's making some very important points about education. And I think it's just worth mentioning, my friend agrees, that one of the other things the Houthis did was deliberately block humanitarian aid coming into the ports, to deliberately starve the population. So when they're making the parallel to the terrible situation in Gaza, their actions show that they don't believe in that at all.
It's no surprise that my right honourable friend makes a very important point, whether it's blocking aid, whether it's forcing children to act as soldiers, whether it's raping and torturing women. The Houthis have no interest in supporting anyone but their own power, and they have consistently lied to the people of Yemen, and we cannot allow them to act again. So I would urge anyone in this country who is suggesting in any way that the Houthis are acting in the interest of the Palestinians, please take the time, and if you won't, at least look in the mirror. Before moving on quickly, I want to look at the reasons why we're absolutely right to take this action. These strikes were a strategic necessity. Article 51 of the UN Charter, the legal right to self-defence to ensure maritime freedom, is absolute. The days leading up to these airstrikes, we saw the UN Council come together and they agreed that action was needed. There was a motion calling for an immediate end to Houthi attacks on shipping. Leading up to these attacks, there were 26 attacks in those waters. Now, that may have been not much reported in the media here, but it was elsewhere. Our Royal Navy have had to defend themselves against the worst attack against our ships for decades, and the US are having to deploy Tomahawk missiles to protect themselves. That's almost unheard of for a very long period of time. Now, we all heard the arguments from the Defence Secretary, who we all know full well that almost 30% of all shipping containers pass through that area of water, and 90% of all ships are having to avoid it. So I want to look at the Houthi military capabilities briefly, because I think, particularly with some young people, there seems to be a view, thanks to a very unhelpful TikTok account, and you all know my views on TikTok, and it's unsurprisingly that TikTok is helping spread unhelpful narratives. There seems to be a young man bobbing around on the waters outside Yemen, looking rather, he could be a star of a movie, I'll admit, but bobbing around suggesting that they're working here in the interest of Palestinians. The Houthis are incredibly well armed, beyond that which many think. They have the Iranian support, yes, and the Iranians have provided rockets and drones, but they also have their own domestic capabilities. Because we have to remember that the former dictator of Yemen defected to their cause. And what did he do? He brought with him ballistic and cruise missiles. Where have they now been used? Against the Royal Navy, against the US, against allies. One F-5 jet. Some may say it's only one jet. It is a jet that is attacking the Royal Navy, and we have seen them out using these against us. They have helicopter pilots. They have so much more domestic capacity beyond that which they are being given by the Iranians. And so therefore it is important, and I would ask the Defence Secretary at some point to update the House, on what assessment we have of not just how we strangle Iranian donations of equipment to the Houthis, but also what assessment you have of how much more equipment they have hidden, because we know they've buried it under the ground, but we also know they took a great deal when they took control. And yes, we do need to tackle on how we strangle the equipment coming to them from Iran. Going to strategic concerns, I've already asked the Defence Secretary how we make sure that we have an assessment as the point at which we need to degrade Houthi capabilities so that they change their intent. This is a deterrence mission. The reason we are doing this is to put back in place deterrence. So how far down the process of attrition are we? How do we ensure we don't become the Air Force of the Yemeni government? And how do we make sure that we have a point at which we are operating to, not just having to keep trying until we see them change direction? I'm also concerned because Yemen is still in a state of civil war. And whilst the Houthis control the majority of the population, they only control about 40% of the territory. Meanwhile, we have Al-Qaeda, Arabian Peninsula, and Daesh both operating in Yemen. Now, my understanding is that there may be some sort of informal relationship between AQAP and the Houthis, because AQ have been able to move equipment and material across the country to where they have their bases. However, terrorists, as we say, as I touched on earlier, have a pecking order. They like to be the big man on the street. I'm concerned that we are going to see these two groups now step up their operations and capitalise on what they see as a competing terrorist group being under attack. So how do we make sure that we are acting now to make sure that other terrorist groups are not capitalising on those attacks? The member for the Isle of Wight rightly raised his concerns about Iraq. This was the first question I asked the Foreign Secretary when he rang me to talk to me about these airstrikes. I am deeply concerned about our footprint within Iraq, not least because we have seen over the last few months increasing attack by Shia militias in the behoved to the Iranian regime, attacking our assets, and we have a significant footprint there. We've also now seen the IRGC commit an airstrike in Erbil, and that is both concerning but also an opportunity. For the IRGC to have taken responsibility for an airstrike like that is a step change. We have not seen them do that in the past. So that A, gives more credence to what I'm sure we will hear from the Honourable Right Honourable Member from Somerset, that we need to prescribe the IRGC, but also changes fundamentally the way in which we can talk about the IRGC and its operations. So what is the government's assessment of how the Red Sea situation is likely to escalate, particularly within Iraq, and how are we working to protect our assets? I would also briefly touch on Syria. Many colleagues will know that the decision not to intervene militarily in Syria when the vote came to Parliament, for me, was one of the driving reasons that I joined this place. And I still believe that it was a great mistake that was made that day. Syria has now become, and forgive me if I sound flippant, but Syria has become the Amazon warehouse for terrorists, whether it be narcotics, weapons, people, Shia militias, trafficking, you name it, it is all taking place in Syria. So what are we doing to reduce the risks emanating from Syria to our assets and our interests on the ground? Touching then on Iranian proxies, the Houthis are only one of Iran's proxies and allies, and as I touched on earlier, different proxies have different relationships, and I believe the Houthis to be more of a disobedient ally rather than a direct proxy, because the command and control is not as significant as it is, for example, with Hezbollah. So we have Hamas, we have Hezbollah, we have Iraqi Shia militias, and we have the Assad regime in Syria. What work are we doing to make sure that we have a clear intent and assessment as the differing relationships between different proxies and allies with Iran? Because some will be receiving just intelligence, some will be receiving material, some there will be direct command and control, some will feel greater loyalty to others. Because what we need to assess is the extent to which Iran will conduct further conflict and chaos to defend each of these proxies. I suspect, for example, that Hezbollah is far more happy to wage full-on warfare in defence of the clerics in Iran than perhaps other Houthis would be. So how do we make sure we get there? I would also caution that I have severe concerns about Hezbollah's future actions. Nasrallah has so far decided to stay out of the action, but the reality is that could change in a moment. Again, this goes back to who wants to be seen as the best terrorist on the block. And Nasrallah is deeply ideologically tied to the Ayatollahs, more so than any others. And obviously, whilst in the past Hezbollah has acted as almost a tripwire to protect Iran's nuclear capabilities, now they have been acting, unfortunately, what we may not see as significant restraint, Hezbollah has been showing significant restraint given their capabilities. And so I'm concerned that we may see them go forward.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. I think in a sense what she's outlining is the scale of the challenge and the threats that we face, not just throughout parts of the Middle East, but in Africa and, of course, as we know, in Europe as well. And does it not bring home the responsibility that we have to make sure that we've got a strategic assessment of how we react to all of those, not just for those of us on these islands, but with our partners as well? Because today, the threats that we face are perhaps greater than at any time since the Second World War.
I thank my honourable friend, who is always generous in his thoughts and his considerations, contributions to debate like this. I agree entirely. And it takes me to my fundamental point, which is this may be called a debate on the Red Sea, but really we are talking about Iran. When it comes to Iran, my assessment, and colleagues may differ, is that Iran is willing to do everything but reach outright warfare. They will industrialise sub-threshold conflict and they will seek chaos wherever they are. But my worry is that their current appetite, where they have set their threshold as being just below outright warfare, is too high. And I think the message that needs to go out from our allies to the Iranians, and I was very pleased to see the Foreign Secretary meeting with the Iranians to deliver this message himself, but we need to hear it from our partners, is that your threshold is too high, Iran. You must pull back. That needs to be our strategic priority, and I hope that the government will be bringing people together. I myself am looking at perhaps drawing together a half-day workshop for any MP in the House to come together to look at how we together believe the policy solutions might be to tackle Iran, because all roads lead to Iran. And my worry when it comes to Iran is that we are compartmentalising our response to them. They have nuclear ambitions, they have proxies, they have given Russia the drones that they need, and I believe the relationship between Iran and Russia has now become a strategic one, and it has fully reversed from what we saw over the last 2 decades. We are seeing hostage-taking, assassinations, transnational repression, and femicide at home. We have to stop treating those individual issues as if they can somehow be drawn away from each other, and recognise we need a strategic approach working with our allies to do all of them. Because at the moment, we see individual escalations in each of those areas, and we don't respond comprehensively. So we see Iran massively increase their drone production and giving them all to Russia, but we don't see a significant response. We see Iran taking more and more hostages, but we don't see a significant response. Because in isolation, all these things look like a small gradual ratcheting, but when you put them together, the situation is utterly untenable. I will hesitate to talk too much about IRGC prescription because I feel like I may steal other colleagues' sandwiches, so I will leave that with them. But I think the record is well known on this House as to the position, and I will acknowledge it is not a straightforward decision. Yes, Iran will see this as an act of war. Yes, we will likely have to close our embassy on the ground. However, we need to take action against the IRGC. Only this week we saw a BBC video where generals of the IRGC who were sanctioned were holding recruitment Zooms with British national students' organisations. This is the same organisation that MI5 had to go out and warn was conducting assassinations on our soil. And while I'm here, I will also repeat my call for the creation of a special envoy or a special Prime Minister lead on art for those who are arbitrarily detained, because we do need someone who can focus on this throughout the piece. I briefly want to touch on Iran at home, because I do believe we are dealing with the most brittle Iran that we have for a long time. The way Iran rules is essentially a protection racket, and people have started to see through that. They are splintering, but I think it's too early to see the actors for change who will actually escalate the situation. Looking then briefly to the diplomatic effort, there has been too much of a focus on the E3 plus the US. We need an Arab-led solution. We need to bring our Arab partners into the fold far more on this. There is an anxiety that the West is not a long-term strategic partner and that we will conduct this isolated activity that is absolutely right, but then not stay and be committed long-term. So how do we demonstrate commitment to build a broader coalition that can meaningfully push back against Iranian influence in the region to protect us not just there, but also at home? That leads me then to the threat to the UK from Iran, and I am gravely concerned that we are not yet taking this seriously enough. Yes, we have now seen the Islamic Centre closed under a review from the Charity Commission. Yes, I managed to get their education centre in the west of London to no longer be accredited, but we are not doing enough to tackle transnational repression in the UK. Mr Deputy Speaker, these strikes are both legal and proportionate and a response to hugely damaging attacks by Houthi rebels on the rule of law and global commerce. A failure to act would result in global economic hardship, huge damage to the British economy, a resurgence in inflation and the risk of a successful Houthi attack on a Royal Navy or British maritime vessel. This is about re-establishing deterrence, but it is also about sending a message to Taiwan and to the PRC. If we think what we have seen over the last few weeks is concerning in terms of global trade, this is absolutely nothing compared to what we would see. I would reiterate that these attacks have absolutely nothing to do with Gaza. We must reject this false narrative, which is designed solely to further the Houthis along their blood-soaked road to power in Yemen and the Ayatollah's dreams of regional domination. What unites the Houthis and the Iranian regime is their willingness to sacrifice innocent people in their pursuit of power and their readiness to inflict unthinkable violence on anyone who opposes them. Now I would ask the government to avoid the mistakes of the past and to think long-term and strategically about how we go from here. We all want to see a two-state solution and a Palestinian state, but what we need now is an international Palestine contact group and to launch track 2 negotiations bringing together civil society, women and academics. I would also urge all colleagues, those of us who would quickly condemn anyone who denied the right to Israeli statehood, must also condemn those who deny the right to the Palestinians for their own state. A true friend seeks to end the cycles of war and not add more fuel to the fire. Iran and the Houthis are no friends of the Palestinian people. I asked Baris Shibban, the Yemeni democracy activist, to summarise what the Houthis have done to his country, and this is what he said. The Houthis run a network of militias that terrorise the Yemeni people for more than a decade, and their atrocities were ignored by the international community. The Houthis film themselves blowing up our houses, and those of their opponents and their top leaders have been sanctioned by the UK rightly for using sexual violence against women activists. Now the House of Commons should call for holding them accountable and recognise the plight of the Yemeni people. I hope that we will not have to see many more strikes in the region, but I suspect this is not the end of them. The Defence Secretary will continue to have my full support because this is right and this is about bringing back deterrence. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's always good to follow the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the member for Rutland Milton. I actually agreed with quite a lot of what they had to say. I may be going to that a bit more than what I'm going to have to say in the next few minutes. It does, I have to say, seem strange to having this sort of general debate on a Wednesday afternoon during government time. A general debate on defence and security, which I think the Shadow Defence Secretary alluded to, has morphed into one on the situation in the Red Sea. A more current and certainly more substantive topic, but I have to say one which will still allow me to make the same points I was actually going to make in a general debate, but within the frame of what is beginning to look like, and I hope I'm wrong, but it was what increasingly looking like some type of long-term commitment. Now, those of us who do speak, Mr Deputy Speaker, on defence on a regular basis, and I see some familiar faces here today, can probably finish each other's speeches by now. You've probably seen it on the odd occasion. Whether we be colleagues from the Defence Select Committee, and I see the member for South Dorset is in their place, or ordinary members interested in the subject, we tend to be a very dedicated bunch. And while I certainly don't agree with everything that everyone has to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, I certainly always learn a lot from the contributions from the people like I see my right honourable friend, the member for New Forest East, or indeed, I know that no longer in the place, the member for Raleigh and Wickford. It is to say that when it comes to debates such as this, the last thing on a Wednesday, you usually have to actually care to take time to participate. And that's why it is, I have to say, from my perspective, frustrating time and time again that the rhetoric, it seems, of the government around our defence and security, with the current situation as a case in point, so rarely matches, again from my perspective, the action taken, and why I sometimes wonder if His Majesty's government pays so little heed to the contributions of those on their side of the House. Because the question is, who are they exactly listening to? But before I explore that much further, maybe add to what the Chair of the Defence Select, the Foreign Affairs Committee said, let me also state the obvious, that the Houthis are a movement is an obstructionist, anti-Semitic, theocratic death cult. that has violated human rights and international law at every step of the way. And its current strategy not only continues these violations of international law, they seek to use the suffering of the Palestinian people in a way which cannot be justified. However, and this is maybe the point where I will distinguish my remarks not only from maybe the government but also from the shadow, the Labour bench, is that just because current events in Palestine are not the cause of the Houthi attacks on shipping, Mr. Speaker, from our perspective, it does not mean that they are not symptoms of the same phenomenon, namely Western indifference towards the region followed by periods of intense military involvement, and little effort, I have to say, has been made to address longer-term issues. Now, I and my SNP colleagues gave the first round of strikes against the Houthi targets qualified support, Mr. Deputy Speaker, earlier this month, and we do so again with the latest strikes. But as we begin to slide, I will briefly, but I do want to move on quickly.
I just wanted to probe him slightly on his comments about the West not being involved into the region until something strikes up, because it was the Royal Navy and it was other navies who were protecting shipping from piracy from Somalia. It's the Royal Navy that has bases in Bahrain to help support shipping through the Straits of Hormuz. The West is involved in the region. It may be highlighted more now, but I just wanted to clarify the Honourable Gentleman's comments that he's not suggesting that we have not been involved in the region until now.
I think it's an interesting point to make, and maybe he turns to the points made by his honourable friend, the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, about the diplomatic effort. And I thought her point about Arab-led initiatives was a point well made, and maybe the government should be listening to that as a future intention. I think that's more to the point rather than engaging in military action, which has been ongoing for some time. But as we begin to slide towards, as I was saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it also seems inevitable to a longer-term commitment. It cannot be said enough that the what, the how and the why of UK grand strategy are, at least from my perspective, dangerously out of sync. Now, let's start with the Defence Secretary, and I see they're no longer in their place. His keynote announcement last week that the era of peace dividend is over and 2024 will mark an inflection point. Now, on the surface, this is a pretty banal observation. Whether we call it the polycrisis or we talk about the age of grey zone conflict, those of us who come to these debates on a regular basis have been talking about the possibilities of this type of thing happening ever since I at least arrived in 2015, and others from even longer. Now, I'm not sure how 2024 is going to be anywhere near the inflection point that 2014 or indeed 22 were indeed themselves. Nonetheless, it is a bold statement from the Secretary of State, and it's important to say that he also backed it up with an announcement of a £405 million investment in so-called drone-killing Sea Viper missiles. Now, on the surface, it would seem that the Secretary of State has got his why and his what sorted. We just need a how, and that's where I think we begin to run into trouble. Because for all of the highfalutin rhetoric from main building, I'm not sure there's anyone here who really believes that we're going to meet the how in the form of an increase in defence spending to meet these new threats, given the disastrous state of the MOD's finances as seen in the latest NAO report. Now, we are in the middle of a cost-of-living crisis, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as we all know well. Inflation seems to be coming under control, is only worse in the defence sector. And the proliferation of the US dollar-dominated contracts is not actually going to make things easier, especially with a soft pound and with the reality that we are actually now living in one of the poorest countries in Western Europe. Any increase in defence spending at this time means a cut elsewhere in that budget. That's simply a reality. And while there are those, particularly on the opposition benches, who are brave enough to say that they would like to make cuts elsewhere to do so, I have absolutely no indication from the government that they intend to do so. Indeed, whilst I'm no economist, Mr. Deputy Speaker, hard to believe, would you think, but I believe practitioners of that special art call this a revealed preference. When a potential leadership candidate, for example, advocates spending 3% of GDP only to quietly drop the commitment when they become Chancellor. All of our recent Prime Ministers, for example, have also made all the right noises when it comes to what the problems are in international security. But none of them, at least from my perspective, have met the challenge with a significant increase. Indeed, I think we can all agree that if that redoubtable and dogged former Secretary of State, and I have let him know that I'm going to mention him, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Member for Wyre and Preston North was only able to secure an increase of 2.5%, and even then only by the end of the decade, then I don't think anyone is actually expecting his successor, I'm afraid, to be any more successful. And I should point out, I say this is something of a sceptic about increasing the defence budget, or even the value in such arbitrary targets. We judge governments based on their record, and this is what this one has. Because once you start to scratch the how in the government's strategy, the what and the why also start to become unstuck. Now let's take the Sea Viper order, what was presented as an announcement to counter the new and specific threat has actually been on the table since 2012, only to be, if my honourable friend will allow me just for a moment, only to be consistently shifted to the right because of the pressure elsewhere in the budget. I will give way to my right honourable friend.
And I regard him as my honourable friend too. Before he leaves the issue of percentages spent on defence, would he not agree with me that, crude though they are, these are indicators of a national priority? And the trouble is, if we don't spend enough on defence in peacetime, and then a conflict breaks out, and now we're beginning to hear talk of having to be prepared for major conflict in the next decade or two, we will be spending vastly more than 3 or 4% on defence. So how much better is it to spend a bit more in peacetime to prevent the conflict? And how much better than that is it that America should realise that investing in Ukraine's effort is also helping to raise that deterrence threshold?
Honourable friend, for that intervention, because whilst I agree and I disagree and I don't disagree, because I think if there had been a sustained investment in the ministry on capability, we probably might not find ourselves in a situation, and of course he is welcome to stay for my adjournment debate on the nuclear infrastructure, where we might go into that, the number crunching in far more detail. I think you might maybe try and pass that one off. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, let me say, as far as being a simple drone killer in relation to Sea Viper, it is a sophisticated ballistic missile defence system that has been in development since the 1980s. And each Aster 30 missile costs £2 million a pop. Now, whoever in main building thought it was a good idea to call it a drone killer evidently hasn't done the cost-benefit analysis on taking out mass-produced Chinese drones costing £100 with a £2 million missile. Now, this is before we even get to the platforms delivering this capability. Now, the MOD is now officially refusing, and the ministers who are in their place might be able to correct me, refusing to disclose publicly the size of its escort fleet. Something which probably the Houthis probably already know, and maybe it's in one of the TikToks that the Honourable Member, the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee mentioned. They're refusing to disclose the size publicly, something which got a bit of a play last week as well, although it should bring us pretty quickly to consider the why of all of it. If you can all agree that we are living in a world, Mr Deputy Speaker, of increasingly complicated and interlinked threats, then why is the Red Sea important to the UK in all of this? Now, I consulted two principled documents published since I have been an MP, the 2015 SDSR and the 2021 Integrated Review. Alas, the mentions of the Red Sea, there were none. Yemen was given a single cursory mention in each, and both in the context of other regional conflicts. I guess you could say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the government's defence that both were written before the Ever Given accident reminds us that the Suez Canal and the Red Sea were something of an important bottleneck for global trade. But ultimately, neither the documents, one pre and one post-Brexit, really tell a compelling story about UK engagement in this part of the world, which means it's harder for me, and certainly harder for the public, to see why sustained engagement, if it happens, in this is in our long-term interests. Now, don't get me wrong, Mr Deputy Speaker, even as a committed North Atlanticist who believes Scotland and UK's primary commitment should be our Northern European neighbourhood, I am open to being convinced. Instead, I have to say that the mood music all through this time has been around global Britain, without elucidating what that actually means. Now, don't get me also started on the issue of the Indo-Pacific tilt. When I first heard mention of it, and then when I read, quite frankly, incredible assertion from the Integrated Review that the UK wishes to be the European states, and let me quote, with the broadest and most integrated presence in the Indo-Pacific, I have to say a claim that received very little interrogation at the time. Now again, as a committed North Atlanticist, I was maybe never going to be on board with the idea of an Indo-Pacific tilt, but the more I tried to find out about it, the less convinced I became. The Indo-Pacific is a big place, home to 2 of the 3 largest oceans in the world and 3 of the 5 largest states. Any tilt towards it would surely require some sort of prioritisation, but we have never heard any talk of this. The Red Sea region could have been part of that, securing the freedom of maritime trade from the Indo-Pacific, bringing in European partners with a presence in the region along with others. But there was a complete failure to communicate any of that with members in this place, never mind with the general public. So forgive those of us who are sceptical about that, Mr Deputy Speaker. In this instance, these strikes against the Houthi targets because we can clearly see that the how, namely the Royal Navy and its capabilities, and the team are doing a commendable job, is actually in its poorest and most diminished state it has been for many years. I think it was an issue alluded to one of the members, the member for Raleigh. It's a consequence not only of budgetary pressures, but a complete failure of this and previous governments to make the case for why, be that in the Red Sea or the North Sea. Instead, we have a manpower and retention crisis caused by over a decade of wage stagnation, the ongoing possibility that the 2 remaining LPDs will be mothballed, calling into question the long-term viability of the Royal Marines, and the admission in November that the entire fleet of SSNs was alongside at the same time. Yet, if you went by the MOD's spin on things, Mr Deputy Speaker, all is well, because we can still field 2 carrier strike groups, even though everyone knows we'd never have the manpower to do so at the same time. The UCAS deal will allow Astute-class boats to operate in the Pacific Ocean, even though, as we have heard, they sometimes can't even get to the North Sea. And who can forget from last week, we now have a space laser, or at least we will in 10 or 15 years' time. So let me conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, with a general observation. When it comes to UK grand strategy in the Red Sea, denial, I'm afraid, isn't just a river you end up in if you take a wrong turn on your way there.
As members can see, we've got 13 members that wish to participate, 14 members that wish to participate in this debate. So whilst I'm trying not to put a time limit on people's speeches, if they could show some self-discipline, then we will get everybody in with a decent amount of time. Sir Alex Sharpbrook.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Following on from the honourable gentleman who's just spoken, I find it disappointing in the approach he's taken to the operations that we have had to carry out in the Red Sea to protect international shipping. He makes the point, perhaps reasonably, that budgets of the country, its finances, are under great pressure, and that there has been a cost of living crisis. A cost of living crisis that has occurred through instability around the world, whether it be supply chains over the pandemic, or whether it be Russia's illegal war in Ukraine, and now the threats to shipping at the key point of entering the Red Sea. These do have a fundamental impact at home, and therefore the investment in defence is not something that just takes money out of the pot that government needs to spend. It actually helps build the security that our constituents need. too often through history, people have looked at distant lands and said that's got nothing to do with me, and that today couldn't be less true. I mean, it never was true, but it couldn't be less true today when we look at exactly how global supply chains end up on our own supermarkets and, of course, in terms of the fuel prices. And it's not just the increase in the cost of shipping that will add to inflationary pressures. It's the fact that we're modern industry working to a just-in-time system, that widget A may take 3 weeks now to get to widget B that may only take a week to get there, and that's going to cause huge backup problems of production within the factories and within production plants that move onto the system. So the actual time constraints that have now suddenly been hoisted upon global shipping of having to go around the Cape to actually deliver the goods that are needed will end up having a direct impact on our constituents once more. And therefore, it is important, in my opinion, that we do invest further, certainly in the Royal Navy. Now, I will take issue with people in this House who want to do a disservice to the Royal Navy. I think the Royal Navy is one of the most advanced and finest navies in the world. We have replaced the vast majority of our capital equipment in this century alone. And the technical ability of our Royal Navy outdoes a great number of countries, including many of the capabilities that are produced in the United States. The Type 45 destroyer was a visionary destroyer and allows wars to be fought in a way that were not feasible before. And with the introduction of the Type 26s coming forward, the Type 31s, the fact we've renewed our hunter-killer submarines, we're renewing Dreadnought, we have a huge infrastructure along with aircraft carriers, which in my opinion have always had an important strategic point of view, especially when we are trying to operate alongside the Allies, and comment have been made that it's always the USA picking up the burden. I think that Britain punches above its weight by having that capability. Yeah. Where I do think we run into a problem through the MOD and its funding is that because of rules been set by previous chancellors and carried on about the difference between borrowing for capital and not spending on revenue and how that's worked out, that it's always been easy to produce a capital spreadsheet to produce more ships, but no one ever looks at, well, how much revenue are we going to need to keep those ships running, keep them serviced and crew them. And that in itself is something that does need to be addressed, because be under no illusion, the situation in the Red Sea speaks to the wider issue of how important maritime security is. It affects the entire world. And yes, we operate as part of the NATO alliance, and we can actually draw on many, many more allies around the world to help police the situation that's taking part in the Red Sea. But that demand is only going to get greater, especially to diverse just slightly from the issue in the high north, as that becomes more of a passage for trade during the summer months. With already China showing a great interest in those areas. And I don't think it can be dismissed of how there is an arc forming around the ability to disrupt trade and disrupt maritime, which all seems to emanate, or at least is influenced from Iran. It's already been mentioned about the influence that Iran is having around Houthis, around Yemen, and its issues with Hezbollah. But we know that it is also now arming Russia. We know that the Russians are doing everything they can to stop the grain getting out of Ukraine. Now with the blocking of the bottom of the Red Sea, which is going to once again increase the ability to get vital food stocks to areas of the world, as mentioned, that is going to lead to starvation, and not least in countries such as Lebanon, which is an unstable country as it stands. It has a huge economic crisis, not recovered from the explosions at the grain silos. It's heavily reliant on the grain that comes from Ukraine. But again, that would suit the narrative to cause instability in another country neighbouring Israel and in that region from Iran's overall objective. And as my honourable friend for Rutland and Melton made perfectly clear, that it's these tiny activities that Iran take part in that doesn't lead to suddenly having to say we're not willing to tolerate that. I think we also have to be aware, though, that we always look at these issues with Western eyes. And actually, when those countries look eastwards, they have allies. You know, Russia has been able to trade with many, many countries to the south and the east of it, and Western sanctions only go so far. So, confident that other colleagues will want to speak and develop further. I think the situation in the Red Sea needs to be another flashpoint warning that we have to invest further in maritime capability, because it's only through maritime capability that we can ensure that we can keep secure trade routes open that affect the entire world. The investment that we make now has a direct impact on our constituents and their ability to deal with cost of living. This isn't a situation thousands of miles away. This is a situation on even the corner shops in our villages.
Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The freedom of navigation and maritime security, upholding international law, are fundamental principles, and this country, along with international partners, has a duty to uphold them. We've heard about the economic consequences. The disruption caused by what is happening in the Red Sea at the moment is not only a threat to peace there, but throughout the region. But these are also, as the Defence Secretary and the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee said, these are complex and historic issues, and they will need political solutions to be resolved in due course. These are very long-standing disputes with very complex origins, whether that be the influence of colonial powers in the past, whether it be communal, religious, ethnic rivalries, whether it be the struggle for oil and other natural resources. And I don't claim to be an expert on this, but certainly there are parallels with what happened in the 1960s with the North Yemen civil war, the Aden emergency, which led to UK forces and occupation of Aden, which had begun in 1839, ending in 1967. Much of this does have very ancient origins. However, as a note of caution, and I hear exactly what is said by many speakers so far in relation to conflating the actions of the Houthis in Yemen with what is happening in Israel and Palestine. Nobody should be naive to think that the Houthis are doing this for humanitarian motives, that they are doing this for unselfish motives. They are entirely, I think the Defence Secretary said, opportunist in what they are doing in that way. That is not necessarily the way that it's seen in the Arab street. It's not necessarily the way that it's seen by our constituents, and so we have to address that issue head on. The priorities that are given to dealing with attacks on shipping in the Red Sea should also, many of my constituents say to me, be the priorities for dealing with attacks on human life in Gaza and where else they occur, including, of course, in the Yemen. And by that, I mean that, well, let's look at what the Prime Minister said, if I understood him correctly at Prime Minister's questions today. He set a number of tests before there should be a ceasefire in Gaza, that all hostages should be released, and I presume he means Israeli and Palestinian hostages, that Hamas should disappear from Gaza, should disarm, should not be in a position to threaten Israel or indeed anyone else, and that the Palestinian Authority should take over the role of governance there. Now, nobody was more pleased than I if those three criteria could be met. And indeed, I'm sure that hostage release and swaps will be part of any ceasefire, even a temporary one. But how realistic is it to expect that Hamas is going to disappear overnight, or that, to use their own phraseology, that the Palestinian Authority are going to ride into Gaza on the back of Israeli tanks? I do not believe that is a realistic assessment of where we need to go before a ceasefire occurs. In a similar way, that when the government is asked, it often is, and indeed the Prime Minister was asked again by the leader of the Scottish National Party earlier on Prime Minister's questions. Does he believe that war crimes have been committed in Gaza? It's not a difficult question. Yes, it is absolutely true that restrictions on journalists and on international observers going into Gaza are there, but there is enough coming out of Gaza to see. And it's not an exhaustive list, but many leading international jurists have seen deprivation of life, collective punishment, arbitrary detention, denial of basic services including healthcare, forced displacement and ethnic cleansing going on. And simply to reply, as any government spokesman seems to do now, and say that Israel should comply with international humanitarian law is not sufficient. The question is Israel complying in that way? And I noted that just today, published by the Lawyers for Palestinian Human Rights, but authored by independent jurists, more than 200-page opinion, which found that in Gaza, the crime against humanity of persecution had been committed more intensely since the 7th of October, but going right back to the siege of Gaza began in 2007. And if the government's position is to be credible on this, then it has to address those events, because what is happening in Gaza at the moment is quite extraordinary. 1% of the population killed in 3 months, 25,000 people, under the most horrific circumstances that we heard from the Shadow Defence Secretary describe in his opening. Indeed, there are strong parallels between... I will give way, my friend.
The international law point. There is one thing that is the international humanitarian law, and let's face it, that is not a good law. That is a law of last resort when other things have gone wrong. The other side to it, perhaps the side that we can take as politicians, is the side of morality. What is the right thing to do? What is the humanitarian thing to do? What is the human misery thing to do? And that is why the immediate bilateral ceasefire is so important. There is a choice. They can... the ICJ, the ICC will be looking at the war crimes, and I think it's right to let the courts do their job. But the government could have also taken a moral judgment. Is this right? Would he agree with me?
Yeah. I think I always agree with my friend on this issue, not on other issues, but on this issue. And she's absolutely right, and she has some very personal, clear knowledge of this, and she is herself, because of where her extended family are in Gaza, under particular strain, and I pay tribute to the fact that she is able to continue to maintain the objectivity that she's just shown in the comments that she's made.
Will my little friend give way?
I will briefly.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to my little friend. We've just had a debate in Westminster Hall, which was specifically on human rights, and Gaza obviously came up, and it was revealed during that debate that the Foreign Office had sought evidence from their legal advisors as to legality of actions that have been taken by Israel. Going back to the 10th of November, we didn't have a satisfactory answer actually from the minister at the debate. But if that is the case, should the government not be publishing that advice? And I understand since the new Foreign Secretary arrived, he's also asked for a review of that legal advice.
I can only say that I agree also with my honourable friend. The number of deaths that are occurring on a daily basis and continuing to occur, mostly so far through military action in Gaza. But now we've reached the point where the number of deaths through privation and disease are overtaking that. And there is a strong parallel here with what happened in Yemen. About 150,000 people, mainly civilians, have been killed in Yemen over the course of the civil war that began in 2014. About another 200,000 at least have died through disease and privation as a consequence of that civil war. And we are at that tipping point in Gaza now. And yes, those are higher numbers, but over a much longer period of time. But many of the same arguments apply, and I don't think there is any member in the chamber tonight who would not wish to see the end to the suffering, both in Yemen and in Gaza. what needs to happen is a ceasefire, an end to hostilities, and pressure from the UK alongside partners could play a much bigger role in achieving that. What secondly needs to happen is aid and reconstruction, but that does need much more of a permanent peace, because many of the donors who have contributed, including EU and UK donors, to that reconstruction in the past, have seen that money then wasted by further military action in that way. And what's also needed is better governance and the support for civil society. And one of the most cynical things that's happened since the terrible and tragic events of the 7th of October, and we all feel for the people of Israel and what they suffered then. But the response in terms of not just going after Hamas, but destroying not just civilian neighbourhoods, but civil society, destroying law courts, destroying parliaments, destroying records office there, appears designed to make Gaza ungovernable. So that has to be addressed as well. One could say make exactly the same points in relation to Yemen. These are two of the great catastrophes going on in the world at the moment. So there may be points at which we do not want to link the two, but there are also clear points together. The exception to perhaps that, the point that goes further in the case of Gaza than the case of Yemen, is that what we are dealing with in Gaza is occupation. And that puts it into a different category. I asked the Prime Minister yesterday, I wasn't surprised by his answer, but in the statement yesterday, I asked him when the UK will recognise a Palestinian state, and he gave the answer that will be familiar to everyone here. We will recognise the Palestinian state at a time that best serves the peace process. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that time is now, or it is nearly now, because it is impossible to have serious negotiations towards peace unless it is between two sovereign states, and notwithstanding the condition in Gaza and increasingly the condition in the West Bank as well. That has at least, let's not pretend that this is going to put those two countries, Israel and Palestine, on an even keel, but without, as a precondition of negotiations, the recognition of a state of Palestine, negotiations are simply not going to get off the ground. So I hope we see that change of position. There is a very strong support, not just for our military, but for the diplomatic initiatives which the UK is making in the Middle East.
I've given a lot of latitude to the Honourable Gentleman on this, as he's focused on one aspect. But this debate is the situation in the Red Sea. If he could direct his attention towards that subject, I would be extremely grateful.
Yes, Mr. Deputy, I should have taken your advice rather than the advice of the Shadow Defence Secretary at the beginning of the debate. But you interrupt me at an appropriate point, because I'm continuing my remarks there, and simply to say that yes, there is strong support on all sides here, but it needs to go further, and in particular, Britain's historic responsibility in the region requires us to make that additional diplomatic effort.
Thank you for calling me, and I congratulate the Honourable Gentleman for Hammersmith, a very wide-ranging debate, albeit somewhat remote from the Red Sea, as you correctly pointed out, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I also congratulate my right honourable friend, the new Defence Secretary, who's done his place, and indeed the Shadow Defence Secretary, both of whom I think spoke with a great care and with great diplomacy and sense, and fulfilled, I think, precisely what this place ought to be about, namely Her Majesty's Government laying out their views and the loyal opposition then scrutinising what they've done. Now, before I say anything else, Mr. Deputy Speaker, can I just say that I strongly support the strikes in the Red Sea, and all of the remarks were made by my honourable friends, most of whom are much better informed of these matters than am I. I strongly support those strikes, and I strongly support the way they were carried out, and I strongly support the reasoning for them. But if I may this afternoon just take a slightly different approach to these matters, rather than the simply diplomatic and foreign affairs approach and military approach, to look at the way in which they were ordered. Now, particularly after the first strike, a great many people, including a number of people in this House, perhaps we'll hear from Liberal Democrats later on, were of the view that it was quite wrong. The House should be recalled, it was said. We should have a vote in this House about whether or not these strikes were justified, it was said. It was quite wrong that the Parliament should not have the opportunity to express our views on the most important matter facing us all, namely warfare, it was said. I'm glad to say that the government resisted those calls, and that the way in which the strikes were ordered seems to me, and I'll come back to it precisely why in a moment, to be absolutely right. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've been talking about this subject for some time. Indeed, I wrote a book about it, I may say, so available in good bookshops near you at this moment, for some time. And when I remember in a debate, probably some 15, 20 years ago now, I expressed the view that it was wrong that the House of Commons should take a vote on going to war. It was widely greeted by scorn. Everyone said that's absurd, a ridiculous thing to say, they said, and we can check Hansard for it later on. And indeed, when the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Lord Hague, then wrote a long, extensive article on this matter, and he said, very straightforward, very simply, when we go to war, the House of Commons, the House of Lords must decide on it. It must be done by a vote. I'm glad to say that the noble Lord Hague, last week went through a Damascene conversion and has changed his mind on the matter, and now I think entirely supports my view on it. But equally, I think that the PACAC, who wrote a report on these matters, again got it wrong in my view. They said that they thought the House of Commons should have a vote before going to war, before deployment. Now, if I may, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I take a very stringently different view. I think there are a very large number of very important reasons why that should not be the case. First, it seems to me that all pretense at secrecy would, of course, by that means be destroyed. We'd have a debate in this place, and the enemy would know precisely what it was that we were planning to do. Secondly, we couldn't take that kind of decision without consulting our neighbours. It might well be that that decision was part of a NATO strike, or in this case, a joint UK-US strike. Are we really to ask NATO, or the United Nations, or the US to wait while we discuss the matter here? And then what happens if we vote against it here, but they vote in favour in wherever else it might be? And third, it does seem to me that we are galloping down a very dangerous road, that if we ask the Prime Minister to come to this House and to share with us the secret intelligence which he has in order to make these very difficult decisions, and to share with us the legal advice that he has, and indeed the strategic knowledge that he has, he would then be exposing many of our professional supporters to criticism or indeed to attack one way or another. It would be quite wrong if he did. I don't want to know the secret intelligence, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't want to know the legal advice. I want the right to scrutinise what the government have done after they've done it. Fifth, I think it's extremely important that warfare should not be politicised. If we vote in this House for either to go to war or not to go to war, that means that we as MPs are taking a view of it. We are sending people to war, squabbling amongst ourselves as to whether that war was right, wrong, or indifferent. That seems to me to be quite wrong from the point of view of the families, particularly of the families of those who might, for example, be killed, who then say, well, one party or the other took a strongly different view to you. Before I come to the final reason for my strong views on these matters, can I just point out to the House that of the 274 wars that the United Kingdom has taken part in, or England, I think, has taken part in since 1750, we have voted in this House on only two. Only twice in all those years have we voted on prior to deployment. The first time was in 2003, when Tony Blair asked this House to vote on Iraq, and he whipped the Labour Party into supporting the war, and the Conservative Party indeed was whipped, and I'm glad to say I rebelled against the whip. But nonetheless, we were whipped into supporting the war. What a bad decision that was, quite the wrong decision. And the second time, in all this 300 or 400 years history, the second time that we had a vote in this House on going to war, it was before the Libya strike in 2013. Well, the Libya strike then didn't, I mean, it was a Syria strike, I beg your pardon, that didn't then occur in 2013. The House voted against it, and very much of the bloodshed and the corruption and the disaster we see in Syria to this day comes about as a result of that vote. America followed us the following day, and they equally didn't strike against the use of chemical weapons. That was a wrong decision made by this House, as in my view was the Iraq decision in 2003, and those are the only two occasions when prior to deployment we've had a vote here. My old friend disagrees with me. Right, old friend.
I'm afraid I do, but I agree with his main thrust, which is there is no doubt that the Prime Minister and the Executive have the right to take initial action and seek support afterwards. Having said that, though, in the case of Syria in particular, it has become a byword to say this was a wrong and terrible decision because the ghastly Assad remained in power. However, the alternative to that would have been another Islamist swamp such as we saw in Libya, and it was because there was a strong feeling in the House that this would have been another Iraq or another Libya, that there was such pressure to have a vote, and for my part, I think the result was absolutely right.
Well, right honourable friend makes an extremely interesting point. He thinks that we should have not had strikes against Syria, and therefore he thinks we should have had a vote on the matter, because the vote then went against it. But let's imagine there was some other war, some very important war, some very essential war. Let's imagine this was a moment before a general election. Let's imagine there's a very small majority on one side or the other. That war then becomes political. And my right honourable friend might well find, under those circumstances, that a war that he strongly believes in, that strongly wants to support, is voted down by this House rather than by the generals or the Prime Minister. Of course.
Perhaps both my honourable friend and my right honourable friend will agree on this point, that while it can be risky and dangerous to intervene, we also know that it can be dangerous and risky not to intervene. Perhaps that is a point that they would both agree on.
My right honourable friend makes an extremely good point. And incidentally, I forgot to mention, I very much welcome him to the front bench. He's doing a very good job standing in for the Foreign Secretary. But I hope you will take note of the Procedure Committee's report this afternoon on this question of how a Secretary of State who is in the House of Lords should or should not be questioned by this House. And I very much hope that the Government will accept what the Procedure Committee have proposed, namely that the Foreign Secretary should be called to the bar of the House to take questions on that matter. We mustn't probably get too far off the subject, but of course.
Actually, I think I'm very. So I thank my friend from giving way, and I think actually I support what he says. I think if you look at the two times that we voted for a vote on military action, both times, either one we were misled, and secondly we were stung by being misled, so we went the wrong way. And actually, as someone who was quite close to the Libyan conflict, because I saw it play out with ISIS in northern Iraq. Actually, we should have taken military action on principle over the use of chemical weapons, and by not doing so, regardless of the outcome of the Syrian war, I think we just weaken this idea of Western resolve. And I know it's can be a bit of a cliche, but if you've got a red line and dictators then ignore it, you end up in a world of pain.
Both of my honourable friends are seeking to involve me in a debate about a matter that happened some 10 or 15 years ago, and which is well beyond the scope of the debate this afternoon. The point was not whether or not striking against Syria was right, wrong or indifferent. The point I was making was that it was we in this House who chose not to. And as my right honourable friend from bench says, often not doing something is as bad as doing something. He's absolutely right in saying that. But it was we in this House, with our shortage of information, my honourable friend knows a lot about these things, I readily admit that I don't. It was we in this House that didn't have that information, didn't have that briefing, didn't have the secret intelligence nor the legal advice. We chose to take that decision. Now, it seems to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in months and years to come, it's an extremely dangerous world we live in months and years to come, we're going to see an awful lot of these decisions taken. And it seems to me that the way that this was handled this time shows that the pendulum which swung from the divine right of kings, where the king decides on his own in the Middle Ages, through to the time in 2003, indeed 2013, when we allowed this House to vote, albeit not necessarily sensibly, that pendulum has now swung back to precisely where it ought to be. Namely, that if we in this House take a vote on something, this House is by that means diminished. We cannot then hold the government to account. We cannot come back and say, you, Mr. Government, have got that wrong, because we voted for it. And if we voted for it, surely the Secretary of State will then come back and say, well, you voted for it. The whole point of our purpose here in this House, in this chamber, is to scrutinise what the government have done, hold the government to account, if necessary, to remove the government if they do the wrong thing. Well, I'm trying to wind up a little bit, of course.
I am most grateful to my honourable friend. And he mentioned about the world becoming a more dangerous place. And we've known through the history of the NATO alliance that deterrent is one of the best ways that we can try and keep a peace. That's why we have the constant at-sea nuclear deterrent. Nobody knows where or when it may be used. So if we want to try and keep the peace, is there not strength in the argument he's making that there's a far greater deterrent if the decision can just be taken rather than giving 24, 48 hours notice?
I'm not certain that my right honourable friend, I congratulate him incidentally on his knighthood, has quite grasped the subtlety of the point I was trying to make, which is not so much as to about the substance of defence, but so much the way we take a decision in this House. And the point I was making was that if we vote on something, as happened to the Labour Party over Iraq in 2003, it then becomes extremely difficult to criticise the government for what they're subsequently doing. It's right that we should scrutinise the government. We should not vote on these matters. We should have huge debates, have statements, have debates, have votes after deployment. But the moment that we allow ourselves to be forced into a whipped vote in front of deployment, then we are by definition emasculating this House. It's quite wrong from the point of view of defence, and it's quite wrong from the point of view of parliamentary scrutiny. We demand the right to scrutinise the government. We can only do that if we don't vote on the wars.
I'm getting slightly anxious about time, and my advice is that colleagues should stick to a maximum of 8 minutes. If we can't achieve that, I'll have to put a time limit on, but I'd rather not. Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and you'll be pleased to know that I intend to be brief. Originally, I was going to speak out a number of issues, including the situation in Ukraine, but I am grateful to be able to comment briefly on the situation in the Red Sea and the region. As my right honourable friend on the front bench has indicated, Labour supports, and I support, the targeted and limited strikes on the Houthi military targets in Yemen. And we should be clear about the nature of those attacks by the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels. Opportunist attacks, as my honourable friend from Hammersmith has just pointed out. And we should reject the UK and US airstrikes on their positions are related to the conflict in Gaza. Nevertheless, there are things that we need to continue to say about the situation in Gaza. We watched in horror the attacks on the 7th of October, and we've watched in horror since then at the level of suffering and deaths in Gaza. We need a ceasefire urgently to end that suffering. We need the release of the hostages, and we need to urgently address the biggest humanitarian crisis in that region in a generation. People facing starvation, thirst, and without medical assistance. And I pay tribute to all the organisations carrying out humanitarian work in the most difficult conditions there. I've been getting regular updates from Medical Aid for Palestinians who do great work there, and the impossible situation that some of their workers have been put in. The situation made worse, of course, because Gaza is not somewhere that people can get out of, and I'd encourage the government to keep pressing the Israeli and Egyptian authorities to open the crossings for aid, but also to allow the people who need to leave to get out. And I've raised with the Minister a particular case of a constituent of mine whose wife and baby daughter are on the border at Rafah, and we need to keep pressing for them to be able to get out of the crossing and out of danger. On the specific issue of the Red Sea and the strikes on the Houthi targets, the UN Security Council was, of course, strong in its condemnation of the attacks on shipping by the Houthis, and we join that condemnation. As my right honourable friend said, we can't afford for those attacks to continue and go unanswered, and there is a cost of non-intervention. Freedom of navigation is an important principle, and there are innocent seafarers from around the world on those commercial ships passing through this vital route. And at this point, I think I need to declare an interest. I'm very proud of my nephew, who's training to be a commercial nautical engineer. He's working for Maersk, one of the companies whose ships have been attacked. And as any family member would from any country, I want him and workers like him protected from terrorist attacks if he should have to make a journey via the Red Sea. Innocent commercial shipping workers from around the world are put at risk by the reckless and illegal attacks by the Houthis, and those workers need protection, as our brave Navy personnel need the same protection. And it may well be impossible to completely stop Houthi attacks. We know that they've been hardened, I guess, by the long civil war in Yemen. They've been subject to a long history of attacks by the Saudi-led coalition there, so they know about being attacked. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do what we can to degrade and limit their capacity to carry out those attacks. They can't go unanswered. But we also need, as a number of honourable and right honourable members have pointed out, a diplomatic strategy to stop the risk of escalation, making clear that these are targeted and proportional attacks that aren't aimed at escalating a wider conflict, and that is the thing we need to avoid at all costs. So yes, we support targeted action to protect freedom of navigation, to protect civilians and our naval personnel. But we need a political process towards a sustainable peace and regional security in Yemen, in Gaza and in the region. And I encourage the government to continue to work for that political solution.
Sir Liam Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I begin by paying tribute to all of our armed forces who've been involved in action in the Red Sea. They always rise to any challenge asked of them with professionalism and courage, and they're a great example that our armed forces are so much more than the hardware that we invest in. Now, I accept the point that the Secretary of State made at the outset, that there is no direct link between the conflict in Gaza and what is happening in terms of the Houthi attacks and shipping in the Red Sea. But we, I think, would be wrong not to accept that there's interconnectivity between the tensions in different parts of the Middle East today. And I think that we need to understand the context of that. Back in 2020, when the Trump administration brokered the Abraham Accords between Israel, the UAE, Bahrain, and then Morocco, it was a great exercise in leadership to bring reconciliation to a part of the world that had seen too much conflict for too long. It has resulted in a big improvement economically in business and trade between the countries involved, and in people-to-people relationships, with around 500,000 Israelis, for example, visiting Dubai in the last few years, something that would have been unthinkable just a decade ago. But there was always one country that did not want the Abraham Accords to succeed, and that was Iran. They did not want the Abraham Accords to succeed because they didn't believe in a two-state solution, because they didn't believe that Israel should exist. Ayatollah Khamenei has got tremendous consistency in his views about the purity of the Islamic Revolution, his detestation of the West, and his contempt for the existence of the State of Israel. Anyone who's interested should read the book Reading Khamenei by Karim Sanjapur for the Carnegie Endowment for Peace. Iran was never going to want to see peace between the Arab states and Israel because it threatened Iran's hegemony, as it saw it, over the Islamic parts of the Middle East. And the big question was always, what would Saudi Arabia do? A major player in security of both the Red Sea and the Gulf. And when I saw the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia on Fox News saying that every day he believed that Saudi Arabia was closer to peace and reconciliation with Israel, my first reaction was Iran will react against it. And whether it would react against it through its proxies in Gaza, funded and armed by Iran, Hamas, or Hezbollah, funded and armed by Iran in Lebanon, or whether it be funded and armed by Iran in Yemen through the Houthis. It turns out, in fact, we now see all three actually being active. And we need to understand that that axis of resistance, as Iran calls it, against the West, is something that they will keep going as long as they possibly can. They will not seek peace. They will resist peace at all times. Now, in the Red Sea, we are absolutely right, as many members have said, and I don't want to go over that territory again, to say that the Houthi threat is a specific one that we need to deal with. For the UK, 95% of our exports and imports go by sea. For the whole of the global trading environment, 15% of all global trade passes through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Not to act, as many members have said, would leave international maritime law in tatters, and with no deterrence there whatsoever, it would risk a bout of global inflation. We saw what disruption could do from the conflict in Ukraine. The same would be true were there to be permanent disruption in the Red Sea. And we would have disruption of vital supply chains, including food and medicines, that so many people will depend upon. So we're right to take the action, but we need to come back to understanding the role of Iran in this process and other processes. We have seen Iran develop drones sent to Russia by Iran Air to oppress the people of Ukraine. And yet Iran Air still fly out of Heathrow Airport in the United Kingdom. Why? Why is it tolerated? We've seen the money moved around the global financial system by Iran to fund its proxies, but we've still got 2 Iranian banks trading in the City of London within a stone's throw of the Bank of England. Why? Why is that happening? We've seen, as my honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee, said earlier, we've seen videos of anti-Semitic speeches by IRGC generals now being investigated by the Charity Commission. The regulator is looking at footage of Death to Israel chants on an Islamic charity UK premises. And we've seen 2 of the videos showing talks by IRGC leaders talking about an apocalyptic war on the Jews. And again, as my honourable friend earlier, the IRGC actually took responsibility this week for a military attack on a foreign territory, something they haven't had the audacity to do before. So again, I ask, why are the IRGC not a proscribed organisation in this country? They are clearly involved in a wide range of activity that is dangerous in relation to Britain's national interests and our security. I have never once, when I've raised this issue in the House, been given a clear answer from the front bench as to why we will not ban Iran Air, why we will not stop Iranian banks in the city, and why we will not prescribe the IRGC. I live in a little bit of extra hope that we might get some answer tonight. Very briefly, I give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you. The answer that the government so far has given on the IRGC is that because it's an arm of the state, it is very difficult to prescribe an arm of the state. I'm not saying I agree with that answer. That's the answer given. Is there a way around it?
It's an answer. It's not a very convincing answer, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I hope we'll get better from my right honourable friend, who I know is well capable of giving us greater detailed answers than that tonight. We actually face a choice in the Red Sea and beyond. We are either going to deal with the political problems that we face, or rather than the rosy future that the Abraham Accords offered us, we can go back to 1971 with a radicalised generation in the Middle East and return to all the problems we saw, hijacks and Munich and all the things we thought we had left behind us. We need to drive a solution. There must be, as the Prime Minister said earlier this week, a commitment to a 2-state solution, and it's not acceptable for anyone to put a political bloc on that. We need to see security guarantees given for both Israel and the Israeli people who have a right to live in peace and any future Palestinian state. That will require an international peace agreement. It will require the United States and Saudi Arabia and others all to be willing to commit to that peace. It will require a new way of looking at the politics in the region, and it is right that Hamas cannot be part of that if there is to be any way forward. And there will need to be massive economic reconstruction in the area as we go forward. And to end, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I can just say what I said before in the House, and that is, when we look at the whole region, that peace is not just the absence of war or conflict, but the freedom from the fear of conflict or oppression or terror. It comes with concepts of rights that have to apply to all people, and not just rights and dignity, but enforceable rights and dignity. And only when all the people of the Middle East, the wider region, can actually have access to all of these do we have any chance of achieving the peace that is not just part of their security, but part of our security.
Leila Moran. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow the right honourable member from Somerset, because I agree so much with what he just said, and in particular, the way that he's set out how Iran, decides to back many different groups that will cause chaos, and actually the root cause here needs itself addressing. And it feels that when you talk about the Middle East, whilst I am half Palestinian, we lived in Jordan for 5 years just after King Abdullah passed away. We were in Egypt just after the Arab Spring. And so my link to the region is not just by blood, we were there. It feels like you're playing 3D chess while spinning round most of the time, trying to understand who's in, who's out, what's happening. And it's fair to say that the region has been poorly led and poorly served by its politicians for very many decades. Arabs are proud, intelligent, capable people who have every right to live in dignity and security as anyone else. And I'm sorry to say that there have been elements of the debates around Israel-Palestine that seem to forget that. When we talk about peace in the region, we often omit that Palestinians need to be at the heart of it as much as Israelis. And that when we talk about Arab-led, yes, absolutely Arab-led, and I should have drawn the House to my register of interest. I went to the Manama Dialogue at the invitation of IISS, but when we were there, we heard from the Bahraini foreign minister who made clear the case for why peace and two states was not just in the interests of Israel-Palestine, but actually was in Bahrain's interest as well. It was a regional interest. And the reason for that, and linked to what previous speakers had said, is because it is the biggest toy that Iran and other mischief makers in the region have to play with. And they've been playing with it for their own nefarious ends for far, far too long. And they have no real interest in the Palestinian people. And let me be clear, when I speak to other Palestinians, we know this. We know this. We know that they're jumping on the bandwagon now, and we talk about still the paper tigers of the 60s. And, you know, lots of Arab states will say, when it's convenient for them, that they will come and ride in our defense. And when at that final moment it comes to who backs us, the answer is, well, no one. And so we rely on ourselves. And that's the view from pretty much every Palestinian I know. But that said, that doesn't mean we don't need help. So this is my plea for help. Two states is not just in the interests of Israelis and Palestinians. And can I just emphasize Israelis as well, because the peace camp in Israel has taken an enormous blow as well in this. It was, let us remind ourselves, very many peace activists who have been taken hostage, who were disgracefully raped. Hamas is no friend to the Palestinian cause either. But this war has driven ordinary, peace-loving people into the arms of the extremes of the debate. And when you look at the polls, and there was one done by, I believe, very recently, it is the people are now backing Hamas, are now backing Netanyahu, when before they didn't. And we have to reflect on that. Why has that happened? These are the same people as before October the 7th. And the reason why that's happened is because we've allowed it to happen. Because the longer this war is waged in the way that it has been waged, in the way that it feels so one-sided, with the humanity at the center of it, not at its heart, by the Western world in particular, the more abandoned ordinary people feel. And when people feel abandoned, that is when the center ground where the dialogue happens is vacated. And so my plea to this House continues to be, let's not forget the Palestinian cause. And yes, I'm here with my Palestinian scarf, with my blood, but it's not for me. It's for regional security. And I would put it to the Minister that this is in the security interests of Britain, because we are seeing for ourselves. Now, when we say that the region is a tinderbox, what we mean by that is not that one thing is causal on another, is that there are multiple flashpoints, and all it takes is for one thing to go wrong, and you find they all blow up at the same time. So the reason why, and this is why the debate and vote earlier on was important, it is of course true that the Houthis were wanting this to happen, and it wasn't linked. But that risk of escalation is very real. There is a very true concern, and I think a legitimate concern, that it's true, you have to act, and not acting is also acting. And we back what the government has done. But what happens if it does start to go wrong? What if that nuclear reaction starts to get out of control, and you end up in a situation where that tinderbox has been set alight? And the worry I have is that whenever we have questioned the Prime Minister on that point, how do you come off this particular ledge? We have not had that assurance. What's the plan? We still don't have that plan. And two plans. Recognition of the state of Palestine, I would argue, has never been more important. Because I talk about an immediate bilateral ceasefire to bring the people from the extremes back to the center, to start to heal some of these wounds. But I also would point out that a ceasefire is not the end. A ceasefire only ever freezes a conflict. And if we want to say that this is the last time, and I sincerely believe that across this House there is broad agreement on that point. We need to get serious about how we bring two states not just back on the table, but back on the table quickly, because you just have to look at what's happening in America and the chances of Trump coming back, and that means that our window of opportunity, not just public opinion, which is at its height now, but also an America that is willing to be a willing partner, is fast diminishing. So we know that the European Union is talking about a conference. We know that the Arab states are also talking. And my question to the Minister is, who are we talking to? How quickly do we think we can get this twin track, whatever you want to call it, off the ground? And as part of that, may I urge him, as I've done in previous debates, to recognise Palestine sooner than later? Because us Palestinians, wearing my Palestine hat back on for a moment, all we want is the power to do what all other countries have. We want our own votes at the United Nations. We want to raise our own money to rebuild and educate our children. And it's not a case that we aren't capable. We just don't have the tools. And what we want above all, however, is to live in dignity alongside our Israeli cousins. It is the scars that so sadly we share that will bind us together. And like scars, they're not comfortable, but quite often when the bone grows back, it's stronger than before. That's how both people feel. They need to be given the tools as equal partners to be able to resolve this. And without a fully fledged recognition of the Palestinian state very early, I would argue first, not last in the process, we will never get there.
Flip Drummond.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow the Honourable Lady from Oxford Western Abingdon, and I think she spoke very wisely on many of the issues, and I suspect the Minister will have listened to that carefully. I want to start by thanking all our personnel who are currently operating in the Eastern Mediterranean and east of Suez. Even in peaceful times, this is an area which calls for the highest professionalism and alertness. And when we're faced with the challenges that we have now, the stress on them is even greater. Our interest in the area around Yemen predates the Suez Canal because of its place on our original sea route to India around the Cape. The Aden Protectorate, where I was born, was a major trading base which has continued with 15% of the world's shipping and 30% of global container traffic depending on the freedom of the navigation in the Red Sea through the Bab el-Mandeb Straits. We must be realistic about the motivations of the Houthis in these attacks and their piracy. The forgotten civil war in Yemen has been going on since 2013 with a ceasefire in place for much of the last 15 months. Yet Yemen, and even more so the Houthis, only seem to have exploded into our consciousness of this country with the attacks on shipping, although it is debated in this place regularly. The ceasefire in Yemen has not been perfect, and acts of violence have been carried on at a low level. The Houthis have gained much from the peace talks, although they have an appalling human rights record, using sexual violence against women and the exploitation of children, and the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee talked about a few more of those. But I am concerned that the entire ceasefire is now jeopardised because of the Houthis' actions and our response. Additionally, the Houthis are clear that they see a linkage between their actions in the Red Sea and the situation in Gaza. And I say to them, attacking ships will not help the Palestinian cause. Targeted strikes by the US, the UK and allies will continue to protect shipping. However, the consequences of a prolonged series of strikes of the Yemeni people will be appalling. I cannot stress enough the catastrophe that will follow if the Houthis shut out humanitarian aid, if the ceasefire collapses, or if navigation around its coast becomes impossible. Yemen imports 90% of its food, and there are already 17 million people at risk of famine. 70% of the Yemeni population live in the areas that the Houthis currently control. And financing of the UN Humanitarian Response Plan has dropped from 55% of requirement in 2022 to 38% in 2023, and it's not even been announced for 2024. Most of Yemen's imports come through the Hodeidah port, so if the port becomes inoperable, the consequences will be severe. I urge extreme caution about any move to proscribe Ansar Allah because of the risk of destroying humanitarian effort which could follow. 50% of humanitarian funding comes from the United States, and most of this is needed in Houthi-controlled areas. I know the United States has been mindful of that in applying its special designation on the Houthis, and I'm sure, having raised it with the Prime Minister yesterday, that our government will be cautious too. Even with the ceasefire in place, the threat has remained to everyone in Yemen because the economy is so badly damaged. Collapsing and insecure societies breed radicalism and become threats to global security. So we must keep up our diplomatic efforts to save the ceasefire, and we should be cautious about seeing Iran behind every action the Houthis take. Iran does not have full control of their actions. They very much act independently, although they could stop providing intelligence, weapons and finance and work towards a de-escalation in the area. The Houthis are an organisation which include many people who defected from the previous Yemeni regime, sadly trained and armed by the West. There are remains of Western munitions being used against the coalition supporting the Yemeni government. The Houthis have cooperated with the UN on the tanker Safa, which posed a huge pollution threat to the entire Red Sea, and they've been allowing humanitarian agencies to carry on their work. So it's very concerning that they're now threatening to shut these agencies out. Equally, we must make sure that any sanctions we impose do not stop humanitarian access. The UK has been a leader in aid, and I'm grateful to the government for its support for the Yemeni people. But I also want to pay tribute to the UN Special Envoy, Hans Grunberg, who I met last year and who is working incredibly hard for a final peace process. How we respond to a crisis at the pinch points either side of the Bab al-Mandeb will be watched by other potential aggressors eyeing other opportunities. This is a key test of our return east of Suez. It is a strategy which commits us to respond to threats in the Malacca Strait, the South China Sea, or the seas around Taiwan. It requires our alliances like AUKUS to be military effective and not just defence export opportunities. Those alliances need to be founded on a belief by our partners that we will show up to bolster them when they're at the first line of defence. But we can only project power from a secure base in the UK, and we're responding to our personnel challenges with the excellent work done by Rick Haythornthwaite. However, we need to see results, and the major issues of service accommodation persist along niggly things like lack of free access to Wi-Fi on bases. Our personnel need secure and happy families' lives at home, and when they deploy, their effectiveness depends on knowing that their loved ones will be cared for. If we want people to fight for our values, we have to make sure they feel valued themselves. Ships, tanks and aircraft without crews are useless. Finally, while we are right to act to deter Houthi violence against international shipping, I do urge the House to remember that this is one chapter in a long and tragic civil war. So far, our attitude towards it has been supportive of the Yemeni people who are suffering so much, and I hope that will continue.
Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady from Meon Valley, and I hope the Minister, indeed the House, has listened to her wise insights. I think, there's a broad consensus around this House that we are absolutely right to take action to defend international shipping. The Houthis have been called out this afternoon in this House, and it's right that they do so. And of course, we also need to recognise the humanitarian crisis that exists in Sudan, in Yemen, and the wider security concerns that we have in the region. There have been no honourable actors in Yemen, and it's the population of that country that has suffered. Famine has gone hand in hand with war in that country. But yes, of course, as has been mentioned by others, we need to guard against any threat of escalation across the region. And we need to think about the nature of the threats that we face and the importance that we have, together with allies, of leadership, but not just leadership in dealing with the terrorist threats from the Houthis, but the importance of diplomatic action across the region as well. Acting together with our friends and allies in Europe, and of course through the agency of the United Nations, as has just been mentioned. We must recognise, though, the dangers of sleepwalking into wider conflict, not just here, and the bad actors that we face, the intentions of Iran, the challenges that we face with Putin and Russia, the challenges that we face with China, and indeed with North Korea as well, and the importance that we must have in this House of making sure that we deliver peace and stability throughout the world. And when we add to that the threats of disinformation and misinformation, and of course the polarisation that has been seen through much of our politics. These are issues that go beyond the Red Sea, but it's important in all of this, whether we're talking about in Yemen, whether we're talking about in the Middle East, that we win the hearts and minds, because we have to challenge that spiralling regional instability. So today, when we consider the Red Sea, it has to be seen as part of a broader landscape around the world of instability and the geopolitical threats that we face. Whilst there is no link, as has been said by many others, to what's going on in Gaza, we need to reflect on what is going on there. And I guess that the awful events of the 7th of October last year will forever remain with all of us. And of course, there must be peace and security for Israel. It is the time, though, to recognise that Palestinians have rights and the Palestinian state must be recognised as well. And dealing with that threat and removing Hamas does not mean to do so that you have to flatten Gaza. And of course, we're now living with the humanitarian crisis that we see as a result of that. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, it should shame all of us that we're now talking about in excess of 25,000 Palestinians that have perished since last October. Innocent civilians, but being targeted for what? And we must not lose sight of the legitimate rights of the Israelis and Palestinians to find peace and harmony together. To deliver that two-state solution is the only way of resolving conflict in that war-torn region. And we must now redouble our efforts to make sure that out of this crisis that we do deliver that peace, that we do deliver hope for the Palestinians, for the Israelis and for all of us. Madam Deputy Speaker, over the last few months we've watched the United Nations Agency for Palestinian Refugees seeking to continue its valiant efforts to provide sanctuary for people in Gaza. And sadly, too many UN personnel as well as civilians have lost their life during this conflict. Whilst the UN humanitarian agencies have done their best on the front line, the UN Security Council has been paralysed, as it has been for decades, through the power of veto. And the time has come, however, to provide proper leadership to question how these agencies should operate. How should we get the collaboration which is necessary to deal with the challenges in the Red Sea and Gaza and elsewhere? Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need to recognise that the effectiveness of the UN in delivering has been blunted by the power of the veto. It would be my contention that the UN faces barriers that inhibit their delivery at the core of this, and I would argue it is the leadership that is so often lacking, and the determination by the Security Council through the use of the veto by any of the 5 permanent members is a problem. When we consider the provision of the veto was not part of the UN Charter, it is right that we now question its use. When we consider that this power only sits with the 5 permanent members, we have to question the suitability of the existence of that power. Surely it is time to reform the Security Council and its membership, and it's most certainly time to remove the power of the veto. And let's remember that there have been 4 resolutions that have been stymied on the subject of Gaza over the course of the last few months. We must remember that when we look at conflict around the world and the influence of bad actors, be they Iran, Russia, the threats of China and North Korea, present to maintaining world order. The challenges in the Red Sea cannot be seen in isolation. We face multiple threats across the globe, and we must remind ourselves that in Europe, Ukraine must prevail against Russian aggression. We need to work in the spirit of collaboration within Europe, with our NATO allies, and globally through the United Nations to support Ukraine. We also need to recognise that democracy itself is being pushed back and under attack in so many parts of the world. Tellingly, when so many in the world face elections this year, faith and trust in democracy, and let us be under no illusion, democracy right around the world is under threat, and the electoral cycle this year has enormous implications for cooperation, for peace and security. That importance of democracy in providing peace and security, but also linking this to economic prosperity, dealing with the challenges of climate change and making this an opportunity for sustainable economic growth. That is important here, it's important in Yemen. And of course for us, NATO has been instrumental in providing peace and security in Europe, but now we face a threat of decoupling with our largest ally in the US on the back of indifference from political leaders in that country. Madam Deputy Speaker, when political leaders in the US are questioning supporting the cause of peace and stability in Europe from Russian aggression, alarm bells should be ringing. The question of UK and European leadership and the need to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine ought to be self-evident. We need to recognise that taking for granted of the US being an ally to Europe against Russian aggression in Ukraine may no longer be the default position, and we need to provide the support necessary to enable Ukraine to prevail. Ukraine must ward off Russian aggression, for failure to do so is not just a threat to the independence and sovereignty of Ukraine, it is a threat to the rest of Europe. What does it mean for us on these islands? Europe and all of us in these islands need to think about our own strategic autonomy, and thought has to be given to the mechanisms and forums that allow this to take place. The first and pressing priority is supporting and arming Ukraine. The central question has to be what it will take for Ukraine to restore its sovereignty and independence and how it does this. We must go beyond the necessary announcements of support for now to thinking through the strategic initiatives that will help Ukraine to win. Putin can never win. Put simply, we provide the resources for Ukraine to win, and they in Ukraine provide our peace and our security in Europe. That's the deal. Failure to secure Ukrainian freedom takes us into territory that our wider freedoms in Europe and around the world are under threat. An emboldened Putin pushing his expansionist agenda. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have argued that in these islands we have a part to play in showing leadership with our partners and allies in Europe. We have a mutual self-interest in strengthening the capabilities of the United Nations in these challenging times. The risks to peace and security are at a level we have not witnessed since the Second World War. The situation in Europe with the people of Ukraine bears the brunt of Soviet aggression. The crisis in the Middle East and Gaza with the potential for an ever-widening conflict. Unrest in many parts of Africa. The drumbeat for war is ever increasing. Democracy is under attack and indeed in retreat in much of the world. Intolerance and division are on the rise. We have to be a voice for good, a voice for reason. Standing up for tyrants and seeking peace, security and stability in a fractious world is all our responsibility. That leadership is so needed here and abroad, and it is important in doing so that we have a full and informed debate here, and that we seek to build consensus here and leadership globally with others. History will judge us on how we accept our responsibilities to deliver peace and security in the Red Sea and elsewhere.
It's a reminder of my 8-minute guidance. Bob Seeley.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll try to wind up after 7 minutes, mindful others want to get in. Lots of good speeches today. I just want to start by a reference to the Honourable Member for Oxford West and Abingdon. I completely agree with what she's saying about a two-state solution. And those friends of Israel who give Netanyahu and the Israeli right an easy ride on this are no friends of Israel, as far as I can see, because all they're doing is making Israel's long-term future significantly more precarious, because Israel's existence is accepted and guaranteed when there is peace with the Palestinians, and until there is peace with the Palestinians, Israel is always going to be under threat of some kind. Where I differ from her is her optimism. I mean, I would have agreed with her in the 1990s, but there is so much more awful water that has been under the bridge since then. And if Palestinian statehood, and I can't see a good reason not to do it now, but if you had Palestinian statehood now, and Hamas immediately took over that Palestinian statehood in the West Bank, it would simply undermine the cause of Palestinian statehood. So there is a very significant problem, and as the Honourable Member for North Somerset rightly pointed out, Iran is behind so much of this. And I just want to make a few points in the brief time that I have, but I want to make a reference both to the excellent speech made by my honourable friend from Meon Valley, but also echoed by the Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman. There appears to be a growing, significant, provable link between the use of proxy warfare, non-state actors, often used by other states, and the rise in conflict-related sexual violence, which in some parts of the world and in some conflicts is now endemic. And we saw it with ISIS, which is a non-state actor, arguably nobody's proxy. We saw it with ISIS in the use of Yazidi women as effectively as treasures of war, as the spoils of war, until they were raped to death. We've seen it with the abuse of Israeli women by Hamas, but Hamas is also increasingly intolerant an Islamist attitude to women in its own society, but we've also seen it with the Houthis as well. We've also seen it with Wagner in Ukraine, and we've actually seen it as well with Russian troops. So either you've got occasionally some state troops, some non-state actors, but also proxies, and there is an increasing link, an increasing casualness with which sexual violence is used in conflict, which I think should disturb us all. The world is moving to a more dangerous place, that is quite clear, and it's becoming more dangerous really since 2010. Putin declared his new Cold War back in his music speech in 2007. We didn't want to notice. Unfortunately, everything then has progressed really quite logically from Putin's point of view, although we have feigned surprise still. I don't know why we do. And since 2015, we now have a growing China problem with an increasingly intolerant regime under President Xi. There is a battle for humanity underway in the 21st century between open societies and closed societies, between societies where AI and big data is hopefully going to be used to improve the quality of human life, and in places like Iran and China and Russia, where AI and big data will be increasingly used to control people, control societies, and effectively, in an Orwellian state, to prevent people from even rebelling, because you'll be able to identify, according to algorithms, when they are about to rebel, when they're about to fight back and do something about it. And I think that is the bigger picture that we're dealing with. And I think what is particularly concerning at the moment is that we have, in several areas of the world, conflicts between united Axis powers, if I can call them that. So out of 3 potential conflicts underway at the moment, or about to be, Ukraine-Russia is a hot war, where the Russians believe that we are directly involved, although we believe that we are indirectly involved. But that war is fought in cyber and disinformation, in espionage, in poisoning. Some of that is happening in the UK and has been happening in the UK. In China, we have the South China Sea, with the expansion of China to try to take that sea territory, but also an increasing threat to Taiwan, and Xi has told his army to be ready to take Taiwan within the next 3 years, if I remember correctly. And now, in the Middle East, you have Russia's ally, Iran, as the member for North Somerset eloquently said, behind much of what is happening. Iran now has 22 proxies. In Bahrain, it has 2 or 3. In Iraq, it has at least 6, some of whom are rocketing UK and US forces. Where else? In Lebanon, it has Hezbollah, potentially its most powerful. In Syria, it's strongly aligned to the regime, so it's not a proxy, but the Syrian regime is heavily dependent, has been heavily dependent on Iran to fight its wars. And so throughout the Middle East, you have this sort of web that the Iranians have built up, and it is a very significant threat to us. And it says something about the changing nature of war, that although we've had conventional war that we prepared for, that we fought for, and that, or that we've prepared our armed forces to fight and to be able to win, hopefully, we have a very sort of black and white notion about you're either at war or you're not. You're either at peace or you're at war. And we are living in a world where effectively we are in a perpetual state of conflict with some nations. Russia sees itself in perpetual conflict with us. There will be periods of hot war, but there will also be periods of cold war, and we have to be preparing for that in a way that we haven't done. In Iran, likewise, Iran's proxies, we are effectively waging an indirect war against a series of Iranian proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, who's over rocketing us this week in Iraq. And so we have, and again in China, China's power is more economic, but even there they're using little blue men in order to seize territory in the South China Sea, as opposed to little green men that the Russians had in Crimea. So everywhere across the world, or in these key areas of this sort of almost pre-global war phase in the north of the Black Sea, so in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and in the South China Sea, you are beginning to see a sort of forms of total war being waged by adversaries in those areas. Coming specifically to Iran, we had some very interesting evidence on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I shall wind up in a minute, I promise you. Recently, Iran is in many ways both more unstable and more powerful than at any time. It's got its 22 proxies. It is at any given time a week away from having the material to build a nuclear device, or it has the material to build a nuclear device. But at any given point, it would probably then take a week for it to be able to prepare a nuclear weapon. So that is the stage that Iran is at, and it is a potentially frightening stage. But at the same time, we know that Iran is very unstable. We know that their young people, especially their young women, are hostile as never before to the regime, and many people in Iran actually wish ill of their regime. So we are dealing with an Iran which is more aggressively adventurous in its foreign policy, in part potentially because of its weakness at home. What we need to do, Madam Deputy Speaker, is deterrence. And arguably, we have not had enough of that deterrence, and we need more. And various members have talked about that in greater detail than I've got time now. Summing up, I would just say one thing and one suggestion to the Minister. All of these things that have been happening, the growing number of black swan moments, the growing instability in the world, is an argument for having a greater sense of strategy. So many people talk about strategy. There are so many think tanks in the UK dedicated to strategy. It would be wonderful to see politicians from all sides engaging more in strategic thinking. And one of my suggestions for Global Britain was, as well as having a National Security Council, which deals with current problems, that we have a National Strategy Council, which is always looking 5, 10 or 20 years ahead to identify problems as they come. Thank you.
John MacDonald.
I fully agree with that last point that the Honourable Gentleman made. I think we need those structures. Look, before you came into the chamber, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, there was a debate about the nature of the debate itself and whether we should have a vote. I just want to address that. I want to make 2 points, address that issue and one other. We are at the moment taking military action in a region where virtually everyone across the House has warned that we could be in a situation where a tinderbox that's been described as, where there could be other actions as well. And we're in a House debating that issue where there's just over 20 members of the House present. And I say this with respect and affection. Most of them are the defence nerds of the House of Commons, to be honest. And the reason that's taking place is because this is a discussion. It's not even a debate. And there's no decision to come at the end of it. That's why. And as a result of that, I actually don't think the House is taking its responsibilities seriously, because I think we're on the edge of real danger in that particular region that could spill over into impact upon the lives of our constituents. And if we're taking military action, I want to take some responsibility as a member of this House. And I want to be able to go back to my constituents and explain how I've exercised that responsibility. And that's why I believe we should have a vote. Now, I was in here one afternoon when I think there was even less members in here, when John Reid, if we can remember John Reid, came to the House and he reported to us that we were sending troops to Afghanistan. It was given the impression that not a shot would be fired in anger. There was hardly any debate, very little reporting back. We lost 400 British troops in Afghanistan and tens of thousands of others, and the war went on for over a decade. I was here also with regard to the vote on Iraq, and we did have a vote then, and the Honourable Gentleman said, yes, well, look at that, and we made a huge mistake. It was a huge mistake, but I think the mistake was actually it was a whip vote, because I think if it had been an unwhipped vote, we would not have taken that decision. I was also here, as was mentioned, the Honourable Member from New Forest mentioned the issue of Syria. I was here then. I think we made the right vote, because we could have been into another Iraq situation and still stuck there with a huge loss of life, but loss of British life as well as others. So that's why I do believe on issues like this, we should be able to have a vote and decide when we take military action. And secondly, we should exercise our own judgments on the basis of our own judgments and consciences, because there's no more significant decision can be made than sending someone out to potentially lose their life. That's why I believe we should vote on these occasions. Can I say there will be, I think, in the coming period, I think we will have to come back and have a vote at some stage, because my fear is this will go on and on and on. I also want to make this plea as well, unrelated to that particular issue. I want to make this plea. The International Criminal Court's decision, the court's decision on an interim decision will be coming out. Some have said today it might be out on Friday. I think it's important when that comes out we have a debate in this House, and enables the government then to tell us what it will do in the light of that decision. And in the interim decision, there will almost certainly be some conditions that will be attached to the activities of Israel in particular. And it's important that we debate that in this House, but I also think it's important we have a decision-making process, i.e. a vote, on how we as a country can ensure that those decisions and the conditions are abided by and implemented. The second brief point I want to make is, time and time again, the Prime Minister and others have said there's no link between the Houthi actions and Gaza. I just think that argument is unsustainable. I agree with everything that's been said across the House about the Houthis. I condemn them outright. Their prognosis, the basis upon of their beliefs, as far as I can see, has to be condemned. Their actions in both Yemen and what they're doing at the moment has to be condemned as well. It's horrific. It's putting lives at risk, and they're undermining their own people themselves. But to say it's completely unrelated to Gaza, I just think isn't sustainable. It's been said, well, maybe it's connected to Gaza. What's happening across the Middle East is, my friend from Hammersmith and Fulham, Hammersmith said earlier, is what Gaza is doing, it's mobilising the Arab street, understandably. People are coming away, watching this reportage of the human suffering. They're reacting with aghast about what they're seeing on the ground in Gaza. And as a result of that, they're putting pressure on their own regimes and right the way across for some form of action. And because both the US and UK have not taken effective action, that means that desire for action gets distorted in other forms. And that's what the Houthi excuse is for the actions now. Which leads us on really to, I think we have to accept our responsibility here. The Honourable Gentleman mentioned about the House being shamed by the number of deaths, the 25,000 deaths that have taken place. We're shamed by witnessing the operations and amputations of children's limbs without anaesthetics on our television screens. So we should be shamed, but we should be more shamed as well as our refusal to act soon enough. Because I think we were complicit with Biden in basically saying to the Israelis, you have more time to sort this out with military action than actually looking at a real strategic plan for the future. I think we have a responsibility because of our history over the last century and a half in this region, and therefore we should come forward with our own proposals now fairly soon. Some have been mentioned already. I actually do think the recognition of Palestine is important because that sends a message to Israel and elsewhere. If the Honourable Gentleman doesn't mind, I'm going to try to keep within the time if I can. It will send a message to Israel in the future that they've got to come to terms with that reality at some stage. I secondly think, I know that people have said, well, we've got to get rid of Hamas, etc. I actually think the Palestinians, as soon as we can secure peace, should be given the opportunity to vote for who that leadership should be. And as a result of that, let them exercise democracy in that way. And I think people will be surprised about how the Palestinians will vote. So I think they will vote for peace. I think they will vote for those who are advocating peace. And it might give us the opportunity of consolidating the Palestinian people themselves because they've been so divided by Israel between the West Bank and Gaza itself. We need to be thinking creatively like that now before we, I think, blunder even further. And I just hope the government will now come forward with a more constructive plan. And yes, let us vote on it.
Richard Drax.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will keep to time. I've got two honourable colleagues and friends here who are going to give me the 7-minute bell, so hopefully I will keep with that time. Can I start by saying that I do strongly support the government's move and the strikes that they are taking in the Red Sea. There was a rather amusing headline and picture of one Lord Nelson in the Sunday Times at the weekend. With the looking glass placed to his bad eye, the words emblazoned across the top of the page were, "I see no ships." I think honourable colleagues can guess what the article was about, the lamentable size of our Royal Navy. Over a week ago, the Defence Secretary, to his great credit, kindly asked me to attend a major speech he made at Lancaster House. He warned then that we were in a pre-war period, I quote, with the West facing very real and growing threats from around the world, as we've heard in the House tonight. The head of our army is warning of calling up the public in the event of the war. That's probably the likes of me, because there ain't anybody else. NATO Admiral Rob Bauer went even further, prepare for all-out war with Russia. And Germany is predicting Putin could attack NATO in as little as 5 years. With all this very much in our mind, why does the Royal Navy only have 18 frigates and destroyers, with only a small number able to deploy at any one time? Having had the pleasure and honour to sit on our Defence Committee for 4 years, I could provide a number of answers to that question. But I fear many in the House are aware of them already and who do not want to labour the point. To be fair to the government, 13 new warships are planned and £31 billion have been spent on upgrading our nuclear submarine fleet. But we won't be seeing these for some years to come, and the threat is now. And as I've said, very real. HMS Diamond, the latest Type 45 destroyer, and her crew are doing a courageous and professional job in the Red Sea. They are an example of our armed forces at their very best, defending a vital international trading route where so much of our trade goes through, and our thoughts and prayers are with them all. I'm going to keep going if I may, because we're getting to the end and others want to speak. The enemy are a rag-bag bunch of rebels using cheap drones, which the ship counters with £1 million Sea Viper missiles and, we understood, 30mm cannons on occasions. This operation is exactly why we have a Royal Navy. Meanwhile, the RAF is flying operations from Cyprus, a round trip of 3,200 miles. Why, I ask the front bench? We have 2 state-of-the-art aircraft carriers lying in Portsmouth, equipped with the latest F-35 stealth fighter. It's true we have a few of those aeroplanes at the moment, but perhaps the Minister can explain why neither they or the aircraft carriers are being used. This very effective threat to a vital international trade route is sobering. These are Houthi rebels, and not some sophisticated peer adversary. What if it was? I accept in that scenario we be part of a NATO force with the US doing much of the heavy lifting. But this relatively minor excursion in the Red Sea is yet another wake-up call. For 13 years in this place, I and many others have called for more money for defence. For 13 years, various Prime Ministers have reassured us our armed forces are in good order and ready to fight. I have no doubt at all, that our brave men and women are ready for just that. But do we have the resilience, the numbers, the reserves, the ships, planes and armoured vehicles to fight a sustained conflict? If I may just keep going, forgive me, I don't want to go over my time. This debate is about the situation in the Red Sea, which puts the spotlight on the Royal Navy, which is so short of sailors that some ships are having to retire early. As both my grandfather and father took great pride in reminding me, the Royal Navy is the senior service, and there's a good reason for that. There is no doubt, Madam Speaker, that a very large fleet during the Second World War played a significant part in saving this country from invasion and keeping our vital trade routes open, not least to the US. The much-reduced Royal Navy again played a vital role in retaking the Falklands in 1982. Unfortunately, the peace dividend has continued to take its toll, and the Royal Navy is critically short of ships and sailors, to the point we are endangering the security of our country. Expenditure is all a matter of priorities, and this is where the government has to make priorities. Can we please have no more arbitrary targets on defence? I am tired of hearing 2%, 2.2%, 2.5%. Can we ask the military what do they need to play a prominent role in NATO and to defend our country and dependence? Once we have that worked out, we can then see what we can afford. If we can't afford it, I suggest we reignite the economy, get growth going, raise the tax revenue by lowering taxes and putting more money into our armed forces. So, let me conclude. I am within time. So let's adhere to the warnings, of a growing number of eminent people and prevent, Madam Speaker, the situation we found ourselves in 1939.
Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is undoubtedly our duty to protect freedom of navigation, not only for our own self-interest, but also in defending a core tenet of international law. The question is, how do we go about it? First, we must recognize the limitations of our short-term interventions and remain focused on the long-term peaceful solution to the civil war in Yemen. It remains the best route to stability in the region. Second, we must build durable and lasting coalitions to maintain freedom of navigation in the Red Sea and beyond. The Houthis have been engaged in a decades-long civil war. Even in the face of extensive aerial bombardment by the Saudis and the Emiratis, the Houthis continue to make territorial gains, import more and more sophisticated weapons, and fired rockets at Saudi and Emirati cities. All this while, thousands of Yemenis starved to death or were killed in the crossfire. Despite all their firepower, boots on the ground, understanding of the region, support from the UK and US, and ample political will, the Saudis and Emiratis have failed to weaken the Houthi movement. We should therefore be realistic that our actions will almost certainly not be a limited containment or could act as restoring a deterrent. All the signs point toward escalation. It would be foolish to ignore them. Therefore, peace offers the clearest durable long-term solution to Houthis' attacks in the Red Sea. In recent years, considerable progress had been made in negotiating a lasting ceasefire in the country. There was true momentum to talks which had reduced violence, ended almost all strikes in Yemen and in the Arabian Peninsula, and forced the Houthis to moderate their behavior. A negotiated peace to the Yemeni civil war remains our best hope for forcing the Houthis to abide by international law, let alone end the untold suffering in Yemen. But the brutal events of the 7th of October have derailed peace efforts. It is clear only our strategic rivals have anything to gain from escalating conflict in the Red Sea. Iran, in particular, has much to gain from crippling the peace process and demonstrating the havoc it and its proxies can unleash on international shipping. Peace in Yemen pulls the rug from under those who use instability and conflict to increase their own power. We must recognize that targeted strikes are highly unlikely to stop the Houthis in the long term, and instead we must redouble our efforts to kickstart peace negotiations. On that basis, our government should engage more closely with partners in the UN, the EU, and long-standing allies in the region. I would like to reiterate the importance of the UK upholding international law. However, the current American-led coalition is far too limited and looks too vulnerable to short-term political changes. If the UK is to remain a true defender of freedom of navigation, we must start building broader alliances. The USA is becoming increasingly isolationist and is tiring of its role as the world's policeman. This has been a trend going back to Obama and is embodied by the American First doctrine of the current frontrunner in the US election. While the Americans remain one of our closest aligned partners, we must foster other coalitions to be able to guarantee the long-term upholding of international law. There needs to be much greater involvement by regional powers in policing international laws in the Red Sea. So far, only Bahrain has joined the coalition. A coalition with greater regional and Arab involvement would undercut the Houthis' claim that they are supporting the fight for the Palestinians against America and the West. Greater engagement from big Arab states in defending international law would have the added benefit of not only making interventions more effective, but also create broader international norms that attacking non-military shipping cannot be a legitimate act of war. The UK should utilise its considerable influence in Riyadh, Abu Dhabi and Cairo to push those countries into joining these efforts. Additionally, we must engage with our European partner, who have a like-minded, long-term interest in guaranteeing the free flow of global trade. Lastly, I urge the government to consider the global and successful fight against Somali piracy as a model for what a longer-term project to protect shipping in the region could look like. Madam Deputy Speaker, the situation in the Red Sea is unlikely to be solved in the short term by a few missiles. The government must therefore consider the long-term solutions to ensure enduring stability in the region.
Kenny McCaskill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I obviously rise to take a minority view within the Chamber, given the views of the representative parties, other than a few individuals, but it's not an insignificant view, I think, within the wider country. And that is that those who oppose an escalation in an area that is already a tinderbox, that worry about a lurch to war and seek instead a push for peace. And of course we condemn the actions of the Houthis, as indeed has been done, as people have said, by the UN Security Council, as we rightly condemn Hamas, because, as I will go on to say, these issues are inextricably linked. But this is an escalation. We haven't been bombing Somalia when it comes with regard to piracy or Eritrea, and although it's a while since President Obama launched cruise missiles on Al-Shabaab, it seems to be the Houthis that are being picked upon at the moment, albeit they are breaching international law and have to be held to some account. But this is an escalation against a country that is already one of the poorest in the world, in which this will inflict further harm. It is a country that has endured 10 years of bombing through Saudi Arabia, who have been armed with the finest munitions that the US and UK could provide them. And that hasn't managed to destroy them. Somehow or other, despite providing with all that equipment, at great benefit to many private corporations, the Houthis have continued to be able to do this harm and destruction. That obviously will continue, because we've already had one set of strikes, we're now on to a second. How many more sets of strikes are there to be before either there's an escalation or indeed a call to halt? And indeed, we've also heard that I think it was the Minister himself who stated that surface-to-air missiles had been taken out. I don't claim to have any military expertise, but surface-to-air missiles don't seem to me to have any logical basis for the Houthis attacking shipping. That more appears to be related more to perhaps the USA and their defence of their own vested interests. But this is a lurch towards wider war. We have heard across the chamber, shamefully I would say, comments about Iran, conflict with Russia, conflict with China. I come from a family where my grandfather fought in World War I. My father fought in World War II. Both fought to try and ensure that their children would never have to fight in another conflict. I do not wish to see my children or my grandchildren end up in World War III. And yet there seemed to be an almost Dr. Strangelove tendency among some that are pulling us in that direction. And even if we don't go down that precipitous route with all the disaster that envelops it, then we also face the legacy of hatred that we've seen from Afghanistan and especially from Iraq. Because don't think that people will view this as neutral. People, not simply the Houthis, but people in the Arab world, people in the Muslim world, people in our own country, will see this as one-sided, as judgmental, as picking upon one side, and yet failing to do anything about the issue that is fundamental to it, which is what is happening in Gaza. So we run the risk of worsening terrorism, both abroad and indeed homegrown. And indeed that then takes us on to why are the Houthis doing it? I think it's risible to say that it's not connected to Gaza. Of course it is. The timeline speaks to that. Trade was going, not without difficulties, but trade was going prior to the 7th of October. The timeline dictates that that was the cause of it. And indeed, the Houthis have told us in their almost webcam invasion or landing on the tanker, they even flew the Palestinian flag. It was reminiscent of when Britain put a helicopter and landed somebody so we could have a flag on Rockall. They made it clear that what they were doing related to what was happening in Gaza. And that is why, to get peace, as I said in the statement by the Prime Minister earlier in the week, you're required to look in conflict resolution, not simply at the manifestations, but at the fundamental root, and at the root is what is happening in Gaza. We have heard today that the purpose of the airstrikes is to preserve international law. Well, international law also covers stopping a genocide. We have heard from other speakers very eloquently pointing out that 25,000 Palestinians have died in Gaza. 1.1% of the population, 70% of them women and children. What would that be in UK terms? That in UK terms would be almost 750,000 people. 750,000 UK citizens wiped out since 7th of October. Do you think that that would be unnoticed? And yet, what has happened? We have said that Netanyahu is maybe going a bit far, that maybe Israel has to call it all back. What we should be doing is supporting South Africa and other countries in pushing this at the International Court of Justice. I believe and I expect that the International Court of Justice on Friday, as people have suggested, will rule against Israel, because what Israel is doing is fundamentally wrong and we need to call that out. If we want to make sure that we get trade going, which we do, if we want to make sure that we protect seafarers, not so much UK seafarers, because there was no rush to protect the P&O workers when they were gruesomely treated, and most of those sailing on these ships, which only one I think was UK, weren't UK flagged. But if we do want to ensure that maritime trade, then we have to solve the problem in Gaza. That is where the solution lies, and that is why we must not have a rush towards escalation. We have to have a push towards peace, and in terms of enforcing international law, it's not enough to enforce international maritime law and the freedom of movement. What about protecting the rights of women, children, and even children who are having amputations carried out without anaesthetic? International law, you cannot pick and choose, and it's about time that the UK stood up for the rights of the Palestinian people.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Government for granting this debate, and I'm grateful also for the Defence Secretary coming at the beginning of the debate and setting out reasons for British military action in the Red Sea region. And I think he was right that this action was indeed limited, necessary, proportionate, in self-defence, using minimum necessary force, and for the freedom of navigation. I agree with all of that, and I think it is good that it was set out in that way. Where I take issue with the Defence Secretary is that there is no vote associated with this debate. I know a couple of other Right Honourable and Honourable members have talked about the business of whether there should be prerogative powers or whether there should be parliamentary approval for military action, and that is what I want to make the focus of my contribution. I think it was the Honourable Member for North Wiltshire who talked about how only twice in 200 years has Parliament had a say before military action took place. Actually, I'm not advocating for military action to take place following a vote. I recognise that there are plenty of occasions where parliamentary approval needs to happen retrospectively, needs to happen after the event. And just to give a few of those scenarios now, for reasons of operational security, for the deployment of special forces, definitely within the domain of the executive, not necessarily the business of the legislature. Our international treaty commitments, as the Honourable Member said, you can think of many scenarios, many emergencies, where there needs to be that executive decision and government needs to say what's going to happen without consultation in advance. But in those scenarios, there is no reason why we cannot then come back to the House and have a retrospective vote on that action. If that were happening today, I would very happily vote in support of the military action that is now taking place twice in the Red Sea. I will give way.
There are two problems with the retrospective vote. The first is that the action would already have happened, and therefore if the House voted against it, what would you do about it? And the second is that anyhow you're emasculating this House by asking us to vote for it, because we couldn't then, if we voted for the military action, how could we then criticise it? Only if we don't vote for it, can we do what we're doing today, which is scrutinise what the government are doing.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for North Wiltshire for asking those questions, and I intend in my contribution to set out the the answers to both of them, listen out for them. I hope he listens out for them, and he's very welcome to come in at the end if he doesn't feel that I've answered them sufficiently. Because if government is confident in our case, what's to fear? Why cannot we have a vote on military action if the government is confident in its case and makes that case in front of Parliament? I think, in particular, my concern is that this sets a precedent for the future. We've gone over many times today why this is the bread and butter of the Royal Navy. Freedom of navigation is something that we can be very proud the Royal Navy has done for us for hundreds of years. But this could set a precedent for a future military action where there is no prior vote and indeed no retrospective vote. I think it could be in part explained by the Foreign Secretary's experience, and others have talked about this afternoon, of seeking parliamentary support for military action against Bashar al-Assad's regime in Syria, but failing to get it. And I think the opposition of some MPs in 2013 was reflective of the concerns of their constituents. Our constituents, well, their constituents at that time, had a lot of concern or reticence. They reflected over the invasion of Iraq in 2003, and you could see the 2013 vote as an overreaction, over reticence, I think, perhaps. And we risk, under Foreign Secretary Lord Cameron, now overreacting in the other direction. I think we risk looking back at that 2013 vote and then deciding that we're not going to have retrospective approval at all. Surely the lesson from the 2013 vote is that governments must do better at explaining the necessity of military action, not only to MPs, many of whom are not experts in this area and would rather defer to people with more expertise, but also, crucially, to MPs' constituents. We need to convince the British public that military action is necessary, and that is particularly the case after the debacle of 2003 and Britain's involvement in the invasion of Iraq. I appreciate that there are times, and we've heard again the Honourable Member for North Wiltshire talked about situations where we don't have sight of secret intelligence, and therefore the executive needs to make a decision without consultation. I appreciate that, but I do think that still there is a scepticism amongst the British public about this notion of secret intelligence. You cannot know, you need to trust us. Again, it's the invasion of Iraq in 2003 that has led to a very cynical public on that subject. So the counterinsurgencies of the early part of this century have damaged trust, and to restore that trust, we need this Parliament, this House, to be able to vote retrospectively on military action. At the end, if he may, at the end, if he may, what sets the UK apart, what sets our Western allies apart, is that we practice democratic control of our armed forces. This is all about, setting us apart from our adversaries. But we also need to demonstrate to our own service personnel they can be assured of the support, not just of their Prime Minister, not just of their executive, that service personnel have got the British public behind them. It's not just about support for the troops. We all support the troops. It's support for the cause that is so important too. We need to guard against a future scenario, and you can imagine this scenario, where a Prime Minister is threatened by dissent on his own backbenches. You can imagine a future Prime Minister who seeks to distract from domestic challenges by exercising military force abroad. You could call it domestic distraction. I have no confidence that every Prime Minister will operate with the foresight to anticipate what British military action might trigger in terms of escalation. Because, as Clausewitz said, war is a dialectic. In 21st century terms, the enemy gets a vote. This isn't just about the Houthi militia. This is about the Iranian sponsors of Houthis, of Hamas, of Hezbollah. It's about Russia, Iran's partner and Iran's customer. So we have to be cognizant of all of this context when we take military action. And for that reason, we need to return to the House and get parliamentary scrutiny and approval. I'm afraid... Oh, in fact, I will. This one.
I'm most grateful to you for giving way. Let's imagine that the strikes had happened, as they did last week and earlier this week, and let's imagine that we had a vote today on this matter, and let's imagine that the House voted against it. What would then happen?
I think that the point of a retrospective vote is it gives guidance to the Prime Minister and to the Foreign Secretary on what action the British people think should be made in the future. And this is very relevant in this case, because as we've already heard, these military strikes, these two military occasions where there were military strikes, are not likely to be isolated, and we are likely to see future British military action in the Red Sea. So, to summarise, when we talk about future British military action, I think the Defence Secretary needs to think carefully, not just about speaking softly and carrying a big stick, because at this stage, and we've heard this from members opposite, he risks having too small an armed forces, misplacing the stick and shouting. Thank you.
Before I call the Shadow Minister, I should say I'm concerned again that not everybody who contributed to the debate is here for the wind-ups, and it is really important that contributors do the courtesy of returning to hear the responses, because that's what it is. It's the response to the debate and the contributions that Honourable and Right Honourable members have made. So I just want to, I hope that that will be fed back yet again. Shadow Minister Wayne David.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today we've had, I think, an excellent debate. It's been, true, a wide-ranging debate on occasions, but it's been a thoughtful and frank and honest, on occasions, passionate debate as well, too. And I certainly hope that the Defence Secretary will take the trouble to read Hansard tomorrow to at least be aware of the excellent contributions which have been made. Could I say too that it's been very interesting listening to the contributions about whether or not Parliament should have a retrospective say, have a say on military action beforehand, and I'm sure this is a debate that we will return to in earnest in the future, and I give a commitment to read what I'm sure is an excellent book by the member for North Wiltshire. Thank you. I will make no comment about that. But could I say, I think this debate is seriously important, because I think we'd all agree there has to be accountability of the government for the action which it has taken. And therefore, I'm genuinely pleased that this debate has taken place, but I hope too that there will be debates in the near future as well. Indeed.
On the point of voting, which I think is ridiculous, in the Second World War, if during the bad period of the Second World War, when Churchill was very unpopular, if the vote had been taken in the House, I suspect in some occasions he might have lost. What on earth would we have done then?
Well, I'm sure members have noted your comment, and I'm sure when we have a detailed debate on this issue, that comment will be, I'm sure, weighing heavily on people's minds. But could I say, but I think that this debate is important because accountability is vital. And as we've made clear on a number of occasions, the Labour Party supports this limited targeted action. And we do so because it is important to protect international commerce and to ensure that there is security for maritime shipping in the Red Sea. We uphold international law and believe that it would be quite wrong if we ignored the disruption to the flow of goods, foods, medicines and much else, as well as the threat to human life that is being caused by the Houthis' actions. And I certainly agree with the comments for the member for Rutland and Melton, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, agreed to by many members, including the member of Hammersmith, that the Houthis are truly an appalling terrorist organisation, and they're most definitely no freedom fighters. It is also worth noting that the Houthis' actions are harming Yemen itself, the country which experienced the worst starvation in modern times. And as has been mentioned by the member for Meon Valley, 90% of Yemen's food is imported, and that is obviously clearly at risk. And let us not forget, too, that the Houthis' actions have terrible consequences on other countries along the Red Sea. Eritrea relies on fishing, farming and mineral exports, which all travel by sea. For Sudan, the Red Sea is absolutely vital for aid, which has come to a virtual end since the Houthis' attacks began. And further up the Red Sea, we have Egypt, a country experiencing severe economic difficulties. Here the country stands to lose millions of dollars revenue from the Suez Canal, money which is desperately needed if the Houthis' actions were allowed to continue. Indeed.
Madam Speaker, I'm extremely grateful to the honourable gentleman giving way. Just for the sake of completeness, would he also like to add that the Houthis have fired missiles into Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which are both sovereign states?
Indeed, he makes a very, very important point, and that reinforces, I think, the essential point that action is not only justified and lawful, but is necessary to prevent this kind of violence and aggression by this ragtag of terrorists called Houthis. Now, of significant importance is the fact that the actions by the United States and the United Kingdom have logistical support from Australia, Bahrain, Canada and the Netherlands. This is important because the international community must be and act as one. It is worth stating that those four countries put out a joint statement along with the UK and the US on Monday evening, and I quote from that statement. It says, "Recognising the broad consensus of the international community, we again acted as part of a coalition of like-minded countries committed to upholding the rules-based order, protecting freedom of navigation and international commerce, and holding the Houthis accountable for their illegal and unjustifiable attacks on mariners and commercial shipping." It is also important to acknowledge that the UN Security Council agreed a resolution that unequivocally condemned the Houthis' attacks. And I'm glad the member for Manchester Wellington specifically referred to that. With Britain taking this targeted military action, it is important that this House recognises the professionalism and bravery of our armed forces. I'm sure we'll all be united on that. And I'm referring, of course, to those who are serving on HMS Diamond and those flying RAF Typhoons. Now, of course, we recognise that military strikes can reduce and perhaps eliminate the immediate threat to free navigation. But as a number of members have indicated today, there needs to be a wider political strategy. At the start of this debate, the Defence Secretary touched upon this, but I will ask the Minister if he would indicate more precisely and in greater detail what this strategy is. We all know only too well the horrific suffering the people of Yemen have experienced over the past few years. The terrible civil war and the appalling humanitarian crisis that unfolded as a result. The UK has a historic responsibility in the area. We are also a UN penholder for Yemen. So I would be appreciative if the Minister could elaborate upon the Prime Minister's comments to this House yesterday about what further assistance can be given to the people of Yemen to help alleviate their suffering. A number of members have referred to the terrible situation in Gaza. The situation is truly terrible. I do not accept, however, the Houthi claims that attacking ships from around the world is somehow linked to the conflict in Gaza. There's a desperate need for an humanitarian truce leading to a sustainable ceasefire in Gaza. And indeed, we must move as quickly as we possibly can to a two-state solution. That is in everyone's interest, as the member for Oxford West and Abingdon very clearly said. But it has to be said today that the actions of the Houthis in the Red Sea are an attack upon the international community and the rule of law. They should be seen for what they are. And let me be clear again. Labour supports proportionate airstrikes, but I would welcome clarification from the Minister on the points they have raised. Thank you.
Minister Andrew Mitchell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this has been a thoughtful debate and I think a united one, and I will endeavour to respond to as many of the points as I can in the time that I have. As my right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, made clear at the start of this debate, the Houthis' illegal attacks on commercial shipping and British and American warships in the Red Sea are completely unacceptable. Despite repeated warnings from the international community, they have carried out more than 30 attacks since the 19th of November. And as I think all members and right honourable members across the House have said, this is unacceptable, illegal and dangerous, and it cannot stand. And that is why, amid this ongoing and imminent threat to British commercial and military vessels, and those of our partners in the Red Sea, the Prime Minister ordered the Royal Air Force to carry out targeted strikes against military facilities used by the Houthis, first on the 11th of January and then again on Monday. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we acted alongside our US allies and with support from the Netherlands, Canada, Australia and Bahrain. These strikes, Madam Deputy Speaker, were limited, necessary, proportionate and legal. We acted in self-defence consistent with the UN Charter and in line with international law to uphold the freedom of navigation. Now, turning to specific issues raised in the debate, I'd like to try to respond to the speeches that we have heard, starting with the speech by the Shadow Secretary of State. He mentioned in his speech his agreement and support for what the government is seeking to do, and we are most grateful for that. He also called for a wider defence debate. And I completely take his point, but he will also accept that under the changes that took place, the government basically gave that time to the backbench committee. So the backbench committee itself is the most likely target, in addition to the government, to provide for that extra time. I will, yes.
But does my right honourable friend not accept that His Majesty's government has an absolute duty to provide debates in this House in government time to discuss defence? And just to say the Backbench Business Committee may or may not do it if someone applies for a debate is not enough. We want proper debates here in government time.
No, I completely accept what my honourable friend is saying, but I'm just pointing out that eating into that time has been the reform that has been made by to the backbench committees. I'd like to thank the honourable gentleman very much for his support for the government's strategy on Ukraine. It is a great strength that we are. I will in a moment. It's a great strength, I think, that there is full and total unity across the House on that matter. He asked me about the two LPDs, the landing platform dock, Albion and Bullock, and he asked for an undertaking that they will not be scrapped. I'm able, on behalf of the government, to give him that undertaking that neither of them will be scrapped. And I know that this will come as a relief to the great friend of many of us, particularly on this side of the House, Lord Llewellyn, who is His Majesty's ambassador to Italy and who is the honorary ship's captain on HMS Albion. I'll give way first of all to my honourable friend.
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend in giving way. He was covering the point about the United Kingdom government's strategy to degrade the Houthis. With that specific point, looking at all the levers that we have, militarily, economically, diplomatically, our key ally, the United States, has taken a specific decision where the United Kingdom has not taken yet. The United States has prescribed the Houthis as a terrorist organisation, with that coming into effect in 30 days' time. Why has the United Kingdom government not done that?
Well, my honourable friend will understand that on the issue of sanctioning and prescriptions, we would not give a running commentary to the House ahead of making any such announcement. So I'm not able to give him an answer to that. But I'll give away in just a moment, but I just want to finish the comments, dealing with the comments by the Shadow Secretary of State. He also asked about HMS Diamond, and will she be replaced on station? And the answer is yes, she will be replaced by HMS Richmond, but he'll accept, I hope, that I cannot give any operational details about that. He also raised the issue of Israel-Gaza, and which is adjacent to this debate, if not directly part of it. And this was similarly raised by the honourable gentleman for Hammersmith, for Manchester Withington, whose son we thank for his service, my right honourable friend for North Somerset, the honourable lady for Oxford West and Abingdon, the honourable gentleman for East Lothian, and indeed the shadow spokesman who has just spoken on these matters. And colleagues throughout the debate who've raised this point, I want to reiterate that there is no link between our action of self-defence in the Red Sea and the situation in Israel-Gaza. The Houthis are using these events in Israel and Gaza as an excuse to destabilise the region further, while the Houthis are trying to paint themselves as protectors of the oppressed. Their own track record of oppression shows them in a very different light. Britain wants to see an end to the fighting in Gaza as soon as possible. We are calling for an immediate humanitarian pause, Madam Deputy Speaker, to get aid in and hostages out, and as a vital step towards building a sustainable, permanent ceasefire without a return to destruction, fighting and loss of life. And to achieve that, we need that Hamas agrees to release all the hostages. Hamas can no longer be in charge of Gaza, and an agreement must be in place for the Palestinian Authority to return to Gaza. And while I'm on this point, perhaps I could say, particularly to the honourable gentleman for East Lothian, just a word or two about the reference to the ICJ. The government believes that the referral by South Africa to the International Court of Justice is unhelpful, but of course we respect the role and independence of the ICJ. What I can say to the House, particularly on Holocaust Memorial Day today, is that the suggestion that Israel is engaged in genocide against the Palestinian people is both wrong and profoundly offensive. And may I make that clear on Holocaust Memorial Day, that we remember the genocide also in Rwanda in 1994, in Bosnia in 1995, in Sudan in 2003, as well as in Cambodia in the 1970s. And if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, update the House, the ICJ has announced during the course of this debate that they will deliver their decision on South Africa's request for provisional measures at 12 o'clock UK time on Friday the 26th. If I may return to the excellent speeches made by so many of my honourable and right honourable friends and honourable members opposite, I will turn first to the speech by the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. But before I do that, I shall give way to my right honourable friend.
My right honourable friend, the Minister, is, as always, the model of courtesy. For the avoidance of any lingering doubt, and I'm sure this can be avoided because I'm getting very positive signals from the Defence Secretary sitting to his left, would he like to confirm that HMS Albion and HMS Bulwark, whose planned out-of-service dates are 2033 and 2034 respectively, not only will not be scrapped ahead of time, but will not be mothballed either?
He is absolutely right to detect the supportive view of the Secretary of State for Defence while he was speaking. Now, if I may now return to... I give way to my honourable friend.
As a former serviceman, I have a simple view that quantity has a quality all of its own.
He would say that.
So can the Minister please assure the House whether or not the FCDO has asked the MOD for additional platforms to be sent to the region with a view to both offering deterrence against aggressors and also ensuring safe passage of British shipping?
Well, my honourable friend will have heard the words of the Prime Minister explaining both what the strategy is and how we are implementing it. And I can tell him that the Foreign Office and the Ministry of Defence are perfectly joined in every sense in pursuing that strategy. So turning to my honourable friend for Rutland and Melton, who in these matters, of course, is something of a poacher turned gamekeeper, or maybe it's a gamekeeper turned poacher, because she was previously a distinguished member of the diplomatic corps. She spoke and delivered trenchant support for our actions. She spoke up for Arab-led initiatives in the region. And I thank her very much also for agreeing to organise a workshop on Iran in the House of Commons for half a day. Turning to the Honourable Gentleman for West Dunbartonshire, he asks who we are listening to, and the answer is we are listening to the House, and he will have heard today a House united. He set out the challenges facing the defence budget, and there are many people in the House who will understand and agree with him that the challenges are significant, but we are tackling those challenges. I will in a moment. My honourable friend for Elmet and Rothwell spoke warmly and rightly about the Royal Navy. We thank him for his support, and he gave us, the House, a geopolitical discourse, in particular on the challenges to the global food chain, and the whole House will have heard what he said. My honourable friend for North Wiltshire reminded us of the excellence of his book, and we authors must stick together. He also explained, as the Prime Minister did, why Parliament was not consulted in this set of circumstances, a point that was then also visited by two honourable gentlemen opposite, and to which I will come in a moment. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful for the Minister for giving way on a point of listening. There has been concern about a change of registration or vessels going through the Red Sea, notably those changing to the People's Republic of China. If he can't give me an answer today, maybe he might want to write to the Defence Committee, or indeed the Chair, who is sitting in their place, about how many vessels, merchant fleet, are changing from their country of origin to become registered within the People's Republic of China, and if Chinese vessels registered in the People's Republic have been targeted.
He asked me a detailed question, Madam Deputy Speaker, and both the Secretary of State for Transport and the Secretary of State for Defence will have heard what he has said, and I'm sure they will be happy to write to him. My honourable friend, the Right Honourable Member for North Somerset, spoke about the danger and the nature of the Iranian regime, and eloquently set out the threat to international maritime law. And as I said to our honourable friend, I cannot give a commentary on the issue of IRGC prescription, but I can tell him that we have heard the views of him and other right honourable and honourable members.
Will you give way a moment?
I will. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way, but he also will recall that I mentioned on several occasions now why were Iran Air still flying from Heathrow and why are Iranian banks still trading in the City of London. Separate issues, but nonetheless important alongside the prescription issue.
Well, I will ensure that my right honourable friend has a detailed answer on where we stand on both those two issues. The Honourable Lady for Oxford West and Abingdon spoke movingly and also compellingly, as I think the whole House agrees, about the importance of the two-state solution, not just being in the interests of Israelis and Palestinians, but of the wider region and of all of us here in the UK. And my honourable friend for Meon Valley gave powerful warnings about the dangers of starvation in Yemen, and also a point echoed by the honourable gentleman for Caerphilly. The honourable gentleman for Ross and Skye supported working more closely with the region and the importance of tackling wider examples of instability. And the whole House will have been grateful for his remarks, and in particular for the wise words he spoke about Ukraine. My honourable friend for the Isle of Wight talked about the impact and the effect of Iran proxies, and he spoke with both experience and knowledge about the risks of warfare and the need for a greater sense of strategy, in particular looking at the work of the National Security Council, which some of us were involved with when it was set up. And I have taken a careful note of what he said. The Right Honourable Gentleman for Hayes and Harlington mentioned that he thought he was joining a debate with defence nerds, and I want to assure him of a warm welcome to our number. He, along with the Honourable Gentleman for Tiverton and Hollington, spoke about the importance of having a vote. And I think that the government has made clear that it's neither practical nor sensible to publicise an action like this in advance. It could both undermine the effectiveness of the action and potentially risk the lives of armed forces personnel involved. And in the interesting inner debate between him and my honourable friend, my view was that my honourable friend had the better of that debate. I'll give way, of course.
What about the situation of retrospective approval?
Well, I think that was the point. That was the point he raised, and which my honourable friend, I thought, answered with great eloquence. My honourable friend for South Dorset spoke using his detailed military knowledge to the advantage of the House, with considerable historical analogy, and the honourable lady for Bath warned the House about the importance of defending international maritime law. Of course, I give way to...
Most great, honourable friend. I did ask whether why the aircraft carriers are not being used in the Red Sea, and I'd be grateful if some answer could be given.
Well, the issue of the use of the aircraft carriers, one of which is heading to a NATO exercise anyway, will be kept under review. And if the assets which they bring to bear on our central aims in this matter are appropriate, then of course the right decision will be taken. And finally, I think I've already answered the point from the honourable gentleman for Tiverton and Honiton, which my honourable friend for North Wiltshire engaged with specifically. So I think I've covered every speech that has been made, Madam Deputy Speaker, but if I may draw my remarks to a close, we have sent the clearest possible message that we will continue to reduce the Houthis' ability to carry out these attacks, and we will back our warning with actions. The Houthis should be under no misunderstanding that Britain and our allies are committed to holding them to account. Yesterday's statement from 24 countries condemned and demanded an end to the Red Sea attacks. Military strikes are just one part of our wider response. Firstly, we are increasing our diplomatic engagement. The Prime Minister spoke to President Biden about these issues on Monday night, and the Foreign Secretary, who is even now in the region and will be visiting a number of different countries. He has a meeting today with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and he met his Iranian counterpart last week. And he made it clear that they must cease supplying the Houthis and use their influence to stop Houthi attacks. Secondly, we must end the illegal flow of arms to the Houthis. We've intercepted weapon shipments in the regions before, including components of the very missiles used by the Houthis today. And those who supply such weapons to the Houthis to conduct these attacks are violating UN Security Council Resolution 2216 and international law. And thirdly, we will use the most effective means at our disposal to cut off the Houthis' financial resources where they are used to fund these attacks. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need to keep helping the people of Yemen, who have suffered so grievously as a result of the country's civil war, and who the Houthis' actions make worse. And we will continue to deliver humanitarian aid and support, a negotiated peace in that conflict. That is the position, Madam Deputy Speaker, and ministers are absolutely committed to keeping the House fully informed as the House sees fit.
Thank you. The question is that this House has considered the situation in the Red Sea. As mayors that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And so we come to motion number 6 on Church of England General Synod measures and motion number 7 on Church of England General Synod measures. Andrew Selous to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Petition, Azhar Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to present this petition urging the government to call on Israel and Hamas to implement an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and for the immediate release of all hostages. Over the last 4 months, Gaza has been subject to unrelenting bombardment, which, following almost 2 decades of siege, has created a humanitarian crisis. Almost 100,000 Palestinians killed and injured by the Israeli military, and millions more have been displaced and are subject to severe shortages of food, medicine, water, and aid, with no end in sight. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the government to call on Israel and Hamas to implement an immediate and sustained ceasefire to prevent further bloodshed and damage, so that a peaceful two-state solution may be achieved in Palestine and Israel, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Afzal Khan.
Petition, ceasefire in Gaza.
Thank you.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Mr. Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I didn't know it was that popular with members of the government backbenches. I think there may be... Thank you.
Point of order. No, we're not having any of that. That is not fair. The honourable gentleman is popular, and it's very good that there are so many people here to listen to him. We'll tell him later why. Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful for the opportunity that Mr Speaker has given to raise an issue that I think we can all agree deserves wider attention and scrutiny, and I don't think I've ever done an adjournment debate on a Wednesday, or one so well attended, I have to say. And I don't think I've ever done an adjournment. I'm so glad I have to be, would be actually done relatively a decent hour, because I do know there's something happening after this adjournment debate within this very chamber. Now, I want to start with the debate with an appeal to the front bench of the government, and also to anyone else who might be thinking of intervening. Now, it is clear I'm a member of the Scottish National Party, and this is a debate that does concern the UK's nuclear enterprise. On this level, I think it might be fairly predictable. But I hope in preparing for this debate that the Minister, I hope, has left all the kind of customary, usual stuff reserved for SNP MPs discussing the nuclear weapons in this place. I do hope he's left them at home or in the MOD, because it may be tempting to play to our bases in terms of this debate, and to paint this as yet another, forgive me for saying it, Madam Deputy Speaker, and close to Burns night, haggis-munching, bus-bagpipe whinging again. But I hope we can all agree the trigger for this debate was some very serious allegations from a senior official, and I think people across these islands who live beside or in the vicinity of nuclear-regulated sites deserve to hear a response to these allegations. And also, glad to see the Shadow Secretary of State is in his position as well. Not right now, but if you just allow me for a moment. Now, I have to say, I'm going to set aside my own and my party's well-known and understood standpoint on the morality and utility of the nuclear enterprise to focus on the specifics of the allegations made in the blog of the 30th December by a well-known former adviser, Dominic Cummings. And I hope that the Minister will reciprocate and show the House the respect it deserves. And as another small caveat, let me make it clear from the outset that I understand, Madam Deputy Speaker, 3 things about Dominic Cummings. That he certainly has his own well-published agenda when it comes to issues around the civil service, especially around civil service reform. That he is demonstrably not as clever as he actually thinks. And finally, that he has also been known to present dead cat arguments as a distraction from his own shortcomings. In this instance, that the Prime Minister chose not to rehire him as an advisor. I'll give way to my right honourable.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. The honourable gentleman and I will have different opinions about nuclear ability, and I believe we should have it. The honourable gentleman says no, but on this issue I think we agree in relation to safety. Does the honourable member not recognise that our need for nuclear defence is imperative to the security of this nation to fulfil international obligations, and yet this cannot be achieved without substantial investment? However, this is not optional. The money must be found, and found now, to ensure nuclear safety, but equally important, nuclear ability.
My answer to the honourable gentleman is he might as well stay for the rest of the adjournment debate to find out my point on that. I have to say about Mr Cummings' former role and the nature of the allegations, Madam Deputy Speaker, he made are such that it is frankly bizarre, at least from my perspective, that the only attempt to scrutinise them is not in front of a parliamentary committee, but in what, frankly, is usually the graveyard spot of parliamentary business. Parliament, I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I guess, is sovereign in everything apart from the nuclear enterprise. Now, I am afraid going to quote Mr Cummings' blog quite extensively here today, and I would hope that the Minister would have already read it, but it is important to have it read into the record of the House. There are two principal aspects I would like the Government to respond to. Firstly, the state of the defence nuclear infrastructure across these islands, and then a decision-making process in the civil service and how this relates to democratic oversight. Now, I should also say, before the Minister uses up time from his response to say it, I am not expecting in any shape or form for the Minister to comment on operational matters. And I understand that much to do with the nuclear enterprise cannot be discussed publicly. So let us begin. Unfortunately, Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot leave out all the internal party machinations of the Conservative Party's psychodrama, as some of it, I'm afraid, is quite pertinent. Now, Cummings begins, I did have two conversations with the Prime Minister, the first in 2022, just after he became PM. The PM wanted an actual plan, including how to get a grip of power and get things done, a political strategy and a political machine to change the political landscape and beat Labour. In 2022, I said I might do it, but my conditions were the ability to ensure that the urgent action is proceeding on a range of fundamental, critical issues, including the scandal of nuclear weapons infrastructure, which is a dangerous disaster and a budget nightmare of hard-to-believe and highly classified proportions, and which has forced large-scale and large-secret cannibalisation of other national security budgets. Now, building defences for natural and engineered pandemics, the scandal of MOD procurement ignored despite, even because of, the biggest war in Europe since 1945, AI and other technological capabilities, the broken core government institutions, including the dumpster fire of the Cabinet Office. He ends this section by saying, in all of these areas I started crucial work in 2019-20. Most of this has stopped, slowed or reversed. Now, not all of this is pertinent, Madam Deputy Speaker, and particularly with the last line there we see Cummings' own agenda coming through. Nonetheless, I would say bullet points 1, 3 and 5 are the most interest to us here. Now let's start with 1 and 3 and we'll come back to 5 later on. Cummings continues, for example, in 2020 we agreed, and I think this is important for the entire House, via a secret tunnel process with the services, His Majesty's Treasury, might have been Her Majesty's at the time, and Cabinet Office, chaired by the Cabinet Secretary and me, but kept secret from Wallace, the first agreed by everyone to be honest MOD budget numbers since before 2010. Agreed how to plug the massive black hole partly created by the nuclear enterprise disaster. Agreed a range of disasters that should be stopped immediately, for example, Ajax, Challenger, and agreed a plan for procurement reform and new capabilities to build. Also, note well, the Army did not lobby for a bigger army. In the world that seemed possible in 2020, of a serious plan and honest numbers and procurement reform, etc. They preferred a smaller army with real capabilities to a bigger but increasingly Potemkin army. He goes on, Instead, the MOD has been allowed to pocket the money for the black hole, avoid stopping the disasters, continue pumping more money down the drain of legacy disasters, creating a new black hole, continue to allow critical parts of the nuclear weapons infrastructure to rot, creating further massive secret budget nightmares, as well as extremely serious physical dangers. CF the recent near disaster with a submarine. Continue, as normal, with disastrous procurement policy and practice instead of taking industrial capacity seriously. Continue sacrificing critical new capabilities to fund legacy failures. Shred the honest budget numbers and return to the fraudulent numbers. And I think most critical, Madam Deputy Speaker, and continue lying even more to MPs and media about it all. So let me repeat myself, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do not expect the Minister to comment on operational matters or give away classified information. But can we at least agree these are serious allegations of both a specific and more general matter? Specifically, when summing up, I wonder if the Minister can comment on the suggestion that the nuclear enterprise is causing the large secret cannibalisation of other national secret budgets. To add a little bit of context, and while it should be tempting to pass this off as a ranting of a former jilted senior adviser, this tallies actually with a lot of what we've heard from recent National Audit Office reports. Now, the last Audit Office report received just in December not only revealed the plan was unaffordable, that the MOD acknowledged this fact, that this funding gauge could range between, or gap should I say, could range between 7.6 and 29.8 billion, but that the nuclear and Royal Navy costs show the greatest increase compared with 2022. The Navy, of course, being the service which is responsible for the continuous at-sea deterrent. Furthermore, in paragraph 16 of the report, key findings it stated quite clearly that the creation of a ring fence around nuclear funding helps protect the MOD's highest defence priority, but puts greater pressure on programmes not included in it. So I wonder, in summing up, will the Minister acknowledge that the ring fencing is putting pressure on the rest of the conventional budget, and if so, do they think it's sustainable? And will they be able to tell the House what plans the Government has to mitigate the dead hand or the dead hand of ring fencing? There is, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think, an unfortunate logic to this nuclear ring fence within the Government's, I think, well-intentioned ring fence around defence spending, be it at 2 or 2.5%. At this moment, every penny spent on the nuclear enterprise is a penny less spent on conventional assets, at a time when conventional threats are proliferating, a point I made in this very place not a few hours ago. Now, Cummings adds a dash of colour to the NAO's necessarily black and white findings about MOD mismanagement and dysfunction. Taken together, they are a damning indictment of where defence finds itself, and it's something of a shame there is something of a taboo of actually discussing the contribution of the nuclear enterprise to this predicament, because there are undoubtedly massive consequences and contingencies that need to be developed surrounding a large transition, as one of the nuclear enterprises is undertaking just now. We know this because HMG already went through a similar translation through the resolution to Vanguard. We also know because of the excellent and the definitive official history of the Royal Navy Submarine Service, written by Peter Hennessy and, of course, James Jinks, a book I would recommend to members, The Silent Deep, released in 2015, that there were extensive plans made for worst-case scenarios during that transition, including, and I quote, Madam Deputy Speaker, moving a Polaris submarine into Loch Long, where it would dive and remain in a static location on quick action alert. Now, again, I am not asking the Minister to comment on operational issues, but there is a pattern emerging of events and scenarios which are consistent with reports and papers written by nuclear analysts dealing with the consequences of an ageing platform with the backdrop of a defence budget put under pressure by an increasingly dire economic situation. Now, whether it's by the accident involving a Vanguard-class submarine, which we spoke about in this place in November, an accident Cummings attributes to poor infrastructure, or a rather pitiful sight in September of another Vanguard-class boat returning to Naval Base Clyde in September, looking rather worse for wear for only the MOD to release a statement praising the crew for the longest SSBN patrol, something I'm afraid doesn't quite add up. Now, I know we can sometimes stray too close to specifics, and I want to get back to another aspect of the Cummings blog, and one which was, if anything, more worrying for me, and which brings us into the parliamentary aspect of the title of this evening's debate. This paragraph states, since we left, Number 10 has allowed even more and even encouraged all of this. The cycle of disaster, cheat, lie and classify even more has continued through successive defence reviews. For example, the infamous Headwood wedge, overseen by Haywood, Osborne and Macpherson in 2015. We drew a line under this systematic lying and delusion in 2020, and after I left, the line was immediately deleted and business as usual has continued. The system is preparing to give Starmer the same horrific choices on above strap 3 yellow paper and continue to cycle of classify, punt and lie, with everything becoming even more hollow Potemkin as a result. There is a lot, Madam Deputy Speaker, for us to focus on the idea that systems, as he says, is preparing to give Starmer, as I said, that same situation. And it's nothing more than an insinuation that there are, it seems, senior members of the civil service, according to Cummings, and according to Cummings, the armed forces, who are planning to manipulate an incoming Prime Minister, and one whose recent polls are to believe will have a significant mandate. Not only that, but they have used the protocols and security around the nuclear enterprise to manipulate the current Prime Minister and his predecessors, along with seeking to remove any aspect of cabinet decision-making by excluding the then Defence Secretary from these discussions. Now, as I have said, and my party do not agree with this or with previous government's policies around nuclear weapons, regardless, this is not the debate we are on the topic of debate tonight, but about the way His Majesty's government implements its own declared policy. But it's unfortunate but inescapable reality about the nuclear enterprise that many of the discussions around it cannot be held. And I will come to a conclusion. The Minister can get his 10 minutes, don't worry, and then his photograph, don't worry. The whole number of discussions must therefore be taken in an increasingly tight series of concentric circles. The one fig leaf for our parliamentary democracy has always been that, at the end of it all, there is an element of democratic oversight in the Prime Minister, Defence Secretary and, on occasion, Foreign Secretary having input into the nuclear strategy. So, yes, I will.
I'm not interrupting. I am momentarily interrupting the honourable gentleman. Look, it's simply rude to talk. If whispering has to be done, then whisper. But it's really just rude to talk. Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Giving way to my honourable friend, Madam.
I congratulate my honourable friend on securing this debate on what is a really crucial issue. He talks about the secrecy around this whole issue, and I wonder if he'd know of the response the MOD gave to my most recent questions on safety at its nuclear bases. It confirmed an alarming trend, with the number of incidents at Fastlane and Coalport jumping by a third in 2022, and figures for the start of 2023 suggesting further rises. Would he agree that we surely have a right as MPs in this place to know why safety records aren't improving, as well as the nature of these incidents and their effects on local residents and the environment?
I couldn't disagree with my honourable friend at all. Of course, if any of the allegations made by Dominic Cummings, critically ones around senior government ministers, are being manipulated, are without merit, I'd be glad to hear it, Madam Deputy Speaker. Especially, or those civil servants themselves should address it directly. So let me bring my remarks to a close. The final plea for the Minister I know people are here for their picture to be taken. It might be useful, it might be their last parliamentary one they'll ever have. But anyway, so let me bring my remarks to a close, Madam Deputy Speaker. And a final plea for the Minister to stick to the substance of some basic questions I'm asking him. And we know the opinion on the nuclear enterprise, I know that. I may make it a bit easier. Just 2 questions. If they don't want to address anything else that I've actually said, can the Government advise what it's doing to ensure that the nuclear enterprise does not continue to exert undue pressure on the rest of the defence budget? And what safeguards are there to ensure that there remains a robust and genuine democratic oversight of all aspects of that enterprise?
Minister James Cartledge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I congratulate the honourable gentleman for bringing this important debate this evening, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is true that we differ fundamentally on the issue of the deterrent, and indeed there is such passion and commitment to it on this side that we have a fantastic turnout this evening, Madam Deputy Speaker. The key theme of his speech is about parliamentary scrutiny, and I quote, he said, "Parliament is sovereign everywhere except in the nuclear deterrent." Well, I'll just remind him that when my right honourable friend became Prime Minister in 2016, one of the first key votes in this House was on the renewal of Trident, and the majority was 355 in favour. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be clear, the UK's independent nuclear deterrent is a matter of the highest priority for this government, as I say, borne out by the support from the backbenches today, and I welcome the opportunity to set out our approach and policies in this area. Our continuous at-sea nuclear deterrent is the cornerstone of our national defences and central to the government's national security strategy. We place the utmost importance on the upkeep of all of our nuclear defence infrastructure and its upgrades. Yes. To be clear, HMNB Clyde has an establishment management plan with a 40-year horizon that covers both the Faslane and Coalport sites, and the government seeks to be as transparent as possible about our nuclear defence infrastructure within obvious national security constraints. I'm going to take one intervention from the Honourable Lady.
The Minister talks about transparency, but in 2017, the publication of the annual reports of the Defence Nuclear Safety Regulator, the MOD's internal watchdog, was stopped under his government. Why was that?
Well, I have to say to the Honourable Lady, I've enjoyed the fact that she's tabled a number of written questions on these matters, and I have always answered them as transparently as possible, setting out the full facts, and we will continue to do so. Indeed, the very point of being here is that we are transparent in Parliament about our deterrent. So we engage fully with Parliament, including the Defence and Scottish Affairs Committees, and we will continue to do so. We annually publish transparency data for all major defence programmes, including nuclear infrastructure, and in line with industry good practice, our nuclear sites have well-established and transparent systems for raising what are known in the industry as nuclear site event reports, which the Honourable Lady has asked a number of written questions about. This open documentation of human error, procedural or documentation failings and equipment issues provides the strongest illustration of our commitment to transparency. More importantly, it fosters a culture of continual improvement and enhances the rigour of our collective approach to safety. Madam Deputy Speaker, the safety of our nuclear defence infrastructure is paramount. Our nuclear establishments fully adhere to current...
I don't want to interrupt the Minister. I've said this before, but everybody seems to think it's funny to ignore it. It's fine to whisper if you need to communicate with one another, but it's just simply rude to talk at the top of your voice so that I can hear what people are saying on the back benches and I can't hear the Minister. It's just not right, and it's just simply discourteous. Minister.
I think they're very enthused, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our nuclear establishments fully adhere to current regulatory and operational requirements, and they are subject to a painstaking programme of maintenance by highly trained experts. And to ensure their reliability and safety far into the future, we are carrying out a £1.4 billion upgrade of our nuclear facilities at HMNB Clyde. This will ensure they are ready to receive the next generation Dreadnought class of submarines. And as colleagues would expect, all these improvements are being made in line with current and foreseeable future regulatory requirements. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, We can't look after our nuclear infrastructure without highly trained people, and to support our future submarine programmes, we're investing around £200 million in world-class training for our current and future submariners. The Government has robust maintenance programmes in place to deal with some of the challenges to non-nuclear infrastructure at HMP Clyde, and we will continue to do everything we can to ensure our nuclear deterrent infrastructure both keeps us safe and continues to adhere to the most stringent safety and regulatory standards.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order! Order!
Sound. House of Commons sound.